What's it like to be noticed by a man? He was originally a cold and aloof academic god who could have had a peaceful and stable life. But due to some incident, he became someone else's lover. And the other was an extremely volatile rich second generation who, after taking a liking to the academic god, sought to humiliate him. He wanted to keep him as a caged pet. Watch how the emotionally obtuse and volatile rich boy deals with the cold and abstinent campus god. As usual, Ken Lee was preparing to visit his mother in the hospital when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his fingers instinctively tightened and he directly turned off the phone. But when he looked up, he saw a tall figure leaning against the car, a cigarette between his fingers. What an attitude. You don't answer calls or texts and make me come get you personally. Ken Lee stammered an explanation that his phone was out of battery, but the next second, Ning Shuyuan snatched the phone from his hand and pressed the power button. The screen lit up instantly, showing more than half of the battery remaining. Ning Shuyuan chuckled softly, "I didn't expect you to learn how to lie." Then Ning Shuyuan took Ken Lee to his car, and before long, Ken Lee was forcefully taken to a nightclub. As soon as the private room door was pushed open, they heard a voice inside saying, "Hey Yuan, why did you leave without saying anything?" As Ning Shuyuan sat down on the sofa, two teenagers dressed in high school uniforms clung to his side, fawning over Ning Shuyuan. After all, he was a major patron there. And Ken Lee, seeing the two teenagers sucking up to Ning Shuyuan, felt disgusted. At that moment, Ning Shuyuan's friend Xia Chuan called out to Ken Lee. Ken Lee had no choice but to find the most secluded spot to sit down. Even so, some people still saw him as a thorn in their side. At that moment, a teenager brought over a glass of alcohol for him. When Ken Lee rejected it, the teenager began to insult him. "I don't know what Ning Xiao sees in you. How long have you been kept?" Ken Lee's expression darkened gradually, fingers tightening. "If you like him, go tell him. There's no need to waste your time on me." After being rejected, the teenager's face turned cold, but he soon cracked a smile and then doused himself with the wine. With a look of grievance, he said, "How can you do this to me?" Noticing the commotion from Ken Lee's end, Ning Shuyuan looked up and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Clearly unable to drink, yet he gulped down the wine that was forcefully brought to his lips. Looking at the wine Ning Shuyuan handed over, Ken Lee's explanations were all in vain. When he stood up to escape, Ning Shuyuan grabbed his arm, leaned over, and threatened in a low voice, "For your mother's medical expenses, you need the Ning family's support." He suppressed the resentment in his heart, turned around, and drank it all. But how could Ning Shuyuan let him go just like that? Today, Ken Lee has offended him, and he could not easily let Ken Lee off. Ning Shuyuan's greatest pleasure was to trample on his dignity. Then he refilled the wine cup, chuckled, and said, "Since you can't drink, let's have you drink to your heart's content today." Watching Ning Shuyuan hand over the wine again, Ken Lee's eyes were slightly red. Before meeting Ning Shuyuan, he had never been so humiliated by anyone. Without a word, Ken Lee grabbed the bottle of wine and drank it all in one go. Seeing Ken Lee so tough, Ning Shuyuan's face showed uncontrollable anger. He grabbed Ken Lee by the neck and dragged him out. Xia Chuan stepped forward to persuade him, but Ning Shuyuan ignored him. Instead, he backhanded Ken Lee on the shoulder, dropped a sentence saying it was just to teach him a lesson, and then strode away. Ning Shuyuan took Ken Lee to a hotel and threw him heavily onto the bed. Seeing the tall figure approaching him, Ken Lee instinctively reached out to block Ning Shuyuan. Ning Shuyuan was stunned for a moment and asked if he was unwilling. After a few seconds, Ken Lee withdrew his hand. To him, whether he was willing or not, the result would be the same. Then Ning Shuyuan kissed him roughly. He only let go when Ken Lee was about to suffocate. Ning Shuyuan looked down at Ken Lee and took off his coat. Ken Lee closed his eyes in pain, with tears in his eyes. Ning Shuyuan, like a demon from hell, sneered and said, "Still pretending to be noble in front of me? I want to see how long you can be so tough. What is it like to be tortured until you pass out?" When he opened his eyes, the curtains were already penetrated by light. He felt an intense pain throughout his body and it took him a long time to move slowly. The cell phone on the bedside table vibrated, and he picked it up with difficulty. Seeing messages from Ning Shuyuan and Dr. Chen, he weakly placed his hand on his forehead. It seemed that there was no escaping now. Later, he dragged his aching body to finish the exam, suddenly hearing Xiao Lu calling him from behind. "Are you going to the cafeteria? How about we have lunch together?" Although Ken Lee had no appetite, he still nodded. Walking side by side, Ken Lee suddenly stumbled, but fortunately, Xiao Lu caught his arm. "What's wrong with you?" Leaning against the wall, Ken Lee responded, "I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night." Seeing this, Xiao Lu suggested, "Then you should go back to the dorm and rest. I'll take you there." As soon as she finished speaking, Ken Lee heard a familiar voice. His body tensed involuntarily. No need to trouble yourself, I will take good care of him, the man said with a low smile. Isn't that right? Ignoring Xia Lu Yi's expression, the man caught Ken Li's shoulder and turned to leave. Then we'll go back to the dorm first. Thank you, he said with an undeniable tone, as if Ken Li belonged to him. Once back at the dorm, Ning Shuyuan forcefully pushed Ken Li towards the desk. He pinched his neck. You're really something, aren't you? Going to find another woman right after climbing off my bed. Faced with Ning Shuyuan's questioning, Ken Li only found it amusing. I don't belong to you. At this moment, Ning Shuyuan, with a cold smile, said, then, if she finds out about our relationship, would she still like you? Ken Li's face darkened. Ning Shuyuan's words were like the last straw that broke him. He is also a man with his own dignity. The next second, he slapped Ning Shuyuan across the face. Ning Shuyuan was stunned. He had never been hit like this before and immediately slapped back. His strength was something Ken Li couldn't compare with. Ken Li trembled from the blow, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Ning Shuyuan still didn't plan to let him off. You can't seem to behave without a lesson a day. Are you asking for it? If you knew better, I wouldn't have to do this to you. Ken Li laughed sardonically to himself. How much more do you want me to understand? Then he began to struggle fiercely. Ning Shuyuan grabbed him and locked him in place, threateningly saying, if you move again, I can't guarantee I won't do something. Ken Li suddenly became quiet, closed her eyes, and remained motionless. Then Ning Shuyuan sensed something was wrong and had to turn her over. He had no choice but to turn over in bed. When he saw Ken Li's face covered in cold sweat and his lips pale, he finally panicked and loudly called Ken Li's name. Due to Ning Shuyuan's long-term torment, Ken Li's body finally couldn't hold up anymore. Ning Shuyuan had no choice but to take him to the hospital. Seeing Ken Li wake up, Ning Shuyuan handed him a cup of hot water. The doctor said you fainted because of malnutrition. Your body is so weak, don't go to school tomorrow. If it were in the past, Ken Li would still endure it, but now everything was caused by this person. Ken Li turned his head and said lightly, you have no right to interfere. Hearing this, Ning Shuyuan instantly became furious. Ken Li remained motionless, as if he had long anticipated Ning Shuyuan's reaction. Then he said slowly, not everyone has to live according to your ideas. In his rage, Ning Shuyuan grabbed Ken Li's cheek, his expression fierce. What do you think you are? If it weren't for the Ning family's support, you might have ended up selling yourself by now. Ning Shuyuan's venomous words trampled him like dirt. Ken Li's eyes filled with tears. That would still be better than my life now. Suddenly, Ning Shuyuan's phone rang. He subconsciously loosened his grip. Seeing the caller ID, Ning Shuyuan's expression eased a bit. Jiang Yan, the youngest son of the Jiang family, had known Ning Shuyuan for many years. After chatting for a bit on the phone, they hung up. Ning Shuyuan then picked up his jacket, turned around and prepared to head to the airport to pick up Jiang Yan. Before leaving, he didn't forget to mockingly say a few words to Sen Li, finding anyone would be more interesting than you, but don't worry, you won't have an easy time until I'm tired of you. To him, Sen Li was nothing more than a pastime when he was bored. He knows how it feels to be interrupted while eating meat. He was dragged to Ning Shuyuan's home, where a man's gentle voice could be heard greeting, Shuyuan, you're back. Ning Shuyuan saw his usually cold face soften a bit. The man then kindly approached Sen Li, long time no see. Seeing Sen Li didn't respond, Ning Shuyuan impatiently said, are you deaf? Can't you hear someone greeting you? For Sen Li, anyone who knew Ning Shuyuan also knew what Ning Shuyuan had done to him. Jiang Yan smiled, not at all angry, appearing considerate and understanding. Ning Shuyuan gently stroked his hair and suggested he go to sleep first. But as he turned around, his smile gradually faded. Watching the departing Jiang Yan, Ning Shuyuan's expression turned cold. Today, Sen Li had openly defied him time and again. Ning Shuyuan also ran out of patience and went straight into Ken Li's room, closing the door behind him. He walked unhurriedly to Ken Li's side, slowly bending down, and Ken Li subconsciously blocked him. Speaking softly, I have class tomorrow. Ning Shuyuan was slightly startled and retorted, what? In your eyes, am I only capable of doing that sort of thing? Ken Li slightly bowed his head, feeling a wave of sadness within him. The events of last night were still vivid in his mind. Isn't it the case? Then, Ning Shuyuan slowly approached, chuckling softly by his ear, so thin, if others didn't know, they might think I've been mistreating you. I'll let you off for today. At that moment, a knock on the door sounded, Shuyuan, have you gone to bed? Ning Shuyuan opened the door impatiently, his expression softened upon seeing Jiang Yan, who looked pitifully at him. Shuyuan, my stomach hurts so much. Then, unable to control her body, she leaned into Ning Shuyuan, who reached out to support her. Don't worry, I'll take you to the hospital now. Afterward, Jiang Yan gave a meaningful look back, glancing at Ken Li sitting on the bed. It seemed that for Ning Shuyuan, it was just about seeking novelty, secretly dating someone behind Ning Shuyuan's back. Wondering what it feels like to be discovered, Ken Li concentrated on listening to the lecture in class. He cherishes these moments the most. After class, Xia Lu considerately asked him if Ning Shuyuan did anything to him yesterday. Ken Li calmly said it was nothing, fearing others would find out about his relationship with Ning Shuyuan. As the two were about to leave the classroom, they ran into Han Chen at the door. Han Chen approached Ken Li. "If I hadn't come to find you, would you have never replied to my messages?" Ken Li lowered his head in slight embarrassment. He really didn't know how to reply to the messages from Han Chen. Then he softly said, "I'm sorry, Professor Han." Perhaps sensing Ken Li's difficulty, Han Chen immediately changed the subject. "I heard you're not willing to go as an exchange student." Ken Li, feeling guilty, cast his gaze downward. This opportunity should be left to someone who needs it more. Han Chen was taken aback. "Don't you need it? You're the best student in the department, and it would be better for your future prospects too." At that moment, Ken Li subconsciously gripped the book in his hand a little tighter. He was sorry, he wanted a better future too, but he couldn't leave his mother and go abroad alone. Han Chen didn't continue to ask. He vaguely sensed something was off and then said with a smile, "Let's go have a meal together." He reached out, intending to place his hand on Ken Li's shoulder, but Ken Li instinctively stepped back, leaving Han Chen's hand hanging in midair. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand and then said, "There's a new restaurant by the school gate. I heard it's good. Let's go try it out." Ken Li couldn't refuse and simply nodded in agreement. In his heart, he respected Han Chen, but he was also afraid that his own filth would taint him. Soon they sat down in a restaurant. Then, two girls walked up to Han Chen and asked if he had a girlfriend. Han Chen's humorous words made Ken Li burst out laughing. This was also the first time Han Chen saw him laugh. Then Han Chen joked on the side, "Did something happen? I always see you looking so gloomy." Ken Li's thin lips moved slightly. "It's nothing." With the earlier interruption, Ken Li's mood relaxed quite a bit. Then Ken Li took the menu and casually selected a few light dishes before handing it to the waiter. He watched as the waiter brought the dishes to the table one by one. Han Chen looked at Ken Li gently. "If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Don't always neglect your health for the sake of studying." Ken Li's actions clearly paused. His difficulties couldn't be confessed to others and could only be suppressed in his heart. If the other party knew, he probably wouldn't be eating with him so calmly. Then, under Han Shen's persistent urging, he finally called the waiter to settle the bill. Suddenly, Ken Li heard talking from a distance, and his body stiffened immediately. He quickly said to Han Shen, "Let's go." Anywhere Ning Shuyuan was, he didn't want to stay a moment longer. As Jiang Yan sees Ken Li, he tattles to Ning Shuyuan who's beside him, "Shuyuan, take a look who's beside Ken Li." That person was even holding Ken Li's hand just now. As soon as he finishes speaking, Ning Shuyuan sits up abruptly, his face clouded with gloom, as a burst of jealousy erupts. After a sip of national essence, "Damn, it's like having the courage of a bear and a leopard." Ning Shuyuan's skilled tying method could definitely make for a tutorial series. In the last episode, after seeing Sen Li with Professor Han, Ning Shuyuan was furious. And Sen Li has already arrived at the school infirmary. After the doctor prescribed him some medicine, Sen Li handed over the money. The cashier smiled at him and said, "It's already been paid for." Sen Li was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at Han Chen beside him. Being with Han Chen, he seldom felt embarrassed. But Sen Li was a bit scared of people being unreasonably nice to him. At this moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. After Sen Li took out his phone, he saw a text from Ning Shuyuan. The message seemed more like an accusation than a question. Sen Li replied to it and then pressed the lock screen button. Han Chen looked at Sen Li curiously. "Someone looking for you?" Just as he finished speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Sen Li hesitated for a few seconds before answering the call. Just as he put it to his ear, a man's deep voice came through. "Where the hell are you?" Han Chen saw Ken Li's expression change significantly after receiving a phone call and asked whose call it was. Hearing Han Shen's voice, Ning Shuyuan smiled coldly, his face stern. "All right, Ken Li, you've quickly found another sugar daddy. Why are you pretending in front of me?" Ken Li hung up the phone immediately. Ken Li didn't expect Ning Shuyuan to think of things in such a twisted way. He hastily said to Han Shen, "Professor Han, I have something to deal with. I'll head back to the dormitory first." Ning Shuyuan tossed away the cigarette in his hand. He walked up to Ken Li, pinning him against the wall, and warned him, "You belong to me. Don't make me uncomfortable by hanging around outside all the time." Ken Li frowned. "What if you get married?" Ning Shuyuan responded without hesitation, then I'll find you a place outside. Are you worried I can't afford to support you? Hearing this, Ken Li clenched his fist. He angrily stared at Ning Shuyuan. You have plenty of people outside. Why don't you let me go? Ning Shuyuan smiled slightly. It's just a game, nothing serious. Ken Li pushed him away. Then who I am with is none of your business. Ning Shuyuan got angry, yanked the necklace off his neck, skillfully wrapped it around Ken Li's wrist, making it impossible for Ken Li to break free, and asked harshly, Has he touched you? Ken Li stared at him coldly. Don't think everyone is as disgusting as you. Seeing that Ken Li dared to talk back, Ning Shuyuan laughed angrily. It seems you really haven't learned your lesson. Looks like you need more punishment. Ken Li choked with sorrow. I really wish I had never met you. The last episode ended with Ning Shuyuan pinning Ken Li firmly against the wall. Slowly approaching Ken Li's face, he whispered threateningly, If you dare to find someone behind my back, believe it or not, I'll lock you up in a room and you'll never be able to set foot outside for the rest of your life. Ken Li had no doubt that Ning Shuyuan would do just that. Once, Ning Shuyuan had locked him in a room for a week under a flimsy pretext. No one noticed anything amiss. At this moment, Ning Shuyuan suddenly realized that the watch he had given Ken Li was missing from his wrist. Where is the watch I gave you last time? Ken Li indifferently replied, I forgot to wear it. That watch was given to Ken Li after a humiliation, serving as both his reward and Ning Shuyuan's favor to him. After Ning Shuyuan put down Ken Li's wrist, he said, Wear it later. You look so shabby, it's embarrassing me. To Ning Shuyuan, Ken Li was just a possession. Dressing him in luxury made Ning Shuyuan feel more prestigious when taking him out. Then, Ning Shuyuan stared at Ken Li coldly. You're not wearing the clothes I bought you, and you haven't touched the money in the card. Are you trying to cut ties with me? Ken Li slowly lifted his head, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. If possible, I really wish I had never met you in my life. As soon as the words fell, Ning Shuyuan's expression darkened instantly. He grabbed Ken Li's chin. Try saying that again. Ken Li looked at him with a cold gaze. Even if you say it 10,000 times, the answer will still be the same. You often make it seem as if I have feelings for you, which is simply ridiculous. The next second, someone grabbed Ken Li from behind and his lips were sealed. The corner of his mouth was bitten by Ning Shuyuan, who whispered, Dream on if you think you can leave me and flirt with someone else. At this moment, a box fell out of Ken Li's pocket. Ning Shuyuan picked up the box from the ground, his eyebrows furrowing as he read the line of words on it. You're sick. You just left the hospital not long ago. Why is your body so weak? What a disappointment. Then, with a displeased expression, he let go of Ken Li. He didn't want to ruin his health. Otherwise, there would be no fun later. Ning Shuyuan had his taste of meat again. In the previous episode, Ken Li appeared pitifully tormented, which unexpectedly aroused Ning Shuyuan's protective instinct. Ning Shuyuan said, I'll come to pick you up tonight, and then left the dormitory. Not long after, the roommate came back and saw Ken Li just coming out of the bathroom. Ding Hao asked, seeing Ning Shuyuan leaving, did he come to see you? Sen Li responded indifferently. Seeing Sen Li's cold and aloof demeanor again, Ding Hao was displeased and decided to humiliate Sen Li. Surely everyone knows who Ning Shuyuan is. He seems to be popular with both men and women. I heard he's generous to his lovers. The valuable watch you wore before, it wouldn't happen to be a gift from him, would it? No wonder some people are so eager to get close. Sen Li paused, slamming the book in his hand onto the table. I'm not close with him. Ding Hao chuckled. In this society, you may know someone's face but not their heart. Who knows what some seemingly respectable people are really like behind closed doors. The other roommates, wanting to avoid conflict, said, Ding Jia, stop it. Then, Ding Hao walked towards the door, but turned back with clear intent. I didn't say much. Just can't stand some people acting so sanctimonious. Sen Li held back his emotions, his fingers trembling slightly. He had lived for so many years without ever doing anything outrageous, always diligent, without even a decent form of entertainment. But now, in the mouths of others, he became someone who seduces others for advancement. Then, he took out a watch from the drawer. He thought about throwing it into the trash, but he put it back. If Ning Shuyuan found out, he would probably be tormented again. Not long after, Ning Shuyuan took Sen Li to his home. Upon entering the house, Jiang Yan came up to Ning Shuyuan, their actions intimate, and Ning Shuyuan affectionately ruffled Jiang Yan's hair. Then, Li came out of the kitchen with dishes. Come and eat. Jiang Yan, seeing Sen Li still standing at the door, asked, Why hasn't Yuan Ken Li come over to eat yet? Ning Shuyuan looked puzzled. Why are you still standing there? Do you need me to invite you? Ken Li slowly walked over to the dining table and sat down. Ken Li slowly walked to the dining table and took a seat. At this moment, Jiang Yan seemed kind-hearted as he picked up a shrimp for him and placed it in his bowl, assuming the posture of a host. Ken Li looked at the dish in the bowl without any movement, and the atmosphere immediately turned awkward. Don't like it? Jiang Yan asked. Ning Shuyuan set down the bowl he was holding and said, Don't give me attitude at a time like this. Seeing Ning Shuyuan stand up, Jiang Yan said aggrievedly, It's my fault. I didn't know Ken Li wasn't used to this dish. Don't blame him. Ning Shuyuan's face darkened as he brought a piece of shrimp to Ken Li's mouth with his chopsticks, but Ken Li suddenly brushed Ning Shuyuan's chopsticks aside, and the shrimp fell to the ground. Ning Shuyuan grabbed his collar and whispered angrily, Ken Li, are you doing this on purpose? Ken Li turned his head to look at Jiang Yan and smiled relaxedly. If you like him, just get together with him quickly. It would be a relief for me. Jiang Yan's expression turned unnatural in an instant, and Ning Shuyuan's face grew even more unpleasant. Then he scolded Ken Li, You're really shameless. You're not happy unless you piss me off every day. Surprisingly, Ken Li took the initiative to ask, Are we still going on today? Ning Shuyuan threw Ken Li onto the bed and pressed his head down with his left hand. Ning Shuyuan, are you not afraid I'll cut off your family line? Then Ning Shuyuan fiercely grabbed his hair, and what followed is a scene I believe no one would like to watch. When Ken Li opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a bed receiving in 4. Beside him, Jiang Yan held a bowl of chicken soup and smiled kindly at Ken Li. You didn't eat much tonight. I had Li save some soup for you. Have some, will you? I had no idea Yuan could lose his temper like that. Then Ken Li slowly sat up in bed. When he saw Ning Shuyuan, his body involuntarily shuddered. Ning Shuyuan sat down next to him. Scared now? He took the chicken soup from Jiang Yan and moved closer. Let me feed you. Ken Li turned his head to look at him. I can drink it myself. Ning Shuyuan seemed to run out of patience. Don't make me say it twice. Ken Li paused for a moment, thinking of Ning Shuyuan's firm decisions which he could never change. He could only open his lips and cooperate. Ning Shuyuan asked, Is it too hot? Ken Li meekly replied, Not hot. Ning Shuyuan noticed some soup had spilled from the corner of Ken Li's lips. He quickly pulled out a tissue from beside him to wipe it off. Are you happy only when you make everyone miserable? All of this was observed by Jiang Yan standing behind them, pulling at Ning Shuyuan's arm with a face full of sorrow. Ning Shuyuan turned his head, surprised. Why aren't you resting at this late hour? Jiang Yan moved closer. I can't sleep. I want you to tell me a story. Ning Shuyuan glanced at Ken Li and said, Tomorrow. Although he was not very satisfied with the result, Jiang Yan had no choice but to leave. At this moment, only the two of them were left in the room. Ning Shuyuan slowly approached Ken Li and said, If you were more sensible, I wouldn't treat you like this. Ken Li pursed his thin lips and turned his head to the other side. However, Ning Shuyuan turned his face back with anger in his eyes. Ken Li suddenly asked in a low voice, Are you going to do it today? Ning Shuyuan was stunned. What did you say? Ken Li smiled obediently and said, If you are, make it quick. I'm very tired and want to rest early. Then he reached out and lightly stroked Ning Shuyuan's chest. But Ning Shuyuan suddenly pushed his hand away, his expression extremely ugly. Ken Li, you're impressive. Ning Shuyuan fought with someone for Ken Li. Has he changed? As a rich second generation, Ning Shuyuan's nightlife was quite vibrant. As soon as he stepped into the nightclub's private room, a young man in uniform approached him, asking why he was so late. Before Ning Shuyuan could speak, a man sitting on the sofa joked, Recently, his sweetheart returned to the country, so he has no time to come out and play. Ning Shuyuan stared at him, slightly angry, and said, What nonsense are you talking about? At this point, the man on the sofa stood up, put down his drink, and said, Now that Jiang Yan is back, you probably don't need Ken Li anymore, right? Then he walked to Ning Shuyuan's side and said, Why don't we make a deal? How about you lend me Ken Li for a week? Ning Shuyuan sneered and then directly punched the other person in the face. Without any mercy, that person was knocked down by a single punch. Realizing the situation was not favorable, the people nearby quickly stepped in to intervene. Ning Shuyuan stared at him coldly. The person wiped his nosebleed, and Ning Shuyuan immediately kicked him. What the hell are you? On the other side, Jiang Yan opened Ken Li's room door and walked in. The facade of kindness he showed earlier had completely disappeared. Who would have thought that the so-called aloof top student is just using it to boost his value? Your mother is in the hospital, probably unaware of what you've been doing, right? If she knew her medical fees came from this, do you think she'd still accept the treatment? Ken Li stared at him coldly. What do you want? Jiang Yan smiled, slowly walking up to Ken Li, and said mockingly, You seem quite proud of yourself. You should also know that A Yuan just sees you as a tool for venting, but it's really pitiful that your mother is kept in the dark. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan didn't have time to react before Ken Li pinned him to the ground. With his hands tightly gripping Jiang Yan's neck, Jiang Yan coughed painfully. Ken Li's grip became even tighter. He had endured all the previous humiliations, but such dirty deeds must never be known to his mother. Jiang Yan's young face slowly turned red. Hearing the noise from the room, Li walked in and saw Ken Li's hands tightly gripping Jiang Yan's neck, his face pale with fright. Li quickly pulled Ken Li off Jiang Yan. He helped the fallen Jiang Yan up. The Ning family has treated you well, Ken Li. Why would you harm young Master Jiang? Li then called Ning Shuyuan. Ken Li's lips curled into a cold smile. He deserved it, he said, looking at the reflection in the mirror by the bed. Ken Li glanced at it once before closing his eyes. How could the person in the mirror be him? In the last episode, Li had called Ning Shuyuan. Not long after, Ning Shuyuan returned. Ken Li saw Ning Shuyuan's darkened face but showed no reaction. Li said sternly, "Young master, we can't keep someone like him in the house. Today's incident may happen again. I could turn a blind eye before, but if things escalate, it will be hard to explain to the master. Please don't be foolish." Ning Shuyuan replied, "I won't be foolish. You may leave now." At this moment, Jiang Yan, seeing Ning Shuyuan approach, rushed into his arms, crying, "A Yuan, I'm so scared. Why does Ken Li hate me so much?" Ning Shuyuan stared at Jiang Yan, thinking that if Jiang Yan told the Jiang family about this, Ken Li, compared to the Jiang family, was just an outsider. His father would surely abandon Ken Li. Jiang Yan continued to sob in Ning Shuyuan's arms, "A Yuan, if Li hadn't come to save me, I might never have seen you again." Ning Shuyuan gently comforted him, "I'll give you an explanation. Don't be afraid. Go back to your room and rest. I'll come to you later." Then Ning Shuyuan locked the door. He walked to Ken Li, and said in a deep voice, "You really saved me a lot of trouble. Is it my turn next?" Ken Li responded softly. Suddenly, Ning Shuyuan squatted down and lifted Ken Li's chin. "So many people want to get close to me, but you insist on being different. When have I ever mistreated you?" Ken Li smiled faintly, "Ning Shuyuan, you are really full of yourself." Ning Shuyuan then took out a chain, skillfully tied Ken Li's hands and pressed him onto the table. "Since you are so tough, I'll help you soften up." Suddenly Ken Li looked up. Seeing the reflection in the mirror, he immediately closed his eyes. But Ning Shuyuan turned his face back. "Look at yourself, pretending in front of me. See clearly, this is who you are. How does it feel to be tied up?" The next morning, Xia Lu asked Ding Hao if Ken Li had taken a leave of absence. Ding Hao smirked, "You might as well ask Ning Shuyuan. He probably knows. He was looking for Ken Li in the dormitory yesterday. They seemed to be quite close." Xia Lu frowned at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense without evidence." Then Xia Lu went to find Ning Shuyuan. Seeing Ning Shuyuan playing with his phone, Xia Lu felt a bit timid, but she mustered up the courage to ask, "Do you know where Ken Li is? He hasn't come to school for 2 days and hasn't replied to any messages." Ning Shuyuan, expressionless, said indifferently, "How would I know?" Then he smiled slightly at Xia Lu, "You like him?" Xia Lu's face immediately turned red and she started stammering, "If you don't know, then forget it," and then turned to leave. But Ning Shuyuan stared at her with a deep gaze and said softly, "But he doesn't seem to be single." Xia Lu instinctively looked at Ning Shuyuan and asked in surprise, "Ken Li has a girlfriend?" Then she thought dejectedly, "No wonder he's always so cold. But I've never seen him get too close with any girl." Ning Shuyuan watched Xia Lu's disappointed back and a smile appeared on his face. He thought, he won't be coming out anytime soon. Soon after, Jiang Yan walked up to Ning Shuyuan and looked at the departing Xia Lu and said, "A Yuan, maybe we should let Ken Li out. Some classmates are asking." Ning Shuyuan sneered, "Flirting with women behind my back? I can't be too kind to him." At this time, Jiang Yan, who was beside him, said with a grievance expression, "Maybe Ken Li didn't mean it. If he doesn't like me, I'll just appear less in front of him in the future." Ning Shuyuan looked at him and gently comforted, "With me here, he can't do anything to you." Seeing Ning Shuyuan's attitude, Jiang Yan finally felt at ease. He just wanted to test him. Seeing how obedient Ken Li was, Ning Shuyuan pinned him down again. In the previous episode, Ken Li was confined by Ning Shuyuan. Ken Li curled up on the bed when the door was pushed open. Ning Shuyuan walked over. "Do you know what you did wrong?" He then bent down and tugged at the chain around Ken Li's neck. "You're not bad, quite a few people care about you." Ken Li looked up at Ning Shuyuan with dim eyes and a hoarse voice, "How long do you intend to keep me locked up?" Ning Shuyuan, seemingly kind-hearted, helped him unchain his neck. "You can go out if you tell that girl, Xia Lu, that you already like someone else." Hearing Ning Shuyuan bring this up, Ken Li found it laughable for some reason. Xia Lu was such a good girl, how could he possibly waste her time? So he agreed to Ning Shuyuan's request. Then Ning Shuyuan pushed Ken Li down. It's rare for you to be so obedient today, I'll give you a reward. What do you want? Ken Li looked at Ning Shuyuan's handsome profile, his eyes lifeless. Actually, not everything Zhang Yan said last time was wrong. Ken Li knew very well how Ning Shuyuan treated him. Can I have something to wear when it's over? Ning Shuyuan chuckled lightly. I thought you wanted something else. I'll have someone bring it over. Others would at least ask for some high-brand clothes or jewelry. You really haven't seen much of the world. Ken Li's eyes dimmed as he looked at the man slowly approaching him. Feeling immensely ashamed, let's skip the stimulating scenes that follow, unable to allow it due to capabilities. After it was over, Ning Shuyuan was in a rare good mood. He glanced at Ken Li. Why, not satisfied? Ken Li subconsciously clutched his clothes with a very low voice, afraid that Ning Shu would take them away. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yan entered with a bit of a coquettish tone, Yuan, come downstairs for a meal. Then he glanced at Ken Li and continued, will he join us later? Ning Shu turned his head and glanced at him, no need for him to join the table. Have someone send his meal over later. Zhang Yan asked puzzledly, why? There might have been some misunderstandings before, and I actually wanted to talk more with him. Ning Shu chuckled lightly. His eyes filled with contempt, what's there to talk about with someone like him? Being despised after the fact and not allowed to join the meal, what kind of feeling is that? Last time we mentioned. After Ning Shu was satisfied, he went downstairs with Zhang Yan for a meal, leaving Ken Li alone in the room. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Professor Han. Ken Li hurriedly pressed the answer button. A man's low and husky voice came from the phone, taking a leave but disappearing completely. Where are you now? Ken Li subconsciously said, at the hospital. Han Chen then said, send me your location. Ken Li hesitantly said, it's already dark, no need to trouble you to come over. Han Chen's voice became more grave, why won't you tell me? As a teacher, my student has been absent for several days. It should be okay to check in on you. Ken Li zipped up tighter. How could he see people in his current state? Even for going to school tomorrow, he had to cover up the marks left by Ning Shu on his body. Listening to Ken Li's silence, Professor Han's voice grew even deeper. Ken Li, it seems you really dislike me. Hearing this, Ken Li was excited and flustered. No, you've misunderstood. At this moment, the sound of a door opening came from the room. Ken Li hurriedly hung up the phone. Ning Shuyuan walked over with a tray of food. Frowning, he asked, who were you talking to just now? A classmate, Ken Li responded. Then Ning Shuyuan placed the food on the table. Looking at Ken Li, why are you standing there? Come eat. Looking weak and frail, as if the Ning family doesn't feed you. Then he picked up a spoon to feed him. Ken Li covered his stomach with his right hand. He said, Zhang Yan is still waiting for you downstairs. Ning Shuyuan's face showed anger, do you need to remind me? He then threw the spoon back into the bowl, making a crisp sound. Really ungrateful. Ning Shuyuan always wants people to cooperate with him and act the way he likes, but Ken Li is not a machine that can be adjusted to his satisfaction at will. At this moment, the phone suddenly lit up, showing a message from Professor Han. Ken Li, I said, if you have any difficulties you can tell me. The intimate interaction with Professor Han was caught red-handed by Ning Shuyuan. The next afternoon, Sen Li went to the hospital alone. His frail figure was heartbreaking. Suddenly, he fell backwards due to a lack of strength but bumped into someone. Sen Li was about to apologize but realized the person behind was Han Chen. Sen Li looked at Han Chen with an embarrassed expression and asked, how come you are here? Han Chen looked at him with a meaningful gaze, a family member is hospitalized. I took some time to visit. After you hung up the phone last night, you didn't even reply to my messages. Sen Li realized he was too close to the other person and took a step back. Han Chen smiled, every time I get close to you, you back away. And you say you don't dislike me. Sen Li hurriedly explained that wasn't the case. Han Chen then asked, are you feeling better? Sen Li guiltily said he was much better. Then, Han Chen's gaze shifted to the fair neck of Sen Li, you got a girlfriend? Sen Li instinctively covered up, feeling uncomfortable, no. Seeing his reaction, Han Chen frowned slightly, you treat me like a stranger. Then, with a light laugh, never mind, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. But you still owe me a meal, remember? Seeing this, Sen Li hurriedly nodded. Then Han Chen continued with Sen Li out of the hospital. They hadn't walked far when Sen Li saw a figure not far away and stiffened. Han Chen noticed Sen Li's trembling body, leaned down, and asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Ning Shiyuan sneered, I thought what was happening. Turns out someone is accompanying you. Han Chen looked towards Ning Shiyuan and asked, this is my classmate. Han Chen naturally was not easy to fool. He noticed something was off between them. When Ken Li approached Ning Shiyuan and pleaded, let's go back to school, Han Chen grabbed Ken Li's arm, pulling him behind and blocking him, there's an order to things. He agreed to have dinner with me first. Ning Shiyuan raised an eyebrow and stared at Ken Li with a cold sneer. Ken Li looked at Ning Shiyuan and whispered, Professor Han, I'm really sorry. How about we do this another day? Does it bother you that much to have an extra person? Ning Shiyuan smiled. Ken Li didn't respond, but Professor Han smiled at Ken Li and said, no worries, it's not a bother. Let's all eat together. Ken Li, who was still recovering from his illness, got pushed down onto the bed by Ning Shiyuan. To Ken Li, Ning Shiyuan was like a time bomb, constantly threatening him. He dared not imagine the situation he'd face if Han Chen found out about his dirty relationship with Ning Shiyuan. Seeing that Ken Li was not in good shape, Han Chen specifically chose a restaurant with an elegant environment. He remembered the dishes Ken Li had ordered last time, so he ordered almost the same dishes this time. After the waiter served the dishes, Ning Shiyuan put some food into Ken Li's bowl. Eat more, you've lost so much weight recently. It feels bony to touch. Ken Li glanced at Han Chen with a panicked expression but saw no change in Han Chen's demeanor. Thinking to himself, was he being overly anxious? Then Han Chen looked up at Ning Shiyuan, and the two confronted each other. Professor Han, you really swing both ways, huh? Han Chen smiled slightly. What kind of person? Ning Shiyuan sneered, I think some people are feeling guilty and want to use high-sounding words to deliberately cover up. Ken Li was on pins and needles, took out his wallet. I'm full. Let's go back. If Han Chen knew about his relationship with Ning Shiyuan, he would definitely find him disgusting. At this moment, Ning Shiyuan called the waiter to pay the bill. Ken Li took out his wallet and said softly, I wanted to treat Professor Han to this meal. Han Chen, however, pressed down Ken Li's hand. It's good to have someone treat you. Ning Shiyuan's face turned angry, and he sneered. I thought Professor Han was someone noble, but it turns out he's just like this. If you like, I don't mind lending him to you for a few days. Han Chen lifted his head and met Ning Shiyuan's gaze. Play what? Ken Li, beside him, said nervously, don't listen to his nonsense. Then, he struggled to stand up. Seeing this, Han Chen helped him. Go slowly. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Seeing this, Ning Shiyuan's face turned even uglier. He grabbed Ken Li. No need to trouble Professor Han. I'll take him back. Ken Li lowered his head, and with evasive eyes, glanced at Han Chen. Professor Han, then you. Han Chen smiled slightly, you go first. I'll go back later. Not long after, Ning Shiyuan took Ken Li to the car. He sneered, you're really something, huh? If I hadn't come, what else were you planning to do? Listening to Ken Li's explanation, Ning Shiyuan ignored him. After parking the car, Ning Shiyuan dragged Ken Li out of the car. He pulled him into the living room. Enduring the discomfort, Ken Li was pressed onto the sofa by Ning Shiyuan. With a fierce voice, he said, you keep flirting around outside, you're asking for a cleanup. Ken Li looked so vulnerable as if he was about to disappear. Ning Shiyuan, looking at Ken Li's helpless and timid eyes, paused for a moment. Then he let go of Ken Li's wrist, his emotions complex. Crying like this, people would think I did something to you. Ken Li didn't speak, just curled up. At that moment, Jiang Yan walked over and saw Ning Shiyuan pulling out a few tissues, wiping the tears from Ken Li's face, his own face showing a trace of jealousy. A Yuan, why does Ken Li look so pale? Ning Shiyuan was feeling very confused. He glanced at Jiang Yan. Have you eaten yet? Jiang Yan looked at Ning Shiyuan with a wronged expression. Without you, I have no appetite. Ning Shiyuan didn't respond, focusing on wiping Ken Li's tears. Seeing Ning Shiyuan ignoring him, Jiang Yan could only give a deliberate light cough. Only then did Ning Shiyuan turn his head and reached out to touch Jiang Yan's forehead. Didn't I tell you to wear more? Why don't you pay more attention? Jiang Yan spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. I did pay attention, but these days have been so cold. I didn't bring enough clothes. First, we're mine. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to buy a new one, Ning Shiyuan responded, smiling contentedly. Then, as if to show off, he looked at Ken Li, who was curled up. Then, Ken Li placed his hands on his abdomen and stood up from the sofa. He didn't want to stay here for another second. At this moment, Ning Shiyuan turned his head to look at Ken Li's back and said in a deep voice, who allowed you to leave? He then walked over to Ken Li. We haven't settled our accounts yet, Ken Li replied softly, whatever I owe you, I will pay back someday. Ning Shuyuan smiled, pressing his finger against Ken Li's chin. Sure enough, you've found someone outside. Even your way of speaking has changed. Ning Shuyuan's words made Ken Li feel humiliated. You can slander me, but don't involve others. Ning Shuyuan thought about what Jiang Yan had told him before, suspecting that Ken Li might have secretly met with someone else countless times, which infuriated him. Then, he clenched his fist, ready to swing it at Ken Li, who, however, let a shallow smile appear on the corner of his mouth. Go ahead and hit me.
A faint smile emerged on Sen Li's lips. Go ahead and hit me, just beat me to death. I'm as good as dead living here every day anyway. Seeing Sen Li like this, Ning Shuyuan withdrew his arm and said softly, don't constantly talk about death, it's inauspicious. Then, turning to look at Sen Li, haven't I treated you well? Despite hating him so much, you still put on an understanding facade in front of Ning Shuyuan. Previously, Ning Shuyuan invited Sen Li to dine together. At the dining table, when Jiang Yan saw Sen Li, he smiled and said, Shuyuan mentioned ginger soup is good for dispelling cold. Let me serve you a bowl. Sen Li sneered and rejected Jiang Yan, thinking, you clearly despise me, yet you put on this understanding act in front of Ning Shuyuan. Maybe Jiang Yan actually thinks I have some laughable feelings for Ning Shuyuan. Ning Shuyuan frowned. Xiao Yan is just being kind, don't be too harsh. Jiang Yan, feeling wronged, added, it's my lack of consideration. If Sen Li doesn't want it, just pretend I never asked. Sen Li, who really didn't want to see the two of them, calmly stated, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to rest first. Jiang Yan, looking at Sen Li, said, I saw you wearing so little and specifically asked Shuyuan to find you a jacket. Then, Ning Shuyuan took the jacket from the servant, as if it were a favor from Jiang Yan. Sen Li did not dare accept such kindness and softly refused. Seeing Sen Li's ungratefulness, Ning Shuyuan forcefully placed the jacket on his chest. Don't know what's good for you. Want Han Chen to care about you? Jiang Yan held Ning Shuyuan's arm, her body shrinking. Sen Li, I don't know why you hate me. I actually have a good impression of you. Sen Li looked at Jiang Yan, who was cuddling in Ning Shuyuan's embrace, and suddenly laughed. The two of you don't need to involve me in your future together. Hearing this, Ning Shuyuan's temper flared up again, and he said coldly, what do you mean by that? Sen Li calmly replied, exactly what it says. Then he turned and left, ignoring the furious Ning Shuyuan behind him. He had always been upright and never caused trouble, but he had never seen anything like this before. Now, Ning Shuyuan was showing him everything. Facing the difficulty from his classmates, Professor Han once again helped him out of danger. Early the next morning, Sen Li finally returned to campus. At this moment, Sha Lu walked up to him. Haven't seen you in a few days. Are you okay? Sen Li smiled slightly, I'm fine. But Sha Lu's expression was different from usual. I heard you have someone you like. Is that true? Sen Li's smile gradually faded, and he softly replied, yes. Hearing Sen Li's confirmation, Sha Lu's face showed sadness. She usually had a smile on her face, but now her eyes were brimming with tears. At this moment, Ding Hao walked over, looking smugly at Sha Lu. It's not worth being sad over someone like him. Just now, you got out of Ning Shuyuan's car, right? He handed a tissue to Sha Lu. Sha Lu angrily brushed it away, frowning, don't talk nonsense. Ding Hao crumpled the tissue and continued, he knows whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Look at the clothes he's wearing. Aren't they all branded? His mother is still in the hospital. Where did he get so much money? Sha Lu then looked at Sen Li with suspicion, as if waiting for him to speak, while the classroom was buzzing with whispered discussions. Sen Li indeed comes from modest means. At this moment, Han Chen has already arrived in the classroom, his expression unusually stern. He then walks over to Sen Li and asks what happened. Ding Hao, smugly, says, isn't it because someone is tarnishing the school's reputation? Han Chen adjusts his glasses. Seeing Sen Li sitting there with a pale face, Han Chen also has a general idea in his heart. Do you have any solid evidence? Slandering others is illegal, he says. After hearing this, Ding Hao continues, otherwise, how could he afford such expensive clothes? But Han Chen just smiles, looking kindly at Sen Li. As a teacher, shouldn't I be compassionate towards my own students? This is the reward I gave Sen Li for helping me translate some materials. Hearing this, Ding Hao is momentarily at a loss for words. Then, Han Chen says, alright, let's get ready for class. But Sen Li still can't settle down. If not for Professor Han, he might have already become the target of everyone's condemnation. The dirty relationship between Sen Li and Ning Shuyuan was still discovered by Han Chen. As mentioned in the previous episode, Han Chen once again steered Sen Li away from danger. After class, Han Chen takes Sen Li to the next classroom. Then he closes the door. Sen Li stares at Han Chen's back, his feelings complicated. At this moment, Han Chen suddenly turns around and asks, "How long have you known Ning Shuyuan?" Startled, Sen Li stammers, indicating that they have known each other since high school. Then Han Chen comforted her, saying not to take to heart what they just said. Sen Li slightly bowed her head and breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, Han Chen approached her. Sen Li instinctively dodged back, but Han Chen still leaned in. "You always dodge me instinctively. Has Ning Shuyuan threatened you?" Sen Li, feeling guilty, replied that he hadn't, but Han Chen's next words made Sen Li's body stiffen. "Be careful in the future, there are still marks on your neck." Sen Li looked up at Han Chen in horror but still pretended to be calm. "I accidentally fell a few days ago. It might be from that." Han Chen sighed. "It's fine if you keep this matter from me, but there are some things I can still discern." Sen Li's heart went completely cold. Then Han Chen took Sen Li's hands. "Don't you trust me at all?" Sen Li's gaze flickered, thinking she wouldn't be discovered before graduation. Then Sen Li struggled to get up. "Professor Han, if there's nothing else, I'd like to return to the classroom." But Han Chen continued to ask, "Can you answer me first?" In that moment, Sen Li only felt an overwhelming pressure. Just then, the bell for class rang, and Han Chen finally let go of her hands. Sen Li quickly opened the door and fled back to the classroom. She knows everything now. That's how she seduced me. Do you see? Ever since Han Chen found out about her relationship with Ning Shuyuan, she hasn't replied to any of Han Chen's messages. A few days later, at a school cadre dinner, Sen Li actually drank alcohol. Before, she never touched a drop at these gatherings. But due to the long-term repression, he drank quite a bit today. His cheeks were flushed with a hint of red, exuding an inexplicable allure. The cell phone by his side started ringing, but Sen Li acted as if he heard nothing. Someone beside him reminded him, but the groggy Sen Li couldn't focus at all. In a daze, he heard someone praising Professor Han. Seeing Sen Li's state, Han Chen firmly grabbed the arm that Sen Li was using to hold his drink, then proceeded to help Sen Li up, preparing to leave. Seeing this, the crowd jokingly said, "Professor Han, why are you so nice to Sen Li?" Han Chen smiled and said, "If you could help me translate materials without any issues, I could be nice to you too." "Never mind, we'll leave such favorable tasks to Sen Li," the person quickly declined. The man quickly declined, and then Han Chen escorted Sen Li outside, the smile on his face fading. At this moment, Sen Li's phone rang again. Han Chen picked up the phone, saw the caller ID, and immediately turned it off. Ning Shuyuan had gone back to his hometown for a few days and hadn't had time to contact Sen Li. When he came back, Sen Li's phone was unreachable and his subsequent calls were met with a switched-off response. However, he knew where Sen Li was dining. Upon arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, he had just gotten out of the car when he saw Sen Li drunk, being supported by Han Chen. Their bodies were close together, with Sen Li's arm even draped over Han Chen's shoulder. His face grave, he thought, Professor Han really knows how to act in front of others. "Where are you taking my man?" Han Chen's brows furrowed deeply, as he had never claimed the person as his. Ning Shuyuan kept his composure. "So, you like to pick up what's been discarded by others, or have you wanted him for a long time?" Accused suddenly by Ning Shuyuan, Han Chen's expression darkened. "Ning Shuyuan, coercing someone like this is illegal," he said. But Ning Shuyuan just sneered, pulled Sen Li into his arms, and laughed. "He really does it willingly. You should know, many people cozy up to me for money. Do you think he's any better?" Hearing Ning Shuyuan speak of Sen Li in such a demeaning manner, Han Chen's gaze turned frighteningly cold. He knew Sen Li was not someone who was greedy for money, and at that moment, Sen Li woke up, his face flushed, and upon seeing the man before him, a smile formed on his lips. The look was so enticing that no one could resist. Ning Shuyuan's fingers caressed Sen Li's cheek, the gesture looking incredibly intimate. "See? That's how he seduced me." Han Chen stood there awkwardly. Could it really be as Ning Shuyuan said? Then Ning Shuyuan directly took Sen Li away. He threw him in the back seat and leaned down with a cold expression. "If I hadn't come, what were you planning to do with Han Chen?" Sen Li, lying on the bed, grabbed Ning Shuyuan's hand. Sen Li, lying on the bed, grabbed Ning Shuyuan's hand. Sen Li, lying on the bed, grabbed Ning Shuyuan's hand. With a blush on his cheeks, he stared at Ning Shuyuan. "I don't want to anymore." Last episode said Ning Shuyuan took Sen Li into the car. Then he brought him home. The cold water soaked Sen Li's entire body. Sen Li slowly opened his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. Ning Shuyuan looked down at him. Are you sober now? Sen Li blinked, curled up, and looked aside. Facing Ning Shuwan's questioning, Sen Li seemed not to hear. He lowered his head and bent his knees. Ning Shuyuan, with a dark face, squatted down and grabbed Sen Li's chin. Don't pretend in front of me. Sen Li stared at him blankly, with a bit of fragility and helplessness. Ning Shuwan's Adam's apple moved slightly. He hadn't touched Sen Li for a week. But Sen Li suddenly pushed his hand away, and a clear slap sound was heard on the back of his hand. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. Ning Shuyuan sneered. Fine. You've hooked up with someone else. You won't even let me touch you now. Sen Li lowered his head and said nothing. Then Ning Shuyuan pulled Sen Li over, pressing him against the cold wall, playing dumb, huh? Be brave and keep silent later on. Then he pressed himself against Sen Li. See, your body is already used to me. In the cramped space, Sen Li had no resistance left, consciousness fading yet seemingly clear. Afterward, Ning Shuyuan carried Sen Li to the bed. Sen Li looked at Ning Shuyuan in a daze, then grabbed his hand, his voice trembling. I don't want this anymore. Ning Shuyuan sneered. How can you throw yourself into someone else's arms but refuse to do so with me? Then he pounced directly on Sen Li. That's not for you to decide. Ning Shuyuan was actually so bold. Seeing the fruit in Ning Shuwan's hand, Sen Li was filled with fear. He probably anticipated what the other was about to do. Last episode mentioned, Sen Li left the Nings early the next day. He returned to school alone. Then, Han Chen came over. Han Chen's demeanor was no longer friendly but more solemn. What exactly is your relationship with Ning Shuyuan? Sen Li lowered his head, just classmates. Han Chen rested his hands on the desk, staring straight at him. I don't believe my most admired student is someone who is so greedy for money that they have no bottom line. It was a long time before Sen Li spoke. I'm very sorry. Then, ignoring Han Chen's questions, he stood up to leave, but Professor Han stopped him. At this moment, Ning Shuyuan and Ding Hao were watching everything that was happening. See, I told you, Sen Li is getting close to Han Chen for the exchange student quota, Ning said. Sen Li then returned to the dormitory, feeling uneasy. Sen Li was about to insert the key to open the door, but it opened directly. It was Ning Shuyuan who opened the door. Sen Li exclaimed, What are you doing here? Ning Shuyuan chuckled, It's not me. Who else could it be? Before he could answer, Ning Shuyuan directly locked the dormitory door. He took the recommendation letter for the exchange student and showed it to Sen Li. Seeing the letter in front of him, Sen Li's face turned pale, and his body stiffened. At this time, Ning Shuyuan slowly approached and lifted Sen Li's chin. First it was Sha Lu, now it's Han Chen. Who else will it be in the future? This is in the dormitory. Just separated by a door, you could still clearly hear the conversations outside. Ning Shuyuan always considered Sen Li to be his possession, but this possession had the audacity to get close to others. Then Ning Shuyuan ignored Sen Li's struggles, pinned him against the door, and brought over a few grapes. Sen Li roughly anticipated what the other party was going to do and started to tremble. Since you never agree when I tell you to eat more. It's the same eating this way. Suddenly, there were rustling sounds outside the door. Sen Li's eyes carried a bit of helpless pleading. Ning Shuyuan asked, Do you know you were wrong? Sen Li turned his face slightly and softly responded. Then the dormitory caretaker came and opened the dormitory door. At this moment, the two classmates who saw the two inside the room were stunned for a moment. With a friendly expression, Ning Shuyuan said, I came to find Sen Li for something. Didn't hear you knocking, hope that's okay. One of the boys said, It's not a big deal, and Ning Shuyuan didn't stay much longer. He looked back at Sen Li with a cold sneer before leaving. Every time he visited his mother in the hospital, he would feel a bit relieved. Sen Li's mother gazed at him softly. Have you thought about what I said to you last time? Sen Li looked slightly helpless, paused for a few seconds, and said, I haven't graduated yet. Let's talk about it when I'm capable in the future. Then Sen Li's mother glanced at the caregiver, Xiao Wei. She intentionally tried to match them up. I haven't been out for a long time. Can you both accompany me for some fresh air? The sunlight outside shone on Sen Li, bringing a bit of warmth. These days of gloom, this was the most relaxing day. Xiao Hui's face was slightly red as she shyly looked at Sen Li. In fact, she had a good impression of this handsome young man. After the three chatted for a while, Sen Li softly said, It's getting windy. Let's go back. Then, Sen Li slightly lifted his head. His body tensed subconsciously. Ning Shuyuan was standing in the distance, watching him. His gaze seemed as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Sen Li looked at Xiao Wei to the side and said, You go back to the ward first. But Ning Shuyuan approached with a smile on his face. I'll take Auntie back to the ward. Sen Li looked at Ning Shuyuan reluctantly. Then, Sen Li's mother looked at the tall and handsome man in front of her and asked, Xiao Li, is this your friend? Sen Li could only reply affirmatively. Hearing that Ning Shuyuan was Sen Li's friend, his mother said amiably, don't trouble yourself, they can take me up. Ning Shuyuan softly replied, it's no trouble. Sen Li's expression changed subtly. Just as he was about to push the wheelchair, Ning Shuyuan blocked him. Ning Shuyuan had never changed his decision because of what he said. It was true before and it is no exception now. After returning to the ward, Sen Li pulled Ning Shuyuan's arm and whispered, come out for a moment. At this time, Sen Li's mother was feeling thirsty, and Xiao Wei was about to go get water. However, Ning Shuyuan took the cup, filled it with water, and brought it to Sen Li's mother. She was unaware of the particular relationship between Ning Shuyuan and Sen Li. She then sighed, you young people should not only focus on your studies. You should also put some effort into your relationships. Ning Shuyuan chuckled and said, indeed, we should. I think the two of them are quite a good match. For Sen Li, this hurdle is insurmountable. In the previous episode, Sen Li's mother met Ning Shuyuan and spoke according to her wishes. She said to Sen Li, you see, young Master Ning also says so. Don't be so stubborn. Everyone goes through this process. You will eventually have to start a family. Xiao Wei, standing nearby, blushed upon hearing this. Ning Shuyuan, looking like he was enjoying the show, stared at Sen Li. Sen Li, feeling guilty, said, I need to take exams soon, and my coursework is quite tight. I don't have the time. Seeing the disappointment on Sen Li's mother's face, Ning Shuyuan walked over to comfort her, Auntie, these things should happen naturally. Don't worry too much. Until it got dark outside, Sen Li quietly said, it's getting late. We should head back. The place where he used to feel most relaxed now felt like torture with every extra second. After leaving the hospital, Ning Shuyuan lit a cigarette, took a puff, and slowly said, no wonder you never pick up my calls when you come to the hospital. Turns out the feelings are mutual. Sen Li stared at Ning Shuyuan, you know I don't have those thoughts. Ning Shuyuan walked over and grabbed Sen Li by the neck, ungrateful thing, using my resources and still flirting around in the hospital. Sen Li was choked to the point of oxygen deprivation, his eyes becoming teary. Coughing, Ning Shuyuan released his grip. Sen Li continued to cough several times. Before he could catch his breath, Ning Shuyuan dragged him outside. Doesn't your mother want you to start a family? I'll give you a hand. From today on, you're staying home. Don't think about going anywhere. Sen Li took a breath and said, Ning Shuyuan, you have no right to restrict my freedom. Ning Shuyuan stared at him, his face growing darker. He then pinched Sen Li's chin. Freedom? Seeking freedom with others? Can you? Sen Li retorted defiantly. Don't push me too far. There are worse things, let me tell you. If you dare to debase yourself by getting involved with someone else, neither you nor that person will have a good time. Tears welled in Sen Li's eyes as he laughed bitterly. You're right, I am debased. Then why don't you let me go and find your so-called high-class people? Ning Shuyuan yanked him over. Fine. Let's go to the hospital right now and explain everything to your mother. Let's also let her know why you haven't had a girlfriend all these years. Seeing Sen Li's face full of panic, his body desperately retreating, Ning Shuyuan laughed softly. I don't care anyway. The public tugging made Sen Li extremely fearful. Sen Li's voice trembled. Ning Shuyuan, let's go back. Didn't you want to cut ties with me? Then I'll fulfill your wish, Ning Shuyuan said in a deep voice. Sen Li didn't know how to respond for a moment. After a while, he weakly said, I don't want to. His eyes were red, tears rolling down his cheeks. Ning Shuyuan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Why are you crying? Feeling wronged? Ning Shuyuan then took Sen Li into the car. Don't go out too much when we get back. Ning Shuyuan leaned down and pinned Sen Li. Sen Li's pale cheeks turned slightly red. Previously, Ning Shuyuan took Sen Li into the car. Then he took him to his villa. Ning Shuyuan pressed Sen Li onto the bed. Sen Li exclaimed, what are you going to do? Ning Shuyuan flashed a playful smile. Of course, to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, how would you know you were wrong? Sen Li looked at him and directly retorted, I'm not wrong. Seeing Sen Li dare to resist, Ning Shuyuan suddenly exerted force. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. Afterwards, tears rolled down Sen Li's cheeks. Right, I am wrong. My mistake was in getting to know you, thinking your character wasn't as bad as the rumors, and mistakenly going to help you with your studies out of kindness. His words were cut off abruptly as Ning Shuyuan slapped him. Ning Shuyuan, who was never a pushover, might have found Sen Li's resistance novel. But he didn't believe there was anyone he couldn't deal with. Then Sen Li's pupils unfocused, and he said tiredly to Ning Shuyuan, "Can we talk properly?" Ning Shuyuan looked down at him. "What do you want to talk about?" Sen Li collected himself, his voice hoarse. "We're destined to have no future. Why can't you let me go and find someone you can be with openly and rightfully?" Ning Shuyuan leaned closer, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. "What, you want a title now?" Sen Li paused, tears falling from his eyes. He had never thought about demanding anything from Ning Shuyuan. Ning Shuyuan pinched his cheek and said, "If one day I get married, I will buy a house in your name and give you a living allowance every month." Sen Li's face showed distress. "If you want to keep someone on the side, go find someone else. I will find a way to repay what I owe you. I don't need your money. Seeing that would only make me sick." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Shuyuan, in anger, knocked a vase to the floor. Then, with a stern face, he picked up the tools and tied Sen Li firmly to the bed. Indifferently he said, "Since it's like this, you can just suffer here until you die." Sen Li still harbored a sliver of hope. But now, Ning Shuyuan seemed to have cast an impenetrable prison for him. Ning Shuyuan pushed open the door, making a fuss. "I heard Han Chen has been inquiring about you these days. You're quite charming, aren't you?" Sen Li was startled internally but didn't speak. Then Ning Shuyuan lifted Sen Li's chin and smiled. After lifting Sen Li's chin and smiling, Ning Shuyuan said, "It's just a pity he doesn't know you've already been played out by me." Sen Li turned his head away, refusing Ning Shuyuan's touch. The next second, Ning Shuyuan captured his chin and kissed him forcefully. Feeling Ning Shuyuan unbuttoning his shirt, Sen Li dared not look at him and whispered, "There's less than a month left until the final exams. I want to go to school, but on one condition." Then his body leaned against him, face extremely close, yet telling Han Chen, "You followed me willingly," telling him to mind his own business from now on. Sen Li's body stiffened without reply. Ning Shuyuan continued, "If you're unwilling, it's okay. I have plenty of ways to deal with him." Sen Li slowly closed his eyes. Such dirty and vile methods. He didn't want to drag Han Chen into this mess and thus agreed to Ning Shuyuan's request. Afterward, Sen Li returned to the school, only to be stopped by Ding Hao. "Why do you need to take several days off whenever Ning Shuyuan comes looking for you?" Sen Li looked at him and said, "My personal affairs are none of your business." Ding Hao laughed. "I'm just worried someone might tarnish the reputation of our school." Sen Li knew Ding Hao's hidden motive and continued, "I won't compete with you for the exchange student spot, and you don't need to trouble me anymore." Ding Hao, feeling his intentions exposed, became somewhat furiously embarrassed. "Who said I'm doing this for the spot? Don't think I don't know about you and Ning Shuyuan's relationship just because Professor Han helped you out last time." "What relationship?" Sen Li retorted. In fact, Ding Hao was a bit afraid of Ning Shuyuan, fearing Ning Shuyuan would find trouble with him for speaking out when the parties involved hadn't chosen to disclose it. Then, he left in a huff. Sen Li sighed deeply. Suddenly someone draped a jacket over him from behind. Sen Li turned around and realized the person was Han Chen. Han Chen looked at him intently. "Why keep everything bottled up inside? I know you're being threatened by him. I know very well what kind of person you are." But Sen Li took off the jacket draped over him. "Professor Han, you don't need to concern yourself with this matter anymore. I'm sorry for failing to meet your expectations." Han Chen did not take the coat offered by Shen Li, but looked at Shen Li with a look that seemed utterly disappointed. His gentleness made Shen Li even more panicked. As mentioned in the previous episode, seeing Han Chen in front of him, Shen Li's palms were sweating. Then, seemingly calm, he said, "I will handle my relationship with Ning Shuyuan on my own. You don't need to trouble yourself." Han Chen looked at Shen Li. "I don't think you are troubling me." Then, moving closer, he firmly grasped Shen Li's arm and continued, "I've said it before. If you need help with anything, just tell me. You've helped me a lot over the years. Can I help you this once?" Shen Li turned his face away and whispered softly, "These two matters are different. Helping Han Chen was effortless, but if Ning Shuyuan becomes ruthless, who knows what he might do to Han Chen." Then, Shen Li placed the coat in Han Chen's hand, his lips barely moving. "I willingly followed him. I'm very sorry to have disappointed you. Let this matter end here. Since you already know about my relationship with him, pretend you never had me as a student." Shen Li's voice was a little hoarse. Then, he turned to leave, but Han Chen grabbed Shen Li's shoulder, turned him around, and looked at Shen Li with deep eyes, which made Shen Li's face show a bit of panic. "How could I possibly pretend I've never known you?" This was the first time Shen Li and Han Chen were this close. In the other's eyes, there seemed to be emotions not usually there. Sen Li watched Han Chen and laughed at himself. Could it be that you, like him, have that kind of feelings for men? Han Chen's expression paused. In the next second, he said kindly, I haven't thought about it that way, but since you mentioned it, I guess I could give it some thought. Sen Li looked at Han Chen, who was putting a coat on him again, and was momentarily speechless. Then Han Chen said, you caught a cold and had a fever recently, don't catch a chill again. Sen Li lowered his head slightly. I'm not worth you doing all this for me. He still hadn't been able to completely draw a line with Han Chen. Moreover, some of Han Chen's attitudes towards him made him feel something was off. If one day I betray your trust, will you hate me? In the previous episode, Han Chen had just left not long ago when Sha Lu came over. Seeing Sen Li looking so unwell, Sha Lu asked considerately, Sen Li, are you sick? Sen Li looked at Sha Lu gently and said softly, I'm fine. Sha Lu said happily, then let's go to the library to study. You've missed some classes recently. This is my chance to repay you for helping me with my studies before. Sen Li turned his head. The girl's face was full of lively energy, as if everything was wonderful. He used to be like that too. Seeing Sen Li lost in thought, Sha Lu called out, Sen Li, we need to hurry. The seats in the library are hard to get. If we're late, we won't find any. Afterward, the two found a spot in the library and sat down. Seeing Sen Li, who had missed classes for a while but knew all the answers, Sha Lu scratched her head embarrassedly. She had previously offered to tutor Sen Li. Just when she was puzzled, Sen Li slowly reached out his arm, causing Sha Lu's cheeks to turn slightly red. Naturally, she was very nervous as the boy she admired approached. Sen Li chuckled, your hair is sticking up. Sha Lu's face turned even redder. Pretend you didn't see anything, okay? Seeing Sha Lu's reaction, Sen Li's smile grew wider. Suddenly, the phone beside them vibrated. After seeing the caller ID, Sen Li's body slightly trembled, then he hung up the call. Then, turning to Sha Lu, he said, if one day I betray your trust, will you hate me? Sha Lu did not expect Sen Li to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, she said, I think everyone has their own difficulties. If that's the case, why should I hate you? Before she could finish, the phone vibrated again. Then, Sha Lu smiled understandingly, someone keeps calling. You should take care of it first. Let's meet up next time. Just as Sen Li walked out of the library, he saw Ning Shu Yuan standing in the distance. Ning Shu Yuan angrily said, not answering my calls? I was in the library, my phone was on silent. I only saw it when I came out, said Sen Li. Ning Shu Yuan sneered, who were you with? Sen Li paused for a second. He didn't want to drag Sha Lu into it, so he replied, alone. Right after he spoke, Ning Shu Yuan showed him a photo of him and Sha Lu together, saying, Sen Li, it seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. I've long told you to cut off all these messy relationships. You didn't listen, did you? Fine, then I'll help you cut them off. Sen Li panicked, what are you going to do? He was afraid Ning Shuyuan would lay a hand on Sha Lu. He was afraid Ning Shuyuan would hurt Sha Lu, so staying home was boring. It's nice to change things up once in a while. As mentioned in the previous episode, to sever the relationship between Sen Li and Sha Lu, Ning Shuyuan brought Sen Li to a love hotel. As soon as the door was opened, he pressed him against it. Ning Shuyuan smiled, then leaned forward and kissed Sen Li on the chin. At this moment, a sound of something falling to the ground was heard. Sen Li glanced to the side, and his face immediately turned fearful, his mind went blank. Sha Lu couldn't believe what she was seeing. After a pause, Sen Li fiercely tried to push the person in front of him away. Ning Shuyuan revealed a playful smile. He likes you, doesn't he? Let's see if he can still like women after this. With that, he began to unbutton Sen Li's clothes. Sen Li tried to resist, but Ning Shuyuan firmly pinned his hands above his head, a look of despair on his face. Stop looking. Sha Lu stood there dazed as she watched the two. After school, she received a text message. Sen Li asked her to meet him at a place outside of school, saying he had something to tell her. But why is Ning Shuyuan here? Hearing Sen Li's voice, Sha Lu suddenly woke up and then walked over, trying to pull Ning Shuyuan away from Sen Li. How could you do such a thing to Sen Li? Ning Shuyuan grabbed Sha Lu's extended arm and said coldly, if it weren't for Sha Chuan's sake, do you think those who provoke me would end up well? Sha Lu endured the severe pain on her wrist and asked, what do you mean by, your person? Ning Shuyuan sneered, he's been with me for several years. You can ask him if he's still. Sen Li interrupted him in despair. Stop it, please stop it. Sen Li turned to look down at him. What were you doing earlier? I gave you the chance to break it off with her. Sen Li's eyes reddened as he looked at Sha Lu, just go. I am the kind of person Ding Hao said I was. Even if you scold me, it's all my own doing. Sha Lu numbly called out, Sen Li. Sen Li's voice choked, tears streaming down his cheeks. Go, and don't come looking for me again. Ning Shuyuan looked at Sha Lu. See clearly, this is who he is. If you want to stay and watch us being intimate, I don't mind. Sha Lu stood there in a daze, unable to react to the scene before her. After a while, hearing footsteps gradually fading away, Sen Li painfully closed his eyes. Ning Shuyuan let out a cold laugh. How pitiful, she left, crying. Feeling sorry for her? Sen Li's fingers rubbed together. Ning Shuyuan, to what extent do you want to push me before you're satisfied? Ning Shuwan's face instantly darkened. He lifted Sen Li's chin. For a woman, you dare question me? Seeing Sen Li trembling all over, his cheeks soaked, Ning Shuyuan couldn't bear it and embraced him. Sen Li used all his strength to push Ning Shuyuan away. You've ruined everything for me. Why do you have to take away even my basic social interactions? You want me to do something, and I must do it. There are hardly any people left around me to talk to. Every day, I fear being pointed at and judged. What did I do wrong? Sen Li covered his face and cried out in despair. Ning Shuyuan frowned. Who dares to point at you and judge? Sen Li laughed self-deprecatingly. You're the young master of the Ning family, of course you're not afraid. But I don't dare to even wish for the luxury of walking openly on the campus. Ning Shuyuan moved slightly awkwardly. Sen Li's expression seemed different from before. He then turned his head and said softly, such a buzzkill. Then he helped Sen Li tidy up his clothes. All right, let's go back. But Sen Li shoved him away. Don't touch me. Ning Shuwan's face darkened and he glared at him. I've touched you so many times, and now you've learned to be reserved? Sen Li raised his head to look at Ning Shuyuan. What do you take me for? Ning Shuyuan looked displeased. He hadn't expected Sen Li to suddenly ask him this question. Sen Li continued, everyone is born equal. I'm not your slave. Hearing this, Ning Shuyuan grabbed Sen Li by the collar. To him, Sen Li was just an ordinary poor college student. What right did he have to say such things to him? Sen Li didn't continue to speak, just looked expressionlessly to one side. Seeing Sen Li like this, Ning Shuwan's heart softened. Then, he pulled Sen Li into his arms and comforted him. It's okay, I'll treat you well. If you don't want your mother to know how the medical bills were paid, or let the whole school know about our relationship, then you just need to obey. And in his arms, Sen Li's tears once again silently slipped down. Behind him was ostensibly flat ground, but it was already a cliff. The cold and harsh wind brushed against his body, and one step back would plunge him into the dark abyss, never to find peace again. Sen Li then hung up on Ning Shuwan's call, and went home with Han Chen. In the previous episode, after separating from Ning Shuyuan, Sen Li went to the hospital alone and received a call from Han Chen right after leaving the hospital. Han Chen asked, "Where are you? What happened? If you don't speak up, I'll start looking for you everywhere. I'll post missing person notices everywhere. I will find you." There was an undeniable authority in Han Chen's voice. Sen Li's voice was very low. "I'm at the hospital." Then, Han Chen stood up, grabbed a coat, and hung up the phone. Sen Li stood at the entrance of the hospital. It wasn't long before Han Chen ran over, panting. "Why don't you find a warm place?" He then took off his scarf and wrapped it around Sen Li's neck. Feeling Han Chen's warmth, Sen Li whispered, "Professor Han, you shouldn't have come." But Han Chen hugged Sen Li tightly. "I'm already here. Why would you send me away? Come back with me, it's too cold outside." Sen Li slightly bowed his head. "I don't want to go back to school." Then Han Chen took off his coat and draped it over Sen Li's shoulders. "Then let's go to my place. I don't have classes this afternoon anyway. If you've missed any lessons, I can teach you one-on-one. That's a pretty good deal, right?" Seeing that Sen Li didn't respond, Han Chen gently brushed the snowflakes off his head. He then reached out both hands to lift Sen Li's cheeks. "Don't hide from me anymore. The more you do, the more I want to find you." Then he adjusted the coat around Sen Li. "The snow is getting heavier. Let's go back." After getting into the car, Han Chen heard Sen Li's phone vibrate and asked, "Is it Ning Shuyuan?" Sen Li didn't speak, just took out his phone and pressed the power off button. Anyway, the outcome is already the worst it can be. It can't get any worse. Arriving at Han Chen's place, Sen Li's first impression was that it was very neat. Then Han Chen took the coat off Sen Li. "Sit down for a bit. I'll pour you some hot water." When he came back, he saw Sen Li pressing his fingers against his lower abdomen, his face pale. "Is your stomach hurting again? Drink some hot tea and wait here for a moment." It wasn't long before Han Chen brought over a hot water bottle. Han Chen took the hot water bottle and handed it to Sen Li. However, Sen Li, startled, quickly moved his body back. Creating some distance between himself and Han Chen, Han Chen's actions were left hanging in the air. He didn't say anything, just placed the hot water bottle in front of him. Sen Li bowed his head and softly apologized for the inconvenience. He knew his earlier action was rather rude. Han Chen smiled and said, "Instead of apologizing, it would be better if you could stay longer." Han Chen was very good at grasping Sen Li's thoughts. A few words were enough to make Sen Li stay overnight at his house. In the previous episode, Han Chen's words changed the atmosphere. Looking at the dazed Sen Li, Han Chen smiled gently and said he was just joking. Sen Li's thin lips pressed together, and he didn't say anything. Then, Han Chen went to the kitchen. Sen Li had never thought that a man like Han Chen would actually cook. Sen Li got up from the sofa, wanting to see if there was anything he could help with. After tying the apron, Han Chen looked at Sen Li and said there was no need for his help. The kitchen had too much smoke and grease. He told him to just wait. Sen Li wasn't used to others being kind to him unilaterally, so he rolled up his sleeves and offered to wash vegetables. But Han Chen pushed him out, saying he would only get in the way. If he felt bored, there were a few books on the living room table he thought Sen Li would like. Sen Li didn't say anything more and casually picked up a few books to read. Being able to temporarily escape from that person, this moment of peace gave him quite a bit of comfort. As his tense nerves gradually relaxed, he fell asleep. Seeing the sleeping Sen Li, Han Chen had no intention of waking him up and covered him with a jacket. Before long, Sen Li suddenly woke up. Han Chen asked if he has been very tired lately and urged him to come eat. "What would you like to eat? Just tell me in the future, and I can cook it for you." At that moment, Han Chen's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Han Chen purposely went to the bedroom to avoid Sen Li. Sen Li knew all too well who was calling. He walked over and stood by the door. Hearing the voices coming from the room, he realized at that moment that no matter where he was, he could never truly escape from Ning Shuyuan. He didn't want to listen anymore and turned around, accidentally knocking over a flower pot beside him. Han Chen caught him from behind, asking if he was all right. Sen Li, not daring to stay any longer, stammered, "Professor Han, it's already dark. I should go back to school." Han Chen grabbed his arm, "Don't go back. I have everything you need at home. Just stay with me for now." Han Chen didn't bring up the topic that scared him, but Sen Li knew that today's brief respite was all stolen time. Shaking his head, he whispered, "Better not. Thank you very much for today. Han Chen, you have an exam tomorrow. Do you want all your efforts this semester to go to waste?" It's not too late to leave after the exam. He didn't expect Sen Li to have such audacity, to actually dare to turn off his phone. Unable to reach Sen Li, Ning Shuyuan grew increasingly agitated. He asked a few people, but no one knew Sen Li's whereabouts. Zhang Yan stood to the side, shivering for warmth. "Hey Yuan, why don't we head back first? Maybe Sen Li will take a cab home by himself." Hearing this, Ning Shuyuan recalled what Sen Li had previously told him. If possible, he hoped never to see him again in this life. His heart sank abruptly. At this moment, Ning Shuyuan was filled with rage. The night cold grew harsher, and it was almost curfew time. Zhang Yan tugged on Ning Shuyuan's arm. "Hey Yuan, I'm really cold. Sen Li probably won't come. Let's go home." Ning Shuyuan, still angry, said flatly, "You take a cab home first." Zhang Yan had suggested this many times, but Ning Shuyuan always gave the same response. Then Zhang Yan sneezed, seemingly really catching a cold. Ning Shuyuan frowned. "All right, let's go. When we get home, have Li cook some warming soup for you." Finally willing to go home, a smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face. He then slipped his hand into Ning Shuyuan's pocket, thinking he might have devoted too much attention to Sen Li, and that even Zhang Yan was more obedient than him. After returning to the villa, Aunt Li brought out the pre-prepared hot soup. Zhang Yan, sitting beside him with a coquettish tone, said, "Hey Yuan, it's too cold tonight. I can't sleep alone." Ning Shuyuan responded, "We can turn on the heater." Zhang Yan continued, "I want you to accompany me. Didn't we always sleep together when we were kids?" For some reason, all these matters had nothing to do with Sen Li. Yet, images would always pop up in Ning Shuyuan's mind. Every time he tried to get close to Sen Li would fearfully avoid him. "Hey Yuan," Zhang Yan called out, jolting Ning Shuyuan back to reality. He then stood up, turned around, and left, his face growing increasingly grim. "Are you also interested in my body? If you don't mind, I can accompany you like I did him." Han Chen brought a glass of milk to Sen Li's room, knocked on the door, and saw the young man in slightly loose pajamas. Han Chen's gaze softened, and in a gentle voice, he said, "Have a glass of warm milk. It might help you sleep better." Sen Li looked uneasy, then took the milk. Seeing the homework book on the table, Han Chen asked, still studying. Are you confident about tomorrow's exam? Sen Li responded. Being alone in a closed room with a man made him indescribably anxious. Han Chen walked to the table, picked up the homework book, and asked, do you have any plans for the winter vacation? Sen Li cast his eyes down. In past vacations, Ning Shuyuan would always keep him locked up at home. Seeing Sen Li's uneasy expression, Han Chen extended his arm. I happen to have a rather easy job here. It just requires some help with organizing materials. I can also provide food and accommodation. What do you think? Sen Li took a step back, avoiding Han Chen's outstretched arm, and whispered, I'm sorry. Perhaps someone else is more suitable for this job. Han Chen softly replied, you don't think you can? Sen Li gave a bitter smile. He knew what kind of person Ning Shuyuan was, always using various vicious words to humiliate him. How could he not have told Han Chen about that incident? Professor Han, there's really no need for you to go to such lengths for me. Han Chen placed a hand on Sen Li's shoulder. Sen Li, I know about your mother's hospitalization. I said I could also support you. I will take good care of you. Sen Li's expression turned strange. From Han Chen's words, he roughly understood Han Chen's intentions. If you are also interested in my body, if you don't mind how dirty it is, I can accompany you just like I accompanied him. After saying that, he pulled open his pajamas. Han Chen grabbed Sen Li's hand. Sen Li thought Han Chen was rejecting him, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, I'm a man. I know, Han Chen replied, then adjusted Sen Li's clothes to keep him from catching a cold. Sen Li hurriedly said, there's an exam tomorrow, I want to rest early.
We have a test tomorrow, so I want to rest early. Han Chen suddenly leaned in, making Sen Li a bit flustered. But the other party merely picked a hair off his pointed head with his fingers and then whispered, don't bring up those topics in front of me again. It makes it very easy for me to believe them. Sen Li's intimate gestures with Xia Lu were once again caught by Ning Shuyuan. Previously, Sen Li stayed at Han Chen's house overnight. The next morning, just after his test, Sen Li was called by a roommate from behind. Did you offend Ning Shuyuan? He was looking for you all day yesterday, asking if I had seen you. He looked like he was about to eat someone. Sen Li quietly responded. He knew Ning Shuyuan would look for him everywhere. Then the roommate leaned in closer and advised softly, if you can avoid him, do it. After all, it's finals, and when the school holidays start, he can't do anything to you. Maybe after the winter break, he'll forget about it. Sen Li smiled slightly, I understand, thank you. At that moment, Xia Lu walked over. Can we talk outside? She asked. Sen Li looked at the nervous girl in front of him. He wanted to refuse, but then she added, I won't tell anyone. Sen Li had no choice but to agree. They moved to a less crowded corridor, and Xia Lu spoke first. I asked my cousin. He said you and Ning Shuyuan have been together for a while. I know you're not the kind of person Ding Hao said you are. Can I help you with anything? Did Ning Shuyuan start threatening you the last time he looked for you in the dormitory? Sen Li smiled bitterly. Xia Lu was too naive and oversimplified everything. Then he softly said, go back to the classroom. The next exam is about to start. In his eyes, a girl like Xia Lu should find a boyfriend with a clean background who cherishes her. He couldn't give her a future. If he got involved with her, it would only drag her down. Just as he stepped into the classroom, Xia Lu grabbed his shirt, her eyes red. Sen Li, do you have no feelings for me at all? Sen Li's face remained calm. Let go, he softly said, let go. Not even for a moment? Do you really have no feelings for me at all? Sen Li's lips thinned, his expression dark. You deserve someone better. A few people in the classroom saw this scene and started to jeer, Sen Li, just go out with her. Try it first. If it doesn't work out, you can break up. There's no need to make it so awkward. The people around continued to egg them on, louder and louder, making it clear they wanted the whole school to know. Sen Li's brows furrowed slightly as he maintained his silence. Suddenly, a tall figure walked in from the crowd. Everyone fell silent upon seeing him. The previously bustling atmosphere turned a bit strange. Ning Shuyuan had a smile on his face. Who are you talking about being together? It's a pity he stole my watch. I'll deal with him first. Seeing Sen Li who hadn't returned all night, Ning Shuyuan couldn't wait to drag Sen Li into the classroom to deal with the matter. In the previous episode, Ning Shuyuan accused Sen Li of stealing his watch. The surrounding people's expressions immediately changed. After all, Sen Li had a good reputation at school. How could he possibly steal something? But they didn't dare to question Ning Xiuyuan. Only Xia Lu angrily retorted to Ning Xiuyuan, "Don't frame him." Ning Xiuyuan grabbed Sun Li's hand and pulled him closer. "Check his dorm room if you don't believe me." Hearing Ning Xiuyuan's words, a few hisses came from the crowd, followed by someone whispering, "I saw Sun Li with an expensive watch a while ago," as discussions increasingly grew more absurd. Xia Lu anxiously shouted, "Sun Li, why don't you explain?" Sun Li's lips tightened, sinking into despair amidst the doubts and accusations of others, knowing that watch was indeed in his drawer, a gift from Ning Xiuyuan. "If I explain, the awaiting discussions might be even harder to bear," Sun Li whispered, "just go take your exam." Then Ning Xiuyuan took him to a classroom. Pushing him against the wall, Ning Xiuyuan asked with a dark face, "Where were you yesterday?" Sun Li turned his head away, remaining silent upon seeing Ning Xiuyuan's attitude. Ning Xiuyuan's anger intensified, grabbing Sun Li by the neck, to which Sun Li chuckled, "What does it matter to you where I went?" Ning Xiuyuan swung his fist at Sun Li, seeming like he would strike at any second, but seeing Ning Xiuyuan's grim expression, Sun Li was no longer afraid, challenging, "If you dare, go ahead and hit me." With a cold tone, Ning Xiuyuan said, "Sun Li, you're really brave," then flipped Sun Li over. Pressing against Sun Li's shoulder, sensing what might happen next, Sun Li's expression turned to panic. "Ning Xiuyuan, not here," but Ning Xiuyuan scoffed, "Aren't you unafraid? I want to see how long you can keep this up." Sun Li's face filled with terror, struggling to push away the person behind him, but his strength was no match for Ning Xiuyuan, who whispered a warning in his ear, "If you dare have relations with someone else, I will never forgive you." Maybe because class was over, Sun Li became quiet, tears sliding down his cheeks. "Shall we go somewhere else?" Ning Xiuyuan sneered, "Wouldn't it be better to let everyone know what kind of person you are? It would also keep other women from getting ideas." A strong sadness surged in Sun Li's heart. Tears streamed down his face. Despite years of study, it all came to nothing in the end. Ning Xiuyuan finally got his wish. His fingers caressed his chin as he whispered, "I thought of letting you off, but you don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to come to school anymore." Sun Li's gaze was dull, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Anyway, I can't finish my studies. They all think I'm a thief. There's no place for me in this school anymore." Ning Xiuyuan frowned as Sun Li continued expressionlessly, "What did I do wrong? I studied for years and still, it led to nothing." "Ning Xiuyuan, you've achieved your goal. So many people drop out of high school and still live just fine. Besides, I won't shortchange you. I'll give you a house, equivalent to working for 10 years. Hearing this, Sun Li scoffed sarcastically. Ning Xiuyuan's expression turned cold. He yanked at Sun Li, "Don't push your luck." Sun Li struggled to break free from Ning Xiuyuan's grasp. "Don't touch me." Ning Xiuyuan's face was marked with intense anger. "Getting smart, are you?" But Sun Li calmly said, "I was wrong. The biggest mistake of my life was meeting you. You ruined me." Ning Xiuyuan was slightly startled, then his expression softened as he said, "You can take the books home if you want to study. It will save you from daydreaming about this and that." Sun Li hung his head and did not reply. Sun Li lowered his head without replying. At this time, Sun Li's phone vibrated. "Whose call is it?" Ning Xiuyuan's face was full of anger. Before Sun Li could react, the phone was snatched away. Seeing the caller ID, Ning Xiuyuan showed a cold smile. "It's him again." Then he answered the call. "Professor Han has already told you, don't take what belongs to others." Han Chen's face darkened. "Where are you?" Ning Xiuyuan said coldly, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder. It's inconvenient to reveal the location. But you haven't gained anything, and you won't have a chance in the future. Ning Xiuyuan, don't do anything reckless." Han Chen's angry voice came over the phone. Ning Xiuyuan glanced at Sun Li beside him. "It's not your place to remind him." Sun Li moved out of the school and into Ning Xiuyuan's house. Ning Xiuyuan finally got what he wanted. In the previous episode, as soon as Ning Xiuyuan finished speaking, the phone was snatched by Sun Li. He was about to get angry but saw the look in Sun Li's eyes. He felt a sinking feeling, not out of fear, but what exactly it was, he didn't know. Sun Li's expression was very calm. "Professor Han, thank you for your trouble these years. I appreciate it." These words sounded like a farewell. Professor Han's face looked a bit panicked. "Sun Li, you don't need to apologize to me. Tell me your location. I'll cover your mother's medical expenses and investigate the matters at school to give you justice." Sun Li softly said, "You don't need to trouble yourself anymore." Being able to take him in yesterday, he was already satisfied. He hasn't had such a peaceful day in a long time. Han Shen tried his best to control his emotions and said to Cinli, "You have to believe me." Cinli wiped the tear from the corner of his eye. He didn't care anymore whether Ningxiu Yuan was here or not. "Thank you so much. If I were a girl, I'd still only want to be a man. I'm sorry." Cinli's words made Ningxiu Yuan's face turn cold. "Why, you still want to be with him?" It was as if Cinli didn't hear Ningxiu Yuan. After hanging up the phone, he also turned it off. Ningxiu Yuan felt a trace of irritation, grabbed Cinli's hand abruptly. "Your hand is so cold, why didn't you wear gloves?" Then, with a flushed face, he took Cinli's hand and placed it in his own pocket. "Cold or not?" Ningxiu Yuan frowned. "Can't you speak properly?" Then, impatiently turning around, "Forget it, see if there's anything you need to take from school." "Pack it up, I'll have someone move it back." Cinli responded faintly, "No, there's no need to come to school anymore anyway. Seeing those books only adds to the annoyance." Then he sat in the car. Cinli, sitting in the car, gazed out the window and suddenly saw a familiar figure at the school gate. From inside the car, you can clearly see people outside, but from the outside, you can't see inside. The bubbles shattered under the colorful sunlight. Cinli saw Jiang Yan acting pitiful in front of him and just found it ridiculous. Last episode, Ningxiu Yuan dragged Cinli back home. Aunt Li saw Cinli's complexion change, thinking Ningxiu Yuan had grown tired of Cinli. She didn't expect that in less than a day, he would bring him back. Then, she hesitated and said, "Young master." Ningxiu Yuan took off his coat and said in a deep voice, "From now on, he will live at home. He will not go anywhere else." Aunt Li hesitated and asked again, "Is it okay to stay here?" Then Ningxiu Yuan threw his coat to the servant. "What's wrong? Is it not allowed?" "Young master, you are being foolish. Don't be deceived by him again. It's not proper." Ningxiu Yuan interrupted Aunt Li with a gloomy face and said, "Li, you're meddling too much. If you don't want to stay here, I'll find someone else." Hearing their conversation, Cinli's lips curved into a slight smile. His usually cold face showed a bit more warmth. "If you really care about him, you can poison my food. If I die, you won't have to worry anymore." Aunt Li had never seen Cinli take the initiative to talk to her and was caught off guard. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a slap. Fingers touched the burning skin. Ningxiu Yuan finally lost his temper. "Don't talk about death so casually." Cinli stood up straight, with a slight smile. "You can beat me to death, after all, the Ning family has power and influence. They can definitely handle it." Cinli's words made Aunt Li shiver. She quickly tried to calm the furious Ningxiu Yuan. Ningxiu Yuan's face was extremely stern. "Li, go make dinner." Then the two sat in the living room. At this moment, Jiang Yan walked over. Jiang Yan's eyes were tinged with jealousy. As expected, Ningxiu Yuan once again ignored him because of this person. It had happened many times. Things he had planned with Ningxiu Yuan were disrupted because of this person. He walked up to Ningxiu Yuan, seeking protection. Then he said, "Cinli, you're here too. It's been spreading around school that you missed the exam. And no one could find you. They say you were exposed for stealing and were too ashamed to show your face." Cinli put down the chopsticks in his hand, his eyes staring at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, afraid, hid behind Ningxiu Yuan. "This matter has blown up. I think you should come forward and say something. Otherwise, they'll just assume you're the thief." Then, lowering his voice, Cinli continued, "Actually, I do want to be friends with you. I don't know what I did to upset you, making you always hostile towards me." Ningxiu Yuan sensed that Cinli was different from usual. In the previous episode, it was mentioned that Cinli had a cold expression and directly ignored the two people in front of him. Ningxiu Yuan turned around and saw that the person who had just been instructed to move the luggage had returned. Jiang Yan casually picked up an item, asking, "Can this still be worn?" It might have pilled a bit due to being worn too many times. It was a sweater knitted by Cinli's mother. Cinli still remembered how warm it felt when he wore it. But Jiang Yan handed the sweater to a servant nearby, saying, "It's better to make good use of it. Use it to clean the floor." As soon as the words were out, Cinli snatched the sweater from Jiang Yan's hand. The sudden movement caused Jiang Yan to lean forward and almost fall. Ningxiu Yuan held onto Jiang Yan's arm, saying coldly, "Do you feel uncomfortable if you're not causing trouble?" Cinli shouted sternly, "Don't touch my things." "So what if I touch it?" "Stop being unreasonable." Ningxiu Yuan's face darkened. Cinli then took 2 steps forward, looking at Jiang Yan who was shrinking behind Ningxiu Yuan. In a low voice, he said, Jiang Yan, don't you want to be friends with me? I agree. Hearing Sin Li's words, Jiang Yan's face froze. Clinging to Ning Xiuyuan's arm, he hid behind him and asked in a low voice, if that's the case, why are you still avoiding me? This scene was coincidentally seen by Aunt Li outside the door. Sin Li, don't think about harming young Master Jiang. If it weren't for young Master Jiang kindly checking on you in your room last time, how could you have grabbed him by the neck? How could you possibly choke me? Sin Li turned his head to look at Li, his expression somewhat puzzled. Didn't he say we had a misunderstanding? I want to clear it up too, can't I? Ning Xiuyuan frowned, then ordered the servants to move Sin Li's belongings upstairs. Sin Li didn't plan to stay there any longer and followed upstairs. After Sin Li left, Jiang Yan hugged Ning Xiuyuan's arm and whispered, Xiuyuan, it's not that I don't want to clear the misunderstanding with Sin Li, it's just that he almost made me fall earlier. His sudden change of attitude caught me off guard. I'm having a hard time adapting. Ning Xiuyuan quietly responded and then moved Jiang Yan's hand away. He said softly, order whatever you want from the servants. Watching Ning Xiuyuan walk away, Jiang Yan's fingers trembled, and the innocence in his eyes turned sinister. If Sin Li disappeared yesterday, why didn't he just keep disappearing? Why come back? In the past, Sin Li would have felt ashamed, but now he seems to have developed a pathological feeling. He doesn't even recognize himself anymore. As mentioned in the last episode, Sin Li quietly looked at the textbook in his hands, not even noticing the door being pushed open. Ning Xiuyuan walked up behind him. He wrapped his arms around Sin Li's waist and whispered, Xiaoyan really wants to be your friend. Don't think too badly of others. Sin Li sneered, if you mention him again, just go find him. Hearing this, Ning Xiuyuan became displeased. He's physically weak, so I take more care of him, and the old man also asked me to look after him well. Sin Li turned his head to look at him, then you might as well spend your life with him and spare others the trouble. Ning Xiuyuan's face showed anger as he turned Sin Li around forcefully. Despite his bold words, Sin Li wasn't really afraid. In truth, he had quite the tolerance. You have so many people outside, yet now, right under his nose, he still pretends not to care. Ning Xiuyuan's face darkened. He only sees me as a brother. As for those people outside, there's no need to discuss them with me. Sin Li cut off Ning Xiuyuan, then walked away from him. A moment later, Ning Xiuyuan, who was playing with his phone on the bed, saw Sin Li with his hair wet. Wearing only a self-colored pajama, Ning Xiuyuan's Adam's apple slightly bobbed. He quickly got up and walked over to Sin Li, asking, why are you wearing so little? Sin Li looked up at him, don't you like it? Suddenly, Jiang Yan's voice came from outside the door. Ning Xiuyuan was about to leave, but Sin Li asked, are you leaving just like that? That light question seemed to hook onto his heart. Ning Xiuyuan had never endured in such situations before. He pulled Sin Li over, don't want me to leave? In a soft voice, Sin Li said, the day after tomorrow, I want to go to the hospital to spend New Year's with my mom. If you're worried, you can have someone watch over me. Ning Xiuyuan fiddled with Sin Li's hand, how can you make me trust you? Sin Li lifted his eyes to look at Ning Xiuyuan, a shallow smile appearing on his face. My mom is still in the hospital, where could I possibly go? The hospital is only so big, you could assign more people to watch me. Just don't let him find out. Ning Xiuyuan looked deeply at Sin Li, suddenly raised Sin Li's chin, and pressed his lips heavily onto his. Sin Li's body stiffened for a moment, then he compliantly opened his lips. Not long after, Ning Xiuyuan gently caressed Sin Li's cheek, puzzled, why are you being so obedient today? Sin Li smiled faintly, since my future life is already destined, there's no need for me to struggle in vain. Ning Xiuyuan smiled and pinned Sin Li down, if you had been sensible like this earlier, I wouldn't have made you drop out. The knocking from outside continued. Ning Xiuyuan, with a displeased expression, yelled, whatever it is, say it later. He didn't notice the intriguing smile that formed on Sin Li's lips. As the knocking ceased, Sin Li appeared lost for a few seconds. If it had been before, despite knowing he was no match for Ning Xiuyuan, he would have resisted with all his might. But now, he was acquiescing to Ning Xiuyuan. Seeing him trembling slightly, Ning Xiuyuan asked in a low voice, trembling so badly, are you scared? Sin Li's gaze no longer dodged as before, he stared straight at Ning Xiuyuan, there's nothing to be afraid of. Ning Xiuyuan suddenly sat up with a displeased face. Sin Li hoarsely asked, don't you want it? Ning Xiuyuan turned his face away, forget it, your health hasn't been good lately. Sin Li's eyes slightly lowered, you used to do this often before, too. There's no need to endure for someone like me. After all, I am just a tool for you to summon or dismiss. I might not even count as a tool. If I can't even satisfy you, then what's the point of my existence? Ning Xiuyuan frowned deeply and yelled his name. Sinli remained calm. If you don't like it, I won't say it again. The flames that had been ignited seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water. Sinli's words were not exactly right, but they weren't entirely wrong either. Ning Xiuyuan said, go to the hospital the day after tomorrow. Don't cause any more trouble. Sinli responded and then lay quietly on the bed, silent. Ning Xiuyuan turned his head back to look at Sinli, thinking that usually, he would be quick to dress himself. What's different today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Then, unwilling to think further, Ning Xiuyuan left the room somewhat irritably, pushing the door open. After hearing the door slam, Sinli felt as if all his strength had been drained. His long fingers covered his face, and tears rolled down through his fingers. Maybe because of what happened just now, he felt disgusted and debased. Once this emotion reached its peak, it was like floodgates opening, unstoppable. Han Shen tightly held Sinli's hand and finally confessed his feelings to Sinli. It has been a long time since Sinli visited his mother in the hospital. Although Ning Xiuyuan promised to visit the hospital, he still had someone monitor Sinli. He tried his best to adjust his expression. At this moment, he happened to meet the nursing assistant, Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui showed a hint of a smile and asked, why didn't you come last week? Your aunt asked about you. Sinli explained that he had too many things to deal with at the end of the term. Xiao Hui then said, during this period, there has been a man who comes to see your aunt every day and talks with her. Is he your friend? He's here right now, you'll know if you go in and see. Sinli was startled, then he opened the door and heard the sound of it opening. Han Shen turned his head, saw Sinli, and smiled. The person sent by Ning Xiuyuan was about to step forward but was quietly stopped by Sinli. Sinli's mother softly called out to Sinli after seeing him, then took his hand, indicating that if it wasn't for his teacher telling her he was busy with some things, she would not have been at ease. When you were not here, it was him who accompanied me, Sinli's mother continued. Sinli gratefully glanced at Han Shen. He was thankful that the other party did not mention the school matters and his relationship with Ning Xiuyuan to his mother. Then, his mother continued speaking. The only regret is not being able to see you get married. After saying this, she coughed violently, and for a moment, Sinli didn't know how to respond. At that moment, Han Shen placed his hand on Sinli's shoulder and smiled slightly. I will take good care of him for you. After a while, Sinli's mother fell asleep again. Han Shen whispered, Sinli, can we talk? Then the two went to the corridor. Han Shen said, your phone has been off for so many days, I was really worried about you. I said we could face difficulties together, why don't you trust me? Sinli lowered his head, I don't distrust you, it's just. He was well aware of Ning Xiuyuan's despicable nature, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Suddenly, Han Shen took his hand and looked at him affectionately. Their eyes met. Be with me, he said. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. After not seeing him for a few days, Ning Xiuyuan was itching with longing. When he saw Sinli, he directly tackled him. In the last episode, after saying goodbye to Han Shen, Sinli returned to the Ning family. Ning Xiuyuan had spent the past few days celebrating the new year in his hometown. He thought he could stop thinking about Sinli, but the image of him kept popping into his mind. Upon returning, Ning Xiuyuan immediately opened Sinli's room door. Hearing the noise, the man turned his head to look at him. Then Ning Xiuyuan walked over and hugged Sinli's waist, pushing him down. Leaning down, he whispered, I heard you've been good these past few days, not going anywhere. Sinli's eyes were dark and he stared blankly at the ceiling. Letting Ning Xiuyuan do as he pleased with him, after it was over, Sinli suddenly whispered, if I die one day, can I completely get rid of you then? Ning Xiuyuan turned his head, frowned and said, it's a festive period, don't talk about such unlucky things. Then he walked over to Sinli's side, pinched his chin, and said, don't forget your mother is still in the hospital. If you dare, I'll send the video I took of you to every person's email in the school. Let them all know what you're like in bed. Better keep those messy thoughts to yourself. Sinli smiled faintly, I was just saying it casually. Then Ning Xiuyuan leaned down and kissed his lips, staying at home makes you overthink. When I'm free, I'll take you out to relax. At this moment, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Ning Xiuyuan answered the call and left. Sinli tremblingly propped himself up, watching Ning Xiuyuan's departing figure. Just as he was about to get out of bed and go to the bathroom to wash up, he saw Jiang Yan, with his arms crossed, walking in. Completely different from when Ning Xiuyuan was there, Yuan went out for something. I was bored alone, so I came to see you. It's indeed true that the most toxic is the human heart. Sen Li, seeing Jiang Yan, didn't pay him any attention, but Jiang Yan had an arrogant look. Uncle Sen has a very good impression of me. He has always treated me as a family member. Sen Li laughed lightly, sarcastically saying, then you should stay with Ning Shouyuan. Have him not to come out and harm others. This statement seemed to hit a nerve with Jiang Yan, who snorted coldly. Your mother doesn't know you've dropped out yet, right? She's really quite pitiful. Using such money to pay for her treatment. What do you think she would do if she knew? Sen Li's body trembled slightly as he quickly stood up, his voice quivering, don't tell her. Jiang Yan casually mentioned that he had already done it, so why fear others knowing? Jiang Yan had never thought highly of Sen Li, who had nothing to his name and was still in debt for medical expenses. How could he not match up to Sen Li in Ning's eyes? Sen Li pleaded again, but Jiang Yan suggested, didn't you want to talk to me last time? Let's go outside and talk. Just as they reached the corner of the staircase, Jiang Yan suddenly grabbed Sen Li's arm. Then, with a forceful pull in the opposite direction, it appeared as though Sen Li had pushed him down the stairs. Li, who was downstairs, saw Jiang Yan fall and hurried over. Seeing Jiang Yan's arm seemed to be fractured, Jiang Yan cried out in pain, Li, it hurts so much. Aunt Li turned her head to look at Sen Li standing at the top of the stairs and scolded loudly, the Ning family has provided for you, and young Master Jiang has always been courteous to you. Yet, you always hurt people when he's not around. You're too malicious. However, Jiang Yan whispered, don't blame Sen Li. It was my fault for not standing firmly. Aunt Li, looking at Jiang Yan defending Sen Li, said softly, and you still speak for him at this time. I'll have the driver take you to the hospital. Let's call the young master now and see how he wants to handle this. Aunt Li helped Jiang Yan up, and then Sen Li saw Jiang Yan turn his head and flash a triumphant look at him. In that moment, Sen Li felt a chill in his heart. At this time, Ning Shouyuan was in a nightclub's private room, having a small gathering with his buddies. Suddenly, Ning Shouyuan's phone vibrated. After answering the call, his expression immediately changed. He stood up and went out with a sullen face. Our Sen Li got beaten up again, as mentioned in the previous episode. After receiving a call from Li, Ning Shouyuan went straight home. He pushed open Sen Li's room door and saw the person inside sitting there, as if waiting to be interrogated by him. Ning Shouyuan had a cold expression. Originally, he had returned to question this person, but upon seeing the calm look on the other's face, he felt a strange emotion. Sen Li looked up at the man standing beside him and said in a low voice, are you going to treat me like last time again? Anyway, I can't leave. Do whatever you want, just don't let my mom know. I don't want to let her down. After saying this, a self-mocking smile appeared on Sen Li's face. Ning Shouyuan asked in a low voice, are you blaming me? Sen Li smiled faintly, how dare I blame you? I'm just an ordinary and lowly person. I have no right to be dissatisfied with you. Ning Shouyuan's anger was kindled. He grabbed Sen Li by the collar and said, just because I made you stay at home, you pushed Xiaoyan down the stairs. How did he wrong you? If you didn't want to be friends with him, you could have just told him directly. There's no need to use such vicious means. If anything happens to him, I won't forgive you. Sen Li raised his eyes to look at Ning Shouyuan and said calmly, I didn't push him. Ning Shouyuan's face darkened even more, you didn't push him? Did he push himself down the stairs? Li has been in the Ning family for over 10 years. It's not like he just met you today. It's you who is full of lies. Sen Li chuckled lightly and turned his cheek, since you've already decided on the answer, why bother asking me? For a moment, Ning Shouyuan didn't know how to respond. He just gradually increased the strength of his fingers. Sen Li coughed lightly a few times and said, don't tell my mom about this dirty matter. Do whatever you want with the rest. Hearing this, Ning Shouyuan became even angrier, pushing Sen Li down in a fit. Everyone else was rushing to please him, but to Sen Li, it was just disgusting. Ning Shouyuan gave Sen Li a cold glance, you really want to have your cake and eat it too. The news of Jiang Yan's injury eventually reached Ning Shouyuan's father. Sen Li curled up in a dim room, when suddenly there was the sound of a door opening. Then someone came in to unlock the chain on his ankle, whispering, Mr. Ning is waiting for you downstairs. Sen Li looked up and asked, Mr. Ning? Then he went downstairs with that person. Ning Chi was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, and Sen Li walked over. He sat on the other side. Uncle Ning, did you come here today specifically to see me? Ning Chi looked up at him with a gentle expression and said, my initial intention was good. I know you are an excellent student. As a father, I naturally hope my children become better. Sin Li straightened his body and earnestly said, I've been wanting to tell you, it was Ning Xiuyuan who forced me. He locked me up in the house and wouldn't let me out. He only treats me as his possession. I hope you can restrain him and make him let me go. However, Ning Qi calmly replied, you shouldn't be too extreme. There is always a proper way to handle things. Why choose the worst way? Then his attitude gradually cooled down. Xiaoyan grew up under my watch. If the Zhang family holds you accountable, you won't be able to escape responsibility. He looked at Sin Li as if he were looking at an item that had lost its value and continued, I want you to bring Xiuyuan back on track. You can tell me what happened, but you went further and almost harmed someone's life. Sin Li's face turned pale, and he loudly retorted, I didn't go astray, they did. Ning Qi picked up the tea on the table edge, his expression indifferent. As things have come to this point, I need to give the Zhang family an explanation. You will have to be wronged for a while. Then he asked the assistant beside him to call the Zhang family. Before the assistant could dial, Ning Xiuyuan rushed back. He grabbed the phone and directly cut off the call, his voice deep, he is mine. I said I would compensate Xiaoyan. This matter is not for you to worry about. Ning Xiuyuan is such a scumbag, actually planning to give Sin Li away. Last episode, Ning Xiuyuan played the hero by snatching the phone call to the Zhang family. Ning Qi glanced at Ning Xiuyuan indifferently, I've reminded you before, pets you can't tame will bite. Sin Li silently sat there without speaking, realizing he was nothing more in Ning Qi's eyes. He suddenly felt like laughing. Then, with his eyes slightly downcast, he said, Uncle Ning, please send me to the Zhang family. I just hope Ning Xiuyuan won't appear before me again. Hearing Sin Li's words, Ning Xiuyuan's face immediately darkened. Sin Li, don't be ungrateful. He then grabbed Sin Li's wrist and pulled him into the house. Ning Qi glanced at them and warned, Xiuyuan, even willfulness has its limits. Ning Xiuyuan turned his head, softly saying, I've said I will handle this matter well. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do. After all, I'm your only son. Having said that, he took Sin Li back to the room and pushed him onto the bed. Then, he grabbed Sin Li's chin. Do you know what kind of person Zhang Yan is? He's renowned for being strict with his disciples, a young and beautiful man. You're just his type. If you end up in his hands... Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sin Li. Sin Li's expression was indifferent. He looked straight into Ning Xiuyuan's eyes. You're no different from them. It's just changing a person, that's all. Ning Xiuyuan paused, his face darkened as he asked, Don't you have even the slightest bit of attachment to me? Sin Li looked at Ning Xiuyuan and retorted, Would you be sentimental about someone who forced you? Ning Xiuyuan's expression darkened, his fingers pinching Sin Li's chin. I'm asking you one last time, do you really want me to give you away? Sin Li dodged backward, better anyone than you. Ning Xiuyuan pressed his hands on Sin Li's shoulders, pushing him heavily onto the bed, his voice cold, Fine, then I should really fulfill this wish of yours. Ning Xiuyuan and Zhang Yan are to be engaged, but Sin Li still couldn't escape. Previously mentioned, Ning Xiuyuan had pressed Sin Li onto the bed, tears in Sin Li's eyes. Then Ning Xiuyuan flipped Sin Li over, tearing open his shirt. Their bodies were extremely close. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Young master, the sir asks for you to come out. Ning Xiuyuan ignored it, his fingers pinching Sin Li's chin, his expression terrifyingly stern. Asking you one last time, do you really want me to give you away? Sin Li didn't answer. The person outside continued knocking. Ning Xiuyuan had no choice but to let go and then went out. Seeing Ning Xiuyuan leave, Sin Li slowly got up. He didn't know what was there to regret now. If there was, it would be not listening to others' advice from the start. Everyone had earnestly warned him not to bother with Ning Xiuyuan, but he accepted the kindness of the Ning family. Looking back, it seems so foolish. After Ning Xiuyuan went out, Ning Qi was waiting for him in the hallway. Ning Qi said seriously, the Ning family has a big project to work on with the Zhang family soon. There can't be any screw-ups. Don't push Sin Li too hard. It's best if you put away your usual antics. Ning Xiuyuan coldly responded. Ning Qi glanced at Ning Xiuyuan and continued, as for the future, you don't need to worry. I won't take Sin Li back to the old Ning residence. You can be assured. I have everything under control. Ning Xiuyuan interrupted Ning Qi, he hadn't had his fill of amusement yet. How could he possibly let Sin Li leave his side? Ning Qi watched Ning Xiuyuan's departing figure and warned, keep your people in line. Don't let them cause any more trouble. In the evening, Li made a lot of dishes. After all, Ning Qi was visiting, and Zhang Yan had been discharged from the hospital. Zhang Yan's hands still couldn't make any major movements. Ning Xiuyuan sat by his side, taking care of him. Ning Qi suddenly spoke, Xiaoyan, I've spoken to Xiuyuan. He will give you an explanation. Zhang Yan nodded slightly. I said it was my own carelessness, but my parents didn't believe it. They insisted that I come home for a visit. Ning Qi smiled gently, your parents naturally care about you. But don't worry, your uncle won't let you be wronged for no reason. You can ask your uncle for anything you want. Zhang Yan appeared to ponder for a moment. When I was a child, you jokingly said that when I grew up, I would marry Xiuyuan. Moreover, the Zhang and Ning families have always been close. If we could further strengthen our ties through marriage, I would have a reason to stay at the Nings to recuperate. Ning Qi heard the underlying meaning and softly called out to Xiuyuan. Ning Xiuyuan responded indifferently, I'll follow your arrangement. Sun Li, holding a porcelain shard, stabbed at Ning Xiuyuan. Art Sun Li has finally started to fight back. In the previous episode, Ning Qi came to Sun Li's room. Ning Qi began, I can agree to the conditions you've proposed. Sun Li turned his head to look at him. Ning Qi continued, Xiuyuan has gone to accompany Xiaoyan. You don't have to worry about him coming over now. You can tell me anything. Sun Li did not speak. Fooled once, he wouldn't be fooled a second time. Seeing Sun Li's demeanor, Ning Qi placed his hand on his shoulder and softly said, Sun Li. Ning Qi placed his hand on his shoulder and softly said, Sun Li, I know you are a sensible and good boy, but being too rigid can be fragile. Nobody wants to see this situation. It's better for both you and Xiuyuan if each of you gives way a little. Sun Li shook his head. Ning Qi continued, whether you accept it or not doesn't matter because you have no choice now. Sun Li forced a smile, I have no choice. Then, Ning Qi walked towards the door, not forgetting to look back at Sun Li before hearing the door close. Suddenly, Sun Li stood up and smashed the cup on the table, then picked up a shard and kept it. Before long, Ning Xiuyuan arrived in his room and softly said, you should be glad that Xiaoyan is not seriously hurt. Sun Li smiled slightly, really? Ning Xiuyuan was taken aback. Compared to his usual rigidity, Sun Li now showed a rare warmth. He then moved closer, hinting, I also realized there's one more thing. Xiaoyan might be with me in the future. Sun Li reacted indifferently, simply saying, congratulations. Ning Xiuyuan was just testing Sun Li, but Sun Li's demeanor calmed his dissatisfaction. Then, in one move, he pushed Sun Li down onto the bed. Sun Li spoke, I want to watch you. Then, Ning Xiuyuan slowly turned Sun Li over, his movements unusually gentle. He whispered in Sun Li's ear, I've told you before, your body has adapted to mine. You need to stay close to me. Sun Li didn't speak, only pulled out the cold porcelain shard hidden under the pillow. He stabbed it towards Ning Xiuyuan, truly a new low for Ning Xiuyuan. Jing will give Sun Li as a gift to others. In the last episode, Ning Xiuyuan's neck was stabbed by Sun Li. Ning Xiuyuan reacted quite quickly. Sun Li's eyes were icy cold. When he was about to continue stabbing with the porcelain shard, Ning Xiuyuan swiftly grabbed his wrist and firmly pressed it onto the bed. Ning Xiuyuan gasped for breath and through gritted teeth said, You're really something, huh? Sun Li smiled, his voice cold. Did you think I would take the initiative with you? I just want to kill you. Ning Xiuyuan tightly squeezed Sun Li's neck and said, You lowlife. Sun Li chuckled lightly, then what does that make you, holding on to me and not letting go? Due to the commotion they made, Zhang Yan knocked on the door, Yuan, what's wrong? Ning Xiuyuan whispered, It's nothing. Go to the hospital for a checkup with Li. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. After hanging up, Ning Xiuyuan stared at Sun Li, his eyes filled with a chilling depth. You want to be with someone else, right? I'll oblige. Sun Li turned his head away without answering. Soon, a man arrived at the house and immediately said pleasingly, Brother Ning, you said to come, and I didn't dare to delay. Then he noticed the wound on Ning Xiuyuan's neck and continued, What happened to your neck? Ning Xiuyuan frowned, It's none of your business. Then the man's gaze fell on Sun Li, itching with curiosity. Ning Xiuyuan said in a deep voice, I'm stepping out. This person is now your responsibility. The man eagerly agreed, Brother Ning, if you have any tasks in the future, I'd go through fire and water without hesitation. He was standing right in front of someone he had known for many years, and the man swallowed his saliva. Reaching out to stroke Sun Li's cheek, even though he had been played by Ning Xiuyuan for so many years, he was still so innocent. Sun Li looked at him and said softly, Help me take off my belt, I have blood on me. I'll bathe first and then accompany you to avoid bad luck. The man didn't rush and agreed, thinking it would make Sun Li happy. After helping Sun Li with the belt, Sun Li smiled at him, Thank you. The man was instantly mesmerized, feeling like he lost his soul. Sin Li, why don't you be with me? I'll talk to Brother Ning for you, the man said. Sin Li replied with a smile, sure. Hearing this, the man felt even more excited, wanting to take a bath with Sin Li. But Sin Li said, I'll be out soon. The man swallowed hard. However, what he didn't know was that although Sin Li was smiling in the bathroom, tears had already silently fallen. Sin Li bit his vein, causing Ning Xiuyuan to feel an unprecedented fear. In the previous episode, Bai Qingyu, who had just returned to China, was helping Ning Xiuyuan treat his wounds. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. He then asked, where is Sin Li? Ning Xiuyuan's voice turned cold, he's alive. Bai Qingyu continued to ask, where is he? Ning Xiuyuan looked darkly at Bai Qingyu, you are my family doctor. I didn't call you here to ask about him. Bai Qingyu glanced at Ning Xiuyuan and said in a low voice, before I went abroad for an exchange program, I told you that Sin Li is far more stubborn than you know. Don't push him too hard, otherwise, if he can't figure things out. Ning Xiuyuan snorted coldly. What could he be upset about? He's being waited on every day, and I treat him. Before he could finish, he seemed to think of something. He suddenly stood up from the sofa, his face becoming more and more stern. Bai Qingyu, who was next to him, was startled and quickly asked what was wrong. But Ning Xiuyuan ignored him and turned to run upstairs to Sin Li's room. He kicked open the door. The person inside was so frightened that they shuddered. Ning Ji, why are you here? Ning Xiuyuan grabbed his collar and coldly asked, where is Sin Li? Seeing Ning Xiuyuan's grim expression, the man broke into a cold sweat in the bathroom. Ning Xiuyuan threw the man aside and opened the bathroom door. His face suddenly changed when he saw the scene inside. The person inside was curled up in the corner, not moving an inch. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Ning Xiuyuan quickly ran out and called for Bai Qingyu. Seeing his anxious expression, Bai Qingyu asked what was wrong. Ning Xiuyuan didn't answer but took him to the bathroom. Even though Bai Qingyu had seen many dramatic scenes, he couldn't help but be shocked by Sin Li's condition. He had actually bitten through his own blood vessels, watching the warm liquid slowly drain from his body. How desperate must he have been to make such a drastic decision? Ning Xiuyuan finally realized how important Sin Li was to him. In the last episode, Bai Qingyu opened the medical kit and first stopped Sin Li's bleeding. Ning Xiuyuan, in a fit of rage, grabbed the man's collar and shouted, after you went in, you didn't even turn on the water. Didn't you hear? Ning Xiuyuan punched the wall behind him, his gaze frighteningly cold. The person was scared stiff and stuttered, Brother Ning, I really didn't do anything to him. He said he got blood on himself and wanted to go to the bathroom to wash it off before coming back to keep me company. I didn't even touch his hand. Then, you burst in. Ning Xiuyuan spoke sternly, if you dare to touch him, you're dead. The person was confused, as it was Ning Xiuyuan himself who had asked him to come over, and Sin Li was supposed to accompany him all night. Ning Xiuyuan glared at the man, get lost. Then, Ning Xiuyuan picked up Sin Li. Subsequently, Ning Xiuyuan picked up Sin Li and took him to the hospital. Standing outside the emergency room, Ning Xiuyuan's mind drifted to many things, growing increasingly agitated. Before long, Zichenyu came out and Ning Xiuyuan quickly stepped forward to ask how things were. Zichenyu glanced at Ning Xiuyuan, incredulously saying, it's nothing serious now, but, do you know what Sin Li used to cut himself? Ning Xiuyuan replied, I remember after he cut me, I had the servant take away the porcelain shard. Then a statement from Zichenyu shocked Ning Xiuyuan, he slit his own radial artery. You actually drove him to do such a drastic thing. Ning Xiuyuan frowned and said sternly, I didn't force him. I just wanted him to admit his mistake. He pushed Xiao Yan down the stairs. I didn't even blame him, and yet he stabbed me with a porcelain shard. How could I forgive him? Zichenyu parted his lips, unsure of what to say. He had advised all he could, but Ning Xiuyuan's attitude was unlikely to change. Soon after, Ning Xiuyuan's phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw the caller ID was Jiang Yan. He hung up directly, wanting to stay here with Sin Li, finally realizing Sin Li's importance to him. The next morning, Sin Li woke up, staring blankly at the white ceiling above him. A nurse nearby was about to go notify his family, but was stopped by Zichenyu. Sin Li's thin lips moved slightly, his voice very soft, Doctor, you shouldn't have saved me. Zichenyu comforted Sin Li while changing his bandages, your mother is still in the hospital. She definitely doesn't want to see you like this. If she can't see you, she will worry too. Mentioning his mother brought a glimmer of light into Sin Li's eyes, but his current state would probably only scare her. Zi Qingyu continued, Sin Li, you only have hope if you survive. Then Sin Li asked, is Ning Xiuyuan at the hospital? Zi Qingyu softly replied, he's outside, don't let him in. I don't want to see him. Right after Sin Li spoke, Ning Xiuyuan walked in, don't want to see who? Seeing this, Zi Qingyu quickly held Ning Xiuyuan back. Xiuyuan, given his current condition, stop pushing him. Otherwise, if one day he really is gone. Zi Qingyu couldn't finish his sentence before being interrupted by Ning Xiuyuan's cold voice, his mother is still in the hospital. He hasn't repaid the Ning family's debt yet. How could he possibly be gone? If he dares, I'll post his video on the school's forum. Let everyone see what the so-called aloof top student is really like behind the scenes. Actually, Ning Xiuyuan was scaring him, deliberately saying these words for Sin Li to hear. As long as he still cares about these things, he won't flee again. At this moment, the nurse brought over the porridge that Zi Qingyu had asked for. Zi Qingyu took the porridge and then went to Sin Li's bedside, slowly propping him up. Eat something, don't make things difficult for yourself. Sin Li softly refused. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiuyuan took the porridge from Zi Qingyu's hands. I'll do it. Then, he scooped some porridge with a spoon and brought it to Sin Li's mouth. Seeing Sin Li had no reaction, Ning Xiuyuan's words carried a threat. Can't understand what I'm saying, huh? Sin Li picked up his eyes to look at him. Then, he accidentally knocked over the porridge he was holding, spilling the thick porridge all over Ning Xiuyuan, who instantly got angry. Zi Qingdu quickly stepped in front of Ning Xiuyuan, explaining that Sin Li had just woken up not long ago and was not very emotionally stable. Why don't you go out and clean yourself up? I'll have a good talk with him. If it had been anyone else, Ning Xiuyuan would have had them on the ground already, but seeing the bandages wrapped around Sin Li's wrist, Ning Xiuyuan swallowed his anger and could only leave with a sullen face. After Ning Xiuyuan answered a phone call, his expression changed. He has never felt fear over anything before. In the last episode, Ning Xiuyuan left with a cold face after pushing the door open and then made a call to instruct Li to cook some soup. Inside the room, Sin Li and Bai Qingyu were talking when they heard a rapid knocking on the door. Ning Xiuyuan impatiently asked, are you done talking? Then Bai Qingyu opened the door. Xiuyuan, don't push him too hard, Bai Qingyu said. Ning Xiuyuan frowned. If he knows what's good for him, of course, I won't do anything to him. At that moment, a nurse rushed over to find Bai Qingyu, saying something happened in another ward. Bai Qingyu turned back with a worried look at Sin Li, who softly said, it's okay, go ahead. Then Ning Xiuyuan walked over to Sin Li. He scoffed, you two seem to have a good relationship. Sin Li did not respond. Seeing Sin Li's current state, Ning Xiuyuan had to soften his tone, unlike before. I specifically asked Aunt Li to make chicken soup. If you don't want your mother to know, you better finish all this. Then he opened the insulated box, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to Sin Li's mouth. Seeing Sin Li's lack of reaction, Ning Xiuyuan's face turned ugly. Just allowing Chengyu to get close to you, and even the soup I feed you is not okay? Sin Li was too tired to argue with him about this. Ning Xiuyuan continued in a deep voice, I can let go of what happened this time, but there can't be a next time. Don't go looking for trouble without reason. Sin Li ignored him. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard Sin Li speak, after we go back, which client do you plan on having me meet next? If this is also a way to make money, I think it's fine. It would allow me to pay back what I owe you. Hearing this, Ning Xiuyuan's face immediately darkened. He said in a low voice, stop talking nonsense. Sin Li's speech slowed, I don't want to owe you anything anymore, nor do I want to have any ties with you. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Ning Xiuyuan packed up the insulated box, his face gloomy. Sin Li, don't force me to confine you at home, preventing you from going anywhere. Perhaps because of Chang Yu's instructions, Ning Xiuyuan's expression softened somewhat. He added, one should know the current state of affairs. Don't reject a face-saving offer. Then Sin Li lay down and softly said, I'm tired now, I want to rest. But Ning Xiuyuan leaned towards him. Sin Li instinctively shrank back. Ning Xiuyuan's expression wasn't great. Are you very afraid of me? He just saw that Sin Li had just laid down and the blanket wasn't properly covered, intending to cover him. Sin Li's lips trembled lightly, since you're already with Jiang Yan, you should look for him for this sort of thing. What do you think I'm going to do? Ning Xiuyuan's voice was harsh. At this moment, Ning Xiuyuan's phone received a call from the hospital where Sin Li's mother was staying. After Ning Xiuyuan answered the phone, his expression changed. Sin Li's mother was critically ill. Ning Xiuyuan planned to keep this from Sin Li. In the previous episode, after Ning Shouyuan learned that her mother was critically ill, he gripped his phone tightly. He even felt a bit relieved. Luckily, he had already confiscated Sin Li's phone. No matter what happens, he would keep Sin Li by his side. Not long after, Ning Shouyuan pushed the door open and saw Sin Li standing by the window. Seeing Sin Li standing by the window, Ning Shouyuan hurried over to grab Sin Li's arm. The sudden movement made Sin Li turn around in surprise, and then Ning Shouyuan took a blanket and draped it over Sin Li's shoulders. Don't leave the window open. It's too cold outside, and your body won't take it. Sin Li ignored him, so Ning Shouyuan embraced Sin Li in his arms with rare gentleness. If you don't want to stay at home all the time, I can arrange for you to work at the company. How about it? I won't shortchange you. You can tell me anything you want, and I'll satisfy you. Sin Li said flatly. I want to leave you. Ning Shouyuan's face darkened, his fingers locking tightly around Sin Li's. You can't leave me. For Ning Shouyuan, he had formed the idea over the years that Sin Li belonged to him. Later, Zi Qingyu found Ning Shouyuan. Shouyuan, if you truly care for him, don't treat him the way you used to. If you find someone more suitable than him someday, let him go. Ning Shouyuan leaned against the wall and said in a deep voice. Impossible. Zi Qingyu continued, haven't you already confirmed a relationship with Jiang Yan? If you act like this, Jiang Yan will also be dissatisfied, and he won't take Sin Li back to the Ning family. By then, they won't run into each other. Zi Qingyu didn't know what else to say for a moment, so he spoke up for Sin Li, saying, what if Sin Li also finds someone else outside? What would you think? Hearing this, Ning Shouyuan's expression instantly darkened. He wouldn't dare. Zi Qingyu helplessly adjusted his glasses. This isn't fair to anyone. Not everyone wants to curry favor with the rich and powerful. You've seen the situation yourself. If you still remember the years he spent with you, then give him a normal life back. After all, you have so many people around you, one less won't make a difference. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Shouyuan shouted angrily at Zi Qingyu. Don't think that because you've been the Ning family doctor for a few years, you can boss me around. If it weren't for the Ning family's protection, would you still be able to stay peacefully in the hospital? Hearing this, Zi Qingyu's face went pale, and without saying anything else, he quietly turned and left. Faced with Sin Li's request, Ning Shouyuan couldn't bring himself to reply. A few days later, Sin Li was discharged from the hospital. At this time, in the living room, Jiang Yan next to Ning Shouyuan expressed a desire for Ning Shouyuan to accompany him to the amusement park over the weekend. Due to Sin Li's mother's critical illness, he had an inexplicable feeling. He wanted to spend more time with Sin Li, wanted Sin Li always within his sight. Sin Li looked at the two people beside him with a cold expression. Then he got up, prepared to return to the room. Ning Shouyuan saw this and quickly stood up, prying Jiang Yan's hand away to follow him. Seeing Ning Shouyuan following Sin Li, Jiang Yan gritted his teeth, unsure of what he was thinking. After Sin Li returned to the room and finished showering, he saw that Ning Shouyuan was still in the room and hadn't left. He asked, puzzled, why not accompany Jiang Yan? Ning Shouyuan softly said he wanted to keep him company. Seemingly realizing something, Sin Li unbuttoned his shirt and asked if after it ended, could he go to the hospital tomorrow? Just back from the hospital, what's there to go for? It was the first time Ning Shouyuan felt this sense of guilt. Then, seeing Sin Li's hair still wet, he grabbed a dry towel, wanting to help him dry his hair. Before his hand touched Sin Li, he avoided it. Sin Li took the towel from Ning Shouyuan's hand and said, I can wipe it myself. In the past, Ning Shouyuan would make Sin Li listen to him, but today he said nothing, just leaned closer to smell the fragrance of the bath liquid. Sin Li repeated that he wanted to go to the hospital tomorrow. Then he stepped back a bit and continued to say, you can arrange more people to guard me like last time. I haven't gone over in such a long time, my mother will worry. Can I? Ning Shouyuan said nothing. He just helped Sin Li tidy up his clothes and then sat next to him. Sin Li suddenly said, aren't you doing it today? Do you want to? Ning Shouyuan slowly approached, whispering in his ear. Sin Li pursed his thin lips and said nothing. Ning Shouyuan wrapped his arms around Sin Li's waist and continued, this way, we're quite good. If you don't want to do housework, I can hire a servant at home. If you get bored, you can go to the study. Don't you like reading the most? In the future, I will try my best to meet your needs, except if you want to leave. But Sin Li said again, I want to go to the hospital tomorrow. Ning Shouyuan quickly got up, in a few days. Wait until you recover, or else your mother will worry if she sees how pale you look, Sin Li responded softly. He sensed that Ning Shouyuan was hiding something from him. Now, Ning Xiuyuan's attitude toward Sun Li was more like compensating for what he had previously neglected, which he only noticed now. The next morning, a few people were having breakfast when Ning Xiuyuan said, "The weather is nice today. How about taking you out for a walk?" Sun Li answered indifferently. Then Zhang Yin called Ning Xiuyuan, who then moved his gaze away from Sun Li. "Is there something you want?" Zhang Yin shyly said, "Uncle Ning mentioned that if everything is alright, we could get engaged by the end of this year." Ning Xiuyuan's expression didn't change much. At this point, Aunt Li said, "Zhang Yin matches you well, without any malicious intent. When you weren't here these days, young Master Jiang was very worried about you. Besides, you've known each other for so many years, you know each other well." Zhang Yin, somewhat embarrassed, quickly told Aunt Li to stop talking and then sneakily glanced at Ning Xiuyuan. However, Ning Xiuyuan's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, Sun Li suddenly said in a low voice, "You two are indeed a good match, so there's no need for me to get involved." Hearing this, Ning Xiuyuan's face darkened. "Don't stir up trouble when there are so many people around." Zhang Yin quickly said, "Yuan, maybe Sun Li is just not in a good mood right now. Please be more tolerant." Ning Xiuyuan gave Lang Ting a look, then glanced at Sun Li, who was getting up to leave. When was he ever in a good mood? He then looked at Sun Li's back and said in a calm voice, "You should rest for a while. Don't make everyone unhappy all the time." Sun Li ignored him and went back to the room. Not long after, Ning Xiuyuan opened the door and said softly, "Xia Yan didn't mean any harm. If you don't want to come to the engagement banquet, you can stay at home." Sun Li turned around and looked angrily at him. "Ning Xiuyuan, what do you take me for?" Ning Xiuyuan was stunned for a moment, shifted the topic, and said, "Didn't we agree to go out today? Why haven't you changed your clothes?" Sun Li stared at Ning Xiuyuan's back without speaking. Then Ning Xiuyuan rummaged in the wardrobe for a long time, found a scarf, wrapped it around Sun Li, and said softly, "Dress warmly. You're not strong." To keep Sun Li from knowing the news of his mother being critically ill, Ning Xiuyuan had gone to great lengths. In the last episode, Ning Xiuyuan had brought Sun Li to the hot spring resort. Ning Xiuyuan brought Sun Li to a hot spring resort. They had just arrived not long ago when a man teased from the side, "Isn't this young Master Ning? Have you changed partners again?" Ning Xiuyuan said in a deep voice, "I haven't changed." The man came closer and looked at Sun Li, saying, "Rare indeed. It looks like you're serious this time. But he is indeed better than your previous partners. It's only natural that you like him." Ning Xiuyuan's face changed, and he quickly pulled Sun Li away. To him, how could he possibly like Sun Li? It was just that he was convenient to use. Anyway, Ning Xiuyuan gently helped Sun Li into the hot spring pool. Sun Li's arm rested on his shoulder, and he blushed. "Ning Xiuyuan, don't you want to hold me?" Ning Xiuyuan swallowed hard. Then, feeling guilty, he removed Sun Li's hand. "I just brought you out to relax a bit. Don't overthink it." Sun Li stared at him. "You weren't like this before." Ning Xiuyuan frowned and suddenly became irritated. "What do you mean, like this? Don't overthink things. I told you I would treat you well. Do I have to lock you up in the house so you can't go out for you to feel at ease?" Sun Li didn't say anything and just quickly walked out of the hot spring pool. Seeing this, Ning Xiuyuan asked, "Where are you going?" Sun Li ignored him, quickly dressed, and walked toward the door. Seeing this, Ning Xiuyuan quickly dressed and chased after him, telling the attendant at the door, "Stop him for me." Hearing his voice, Sun Li walked even faster. The attendant, seeing Ning Xiuyuan's unapproachable demeanor, quickly stopped Sun Li. Sun Li struggled in his grasp, and Ning Xiuyuan's shout came, "Don't hurt him." Ning Xiuyuan quickly caught up and grabbed Sun Li's wrist tightly, his face extremely grim. "Where are you going?" "Let go of me, I want to go to the hospital." Sun Li struggled desperately. An outing that had been hard to come by was ruined just like that. Ning Xiuyuan became impatient. "Since you don't want to get some fresh air, let's go back." Afterwards, Ning Xiuyuan dragged Sun Li into the car and said coldly, "It seems I shouldn't have let you out." Sun Li didn't pay him any attention. He just wanted to go to the hospital to see his mother. Ning Xiuyuan seemed annoyed. "I've already said, let's wait a while before you go. Can't you appreciate what's good for you? A rare outing and you've messed it up." Finally, Sun Li escaped from the Ning family. In the last episode, after returning to the Nings, Ning Xiuyuan tied Sun Li's wrists with a rope, locked him in a room, and had someone watch him closely. Then he received a phone call and left. When Jiang Yan saw him leave, he took a small knife to Sun Li's room, intending to cut the rope. Jiang Yan said, "I don't know what he sees in you. Clearly, you are no match for me in anything." Then, laughing, he shook the small knife in his hand. I heard your mother is critically ill. How sad. The only family member you have will be gone. Sinli was startled and asked nervously, what did you say? Jiang Yin sneered, you're here being waited on hand and foot, don't you care about your sick mother in the hospital? It seems your so-called filial piety is just a tactic for your own gains. As soon as he finished speaking, Sinli's face turned pale. Jiang Yin continued, it's just that your mother is too oblivious. She doesn't even know the dirty things you've done. After a few seconds, Sinli said, help me untie the rope. Then Jiang Yin cut the rope with the knife. Sinli grabbed a bedsheet, tied the sheets together, and escaped through the window. Jiang Yin saw Sinli leave, panicked, pushed the door open, and said to the guards outside, it's bad. Sinli stabbed me and escaped. The moment the guards heard this, they panicked and hurried into the room. Seeing the window open and no one inside, on the ground there was only a small knife stained with blood and a cut rope. Seeing such a scene, Jiang Yin revealed a wicked smile and whispered, Sinli, whether you can escape or not, it won't be easy for you now. At this time, Sinli, who had escaped, quickly walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. He anxiously said to go to the city hospital. Ultimately, Sinli was a step too late and didn't even get to see his mother one last time. As mentioned in the previous episode, Sinli anxiously arrived at the hospital. When he opened the door to the ward, he found that the bed where his mother had been was empty. Sinli quickly asked the nurse where the patient was. The nurse said the patient was in the emergency room. When he got to the emergency room door, he saw the nursing assistant, Xiao Wei, who looked somewhat haggard. Sinli asked, how is my mother? Xiao Wei, with her hands on her chest and tears in her eyes, said, where have you been these days? Your aunt wanted to see you one last time, always talking about you. Your aunt's condition is not good. The doctor said the family should be prepared. A few hours later, the emergency room door opened, and Sinli quickly asked the doctor coming out how his mother was. The doctor pressed down on Sinli's shoulders and whispered, I'm sorry, we did our best. My condolences. Sinli's thin lips slightly parted, head bowed. What lay before him was a pitch-black world. He couldn't see the way, nor distinguish directions. Memories of moments with his mother surfaced in his mind, now shattered completely in this moment. The only person closest to him in this world was gone. Sinli sat beside the hospital bed, hands tightly holding his mother's. Suddenly, someone hugged him tightly from behind. Sinli, cry if you want to. I'm still here. At this time, Ning Xiuyuan had arrived at the hospital. Upon hearing the news of Sinli's mother's death from the nurse, a bad premonition welled up in his heart. As he reached the doorway of the ward, he heard the sound of crying from within. Opening the door, he saw Han Shin holding Sinli in his arms. He slowly walked towards Sinli, but every few steps, Han Shin got up and punched him in the face. Ning Xiuyuan was instantly enraged and was about to throw a punch back, but then he heard Sinli say, I want to be alone for a while. You both should leave. Hearing Sinli's words, Ning Xiuyuan slowly unclenched his fists. He suddenly didn't know what to say to Sinli. If you dare to come any closer, I'll throw my life away. Last time, we left off with Han Chen and Ning Xiuyuan going out. Are you even human? Sinli's mother is critically ill, and you won't even let him come to the hospital. I can pay you whatever he owes you for medical expenses. Don't bother him anymore. Ning Xiuyuan kept a stern face, saying it was his and Sinli's business. Han Chen glanced at him, scoffed, and said, if it weren't for you, he could have continued his studies. But what did you do? You slandered him for stealing your things and pressured him. Before he could finish, Ning Xiuyuan forcefully interrupted him. Eventually, he'll come to work directly as my assistant at the company, which is not a bad thing. Han Chen stared coldly at him. Saying that you think everyone is willing to go to your company. It's you who ruined him. Hearing this, Ning Xiuyuan's expression confirmed his satisfaction. This statement sounded familiar, he seemed to have heard it somewhere before. He always felt that money was the standard for everything, so he gave Sinli enough money, and the other party should also feel satisfied. He then defended himself, saying he could give him more, he could buy him whatever he wanted. Han Chen's gaze was icy cold. Don't use your tricks on him. It's been 3 years, you've harmed him enough. Just go, don't show up in front of him again. Ning Xiuyuan wanted to keep arguing, but every sentence from Han Chen made his rebuttals weaker. At this moment, Xiao Wei led a group of people from BYG over and saw the two still at the door, asking why they were still there. Then, without regard for the two, she opened the door to the hospital room where Sinli was sitting unresponsibly next to his mother. It was not until BYG's people lifted his mother onto the stretcher that Ning Xiuyuan walked behind Sinli, seemingly wanting to say some comforting words. But he had never comforted anyone before, and could only awkwardly say, Sin Li, don't be sad anymore. Sin Li's eyes, dark and lusterless, asked, you knew already, didn't you? Ning Xiuyuan did not answer. You clearly knew, yet you hid it from me. Sin Li's face fell. I didn't even have the chance to talk more with her. She must have been eager to see me soon. At this moment, Ning Xiuyuan realized that he might have made an incorrect decision. At this point, Han Shen walked over and whispered, your mother told me that she can only rest easy when you are well. Sin Li did not respond. He just walked toward the door. Ning Xiuyuan, shocked, asked, where are you going? Sin Li turned his head back, home. I want to spend more time with her. After saying this, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ning Xiuyuan, if you come any closer, I might as well give up my life. Seeing Sin Li's demeanor, Ning Xiuyuan stood frozen. Was this still that Sin Li he knew? Immediately after, due to extreme disappointment, Sin Li fainted from running. Our Sin Li finally started his revenge. He wanted to make him live in constant unease. When Sin Li woke up, he looked around in a daze. Han Shen said, you have slept for a whole day. I'll cook some ginger soup to ward off the cold. You can also tell me if there's anything you want to eat. Sin Li was speechless for a moment. Han Shen walked to his side, covered him with a blanket, and continued, given your current state, I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone at home. Sin Li, people always have to look forward, you can't keep dwelling on the past. You should go back to school, 1 year lower, fewer people will know you. Thinking that he no longer had any family, Sin Li's tears flowed down his cheeks. Han Shen noticed a scar on Sin Li's left wrist that hadn't healed yet, and was filled with overwhelming anger. After a while, Han Shen softly said, you can stay at my place for a while. Don't tell me it's trouble. Sin Li turned to Han Shen and said, I want to stay here until the 7th-day death anniversary passes. Han Shen nodded and said, Auntie wouldn't want to see you looking so haggard. You need to take care of yourself these few days. Sin Li didn't say anything, just nodded. After Han Shen left, Sin Li sat up in bed, saw the thunder and lightning outside, and whispered, I'm sorry, I've let you down. But I can't go to be with you yet. If I die now, Ning Xiuyuan will find a new bedmate in no time, and life will go on as usual, forgetting me completely. He wanted this person to live in perpetual unease. After a while, Han Shen pushed the door open and said, come out and eat, your health is important. The dishes on the table were sumptuous. Seeing Han Shen bustling around for him, Sin Li didn't know what to do for a moment. Although Han Shen always said that he had helped him before, in the end, he still owed the other party more. After dinner, Sin Li originally wanted to clean the table and wash the dishes, but Han Shen stopped him. You rest more, I'll do these, he said. Sin Li looked at the busy figure in the kitchen, feeling complicated. He then slowly walked to the kitchen. Hearing footsteps, Han Shen turned around and asked, what's wrong? Sin Li didn't say anything, just extended his arms and hugged Han Shen, saying, don't leave me. Without Sin Li by his side, Ning Xiuyuan became increasingly despondent and lost interest in everything. These past few days, Ning Xiuyuan had been going to the nightclub every night. At this moment, someone in the private room said to him, Yuan, I heard you gave Sin Li to Wang Qingji a while ago. Weren't you always very fond of him? Ning Xiuyuan nonchalantly replied, just a bed partner, nothing more. The person was somewhat surprised, saying, I still remember last time when Wang Qingji asked you for him, your expression was terrifying, and you even gave him a beating. We couldn't even pull you away. Really? Ning Xiuyuan asked. At this moment, the nightclub manager brought in a group of newcomers for them to choose from. Ning Xiuyuan immediately noticed a familiar face. The manager, being astutely perceptive, noticed Ning Xiuyuan's gaze. He mentioned that among today's group there was someone whose family member was sick and had no choice but to consider this route. Let's choose him then. Ning Xiuyuan glanced at the young man. The manager immediately gestured to the young man, who looked quite raw and awkwardly walked up to Ning Xiuyuan, bowed, and then said, Mr. Ning, please take a seat next to Ning Xiuyuan. What's your name? Ning Xiuyuan asked. My name is Chunyu, the young man replied. At this moment, someone else commented, doesn't he look a bit like Sin Li? Ning Xiuyuan did not respond. Then the young man, looking nervous, offered Ning Xiuyuan a drink. Would you like a drink? Ning Xiuyuan said, after which the young man, nervously, put down the cup. But his hand shook, spilling it on the table. The manager quickly scolded, what's going on? If you've entered this line of work, don't act all high and mighty. Ning Xiuyuan's expression darkened. This has nothing to do with you. You may leave, he said. The manager hurriedly tried to appease him, he's new and doesn't quite understand how things work. Please, be a little patient. Ning Xiuyuan responded softly. Then, he took a sip from the cup on the table and asked, "Your family member is sick?" The young man timidly replied, "Yes, my younger brother has leukemia and requires a lot of money for treatment in the hospital. I wanted to help lighten my parents' burden. How much money do you need?" 100,000. The young man's face became more flustered. "I'll give it to you, and you don't have to come here anymore." "Really?" The young man was incredulous, thinking he was being taken care of by a wealthy patron. He started to undress to please him, but then Ning Xiuyuan handed the young man a card. Then Ning Xiuyuan took out a card and handed it to the young man. "I don't need you to do anything. Just take the card and leave here." The young man was stunned for a few seconds, then gratefully said, "Thank you. You are really a good person." Not only him, but the people in the private room were also surprised. Someone incredulously said, "Are you doing a good deed?" The young man repeatedly expressed, "If you ever need me to do anything in the future, feel free to ask." But Ning Xiuyuan waved his hand, signaling him to leave quickly. Watching the young man leave, he thought of Tsinli, feeling a sense of emptiness in his heart. Even though he was in a lively atmosphere, he felt particularly lonely. Ning Xiuyuan finally began his journey to win his wife back. In the last episode, it was mentioned that Ning Xiuyuan didn't feel well after being drunk. When he woke up, Aunt Li saw him and said, "Young master, you drank too much last night and hurt your stomach. I'll make you some porridge." Ning Xiuyuan rubbed his forehead and thought for a moment, "Did you prepare breakfast for Tsinli?" Aunt Li looked at him in confusion. Ning Xiuyuan then remembered that Tsinli was no longer there. Then Aunt Li advised, "Young Master Jiang has been harmed by him several times. You should stop thinking about that person. Besides, at the end of the year, you and young Master Jiang will be engaged. Last night, it was young Master Jiang who stayed with you all night when you were drunk." Ning Xiuyuan didn't say anything. At this time, Jiang Yan heard the commotion and walked over. "Taking care of Yuan is my duty." Ning Xiuyuan glanced at Jiang Yan, whose arm was already bandaged. "Does it still hurt?" Jiang Yan moved closer. "It doesn't hurt anymore." "What happened to you last night? You held on to me and wouldn't let go when we got home. I thought you—" Ning Xiuyuan only felt a blur in his mind. "I was drunk last night." Jiang Yan continued, "You haven't been to school for several days. Let's go together tomorrow." Ning Xiuyuan noticed their position was too intimate and then withdrew his arm that Jiang Yan was holding. "We'll see." Then, with a solemn expression, he headed to the dining room. The atmosphere during the meal was tense, only Jiang Yan kept talking. At that moment, Ning Xiuyuan's cell phone suddenly rang. He had previously asked someone to find Chun-Li's home address, and now he finally got it. He quickly stood up and left with a stern face, completely ignoring Jiang Yan who was still calling him from behind. At Chen-Li's home, Han Chen softly suggested, "The sun is quite warm today. How about going out for a bit? You'll grow mold if you keep staying indoors." Chen-Li did not respond. Seeing Chen-Li's despondent demeanor, Han Chen walked over, put his hand on his shoulder, and said, "I'll accompany you outside." Just then, the doorbell rang. Han Chen opened the door and saw Ning Xiuyuan standing there. His expression instantly stiffened. "What are you doing here?" To prevent Ning Xiuyuan from coming closer, our Chen-Li suddenly spurted out. Previously, it was mentioned that when Han Chen opened the door, there was silence afterward. Chen-Li asked, "What happened?" "It's nothing," said Han Chen, about to close the door. Ning Xiuyuan, however, quickly approached. Chen-Li saw him, yet his expression was very calm, showing none of the fear he had imagined. "You seem to be doing quite well," Ning Xiuyuan sneered. "A university professor who likes men, this news will surely surprise many." Han Chen retorted, "Love is equal. Whom one likes has nothing to do with social status." Ning Xiuyuan frowned. The response didn't sit right with him, and then he said to Chen-Li, "Come back with me." Han Chen immediately stood in front of Ning Xiuyuan. "Why should he go back with you? Have you even thought about what you have done?" "I haven't settled the score with you for the injury he suffered to his wrist." Ning Xiuyuan sneered. Just because he had been sleeping with me for so many years, he was about to push Han Chen away when he heard a familiar voice in his ear. "I told you if you come over again, I don't want this life anymore." Sun-Li was holding a sharp knife and aimed it at his neck. Han Chen turned around and saw the scene, hurriedly shouting, "Sun-Li, don't do anything rash." Ning Xiuyuan's face was extremely stern. He took a step forward, and Sun-Li directly stabbed his own neck with the knife, the blood staining his shirt red. Ning Xiuyuan was instantly frightened. "Stay away from me." After a few seconds, his body slowly stepped back. "Put the knife down first." Sin Li's right arm trembled, gripping the knife tightly. Get out! Don't let me see you, understand? Ning Xiuyuan slowly retreated towards the door, then glanced at Han Shen, signaling him to take the knife away. Don't let Sin Li hurt himself. Han Shen then walked to Sin Li's side, nervously persuading, Sin Li, this is all his fault. He should be the one punished. Don't joke with your own body. Give me the knife, okay? But Sin Li remained indifferent. Seeing more and more blood, Ning Xiuyuan's face turned grim. Fine, I'm going out. Ning Xiuyuan had just stepped out of the room when he heard a bang as the door closed. His face immediately darkened. Having owed Han Shen too much, he could only repay with his body. In the last episode, after Ning Xiuyuan was driven away, Sin Li's knife fell to the ground with a clang. Then he knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling slightly. Han Shen quickly stepped forward to comfort him, saying, Don't be afraid. It's okay now, don't point the knife at yourself again. He was the one who was wrong, not you. Then Han Shen hurriedly helped him treat the wound. Fortunately, the knife only cut the skin, the injury wasn't too severe. He had been very worried just now, afraid that Sin Li might do something irreparable. After Sin Li's emotions stabilized, Han Shen stood up and said, You should rest for a while. I'll go make dinner. Later at the dining table, Han Shen handed Sin Li's aunt a card. Everyone deserves a proper burial. Take this as a loan from me. Actually, he understood that Han Shen didn't intend for him to pay it back. He didn't want to owe anyone, but for this final journey, he wanted his mother to have a better time. Then he told Han Shen that he would definitely repay this loan. After saying this, Sin Li hurriedly got up to tidy up, but Han Shen stopped him again. Han Shen smiled lightly and said, The book you were reading last time, I bought the second volume. It's in the study. If there's anything else you want to read, let me know and I'll buy it for you at the bookstore. Sin Li responded softly. Then Han Shen suddenly leaned in closer. Sin Li was startled, What's wrong? Han Shen gently said, You look nice when you smile. Don't always keep a straight face. People might think I made you unhappy. Sin Li blushed, thinking it's odd for a man to be complimented as beautiful. Han Shen moved even closer. The two of them were now face to face. Han Shen said ambiguously, Then what should I compliment you on? Sin Li was too embarrassed to look directly at Han Shen. Seeing Sin Li's awkward expression, Han Shen chuckled and then teasingly touched Sin Li's nose, saying, Alright. I'm not teasing you anymore. Go and rest. After saying that, he went to the kitchen to tidy up. Watching Han Shen's departing figure, Sin Li thought to himself, Professor Han treats me so well, the only way I can repay him is with my body, right? Our Sin Li was completely conquered by Han Shen's gentleness. In the last episode, Sin Li found Han Shen with a calm expression on his face. Han Shen didn't say a word, just looked at him with deep eyes. Sin Li suddenly grabbed Han Shen's sleeve and softly said, I don't want to think about him anymore, and I don't want to be afraid of being close to others because of him. Can you help me, please? It's okay, just hold me. Anyway, I can't be a man anymore. I'd rather it be you than anyone else. Han Shen's expression became a bit serious. He then took a coat and draped it over Sin Li. Don't degrade yourself like this. Or do you think I'm too dirty and don't want to touch me? I cleaned myself thoroughly before coming here. There are no traces of him left on me. He forced me before. I really didn't want to. Sin Li's eyes reddened and his voice trembled. How could I think you're dirty? Everything should happen naturally. Do you really like me and want to do this with me, or are you just trying to repay me for helping you? Sin Li lowered his head slightly and didn't answer. Then Han Shen cupped Sin Li's face and said in a low voice, Sin Li, of course I want to be closer to you too. But if I take advantage of this situation, how am I any different from others? Sin Li's body trembled. Professor Han, I don't think you're taking advantage of me. I just don't want to be affected by him anymore. Han Shen gently embraced him. Everything will get better. But for Sin Li, will it really get better? His phone and ID card were left with Ning Xiuyuan. Han Shen got him a new phone. These past few days, it was only Han Shen who occasionally sent him texts. But today, he received a message from an unknown number. He didn't need to guess who it was. Actually, Sin Li knew that it wasn't just Ning Xiuyuan who wouldn't let him go. He couldn't break free from this vicious cycle himself. At this moment, Han Shen leaned down and whispered, I hope that one day, you can truly accept me, not just out of gratitude. Sin Li responded softly. At night, Sin Li didn't go back but instead slept in the same bed with Han Shen. Soon after, Han Shen noticed his body had stiffened. He turned on the bedside lamp and asked, Are you afraid of the dark? No man easily admits their fears. Sin Li said no. Han Shen smiled, if you're scared, just turn around and hug me. Having someone else makes you less afraid. Being seen through, Sin Li turned around and hugged him. Han Shen didn't make any excessive moves but just buried him in his chest, sighing, I wish I had met you earlier. Our present has been kidnapped. Happiness, for him, was nothing more than a mirage. He had been with Han Shen for over a week now. Sin Li only did simple household chores and spent the rest of the time reading books. At this moment, Sin Li heard Han Shen's phone, placed on the desk, continuously vibrating. He told Han Shen, you have a call. Seeing the caller ID, Han Shen sighed heavily. He hadn't saved the caller in his contacts, but he had memorized the number long ago. Then, he moved away from Sin Li before answering the call. The person on the phone said urgently, you haven't been to the hospital for a month. Zhao Jiao really wants to see you. If I don't go, do you think you should be happy? Stop being pretentious in front of me. Han Shen's voice was cold. He had moved out from his family home since junior high and didn't have much affection for that man. The person on the phone hesitated for a while before slowly speaking up, I'm not overly happy, just that you haven't been home for a long time, brother. From now on, don't call me Chi, and don't give me a call either. Han retreated with a heavy voice as the call was abruptly ended. It wasn't because he was lied to about being sick. The last time, he didn't go to the hospital to visit. Seeing Han Yu coming out of the room, his face didn't look too good. What happened? Asked Mr. Li. Nothing, just some annoying marketing calls reached me, Han Yu replied as he looked up at the sky, then continued as he put on his coat. There's a meeting at the university today, I won't be back early. If you get hungry later, just eat first, if you're tired, go sleep in the room. I can't return until about 8 tonight. Mr. Li glanced at the sky, acknowledging the span of time. Life had calmed down for them, recalling the text messages Chen Ningxiu had sent him. Following that, Mr. Li grabbed Han Yu's sleeve, then busily, and then Mr. Li held onto Han Yu's sleeve again. Amidst Han's shock, he leaned in for a kiss. Han Yu's cheeks turned slightly red, whispering, does everyone kiss like this? Han Yu's hand gently touched the lips Mr. Li had just kissed. If you ever dare to say it's just a kiss, it won't be as simple as a kiss next time. Isn't it said to let things take their course? Han Yu then said he'd take back those words. Then, he moved aside the hair hanging in front of Mr. Li's forehead. I'm also a normal man, restraining too many times can harm the body. Mr. Li's face turned even redder, finding it hard to even look at Han Yu. Shortly after Han Yu left, Mr. Li went to the supermarket. Han Yu always did the cooking, and he had never done it himself before, feeling somewhat guilty about it. Yet, he decided to take a look around the store. The supermarket was bustling, a stark contrast to the quiet he had grown accustomed to. Time seemed to move swiftly, and he was taken aback when someone suddenly tapped his face with a hand. He wanted to grab a handkerchief but gradually lost consciousness, and the groceries he was holding scattered on the ground. Our Sin Li is in danger. In the previous episode, Sin Li was kidnapped. On the other hand, Ning Xiuyuan had sent people to follow Sin Li early on, intending to bring him back in a few days. However, the people sent to follow him told him that after Sin Li entered the supermarket, he never came out. They lost him while they were taking a nap. They searched the supermarket several times but couldn't find him. Truly useless fools. Ning Xiuyuan panicked and quickly asked people to retrieve the supermarket's surveillance footage. He saw Sin Li in a corner, being put to sleep with a handkerchief and then taken away. That person looked familiar. He thought for a moment and remembered seeing him at the Zhang family's place. Could it be Zhang Yan's brother, Zhang Bai? Ning Xiuyuan was well aware of who Zhang Bai was. Without wasting a moment, he searched for Zhang Bai's residence and hurried over. He never intended to let anyone take Sin Li away. Sin Li was his and only his from the beginning. The days spent staying at Han Shen's place were already torturous enough, let alone being taken by Zhang Bai. Meanwhile, Sin Li's head felt heavy. He opened his eyes slightly and found himself lying on a bed. His consciousness gradually became muddled, and he felt like his body wasn't his own. When his body was lifted, his eyes were blurry. Yes, he's a top-quality product. No wonder he heard Zhang Yan several times, yet Ning Xiuyuan kept protecting him. At this moment, Zhang Bai's phone rang. Brother. At this moment, Zhang Bai's phone rang. Brother, is Sin Li at your place? Zhang Yan's voice sounded aggrieved on the phone. Zhang Bai held Sin Li's face with his hand and looked him over carefully. Don't worry, the Zhang family won't let anyone bully us. But he is quite something. It's okay to change tastes once in a while. Just don't hurt him, Ah Yuan would worry. Jiang Bai smiled, even at this time, you're still considering others. Don't be foolish. His disappearance is just right, so Ning Shouyuan won't be distracted and bored. Sinli moved slightly because it was too hot, subconsciously wanting to take off his clothes. Jiang Bai told Jiang Yan he was busy and then hung up the phone. What kept him busy was unspoken between the two. Although Sinli was dazed, he still instinctively resisted such behavior. He curled up his body, trembling uncontrollably, then reached for the ashtray on the table. He threw it at Jiang Bai, hitting him on the back of the head. Annoyed, Jiang Bai thought, he dares to hit me with an ashtray? Just as he was about to slap back, he was kicked down by someone behind him. Then he was punched to the ground. Ning Shouyuan shouted angrily, who the hell let you touch my man? Sinli looked dazedly at the man before him. He reached out and grabbed him, don't leave me. Ning Shouyuan felt a surge of ecstasy, but Sinli's next words immediately stiffened Ning Shouyuan's actions. The slight joy was eroded by multiplying storms, and his face darkened sharply. Jiang Bai, who was punched down by Ning Shouyuan, gasped for breath. He asked reproachfully, how can you do this to Shaoyan? His long-term indulgence in pleasures had weakened him significantly, naturally incomparable to Ning Shouyuan, who exercises regularly. Hearing Jiang Yan's name, Ning Shouyuan finally stopped. His face darkened terribly. I know what I'm doing. If you think this won't work, then we shouldn't get married. Ning Shouyuan came to his senses, got up, and walked to the bed. Seeing the abnormal redness on Sinli's cheeks, anyone with eyes could tell what was going on. Then, Ning Shouyuan picked up Sinli. Looking at the person in his arms, Ning Shouyuan gradually realized that he couldn't part with Sinli. Then, he softly comforted, it's alright now. I'll take you home. Before long, Ning Shouyuan brought Sinli home and gently placed him on the bed. At this moment, Sinli weakly opened his eyes and softly grasped Ning Shouyuan, whispering, don't leave. Hearing Sinli's words, Ning Shouyuan felt genuinely happy for the first time. He whispered back, I won't leave. Sinli's body seemed to ignite with a flame. Slowly sitting up, he leaned his face closer. This emotion was something Ning Shouyuan had never experienced. His movements became much gentler. Sinli whispered in his ear, I'm so hot. Hold me, Han Chen. As soon as these words fell, Ning Shouyuan's actions froze, and the bit of joy previously felt disappeared instantly. His face darkened terribly. He pinched Sinli's chin, his voice turning cold, say that again. Sinli seemed not to have heard him, just gazing at him with a dazed look. I don't want to remember him anymore. Hold me, let me forget him. Ning Shouyuan's fingers tightened, and he chuckled lowly, so, a few days with Han Chen made you comfortable? Sinli sobered a bit, only feeling that the other had become rougher. Ning Shouyuan tore open Sinli's shirt. His voice hoarse, see clearly who I am. Even if you want to die in the future, you can only die in front of me. Sinli seemed to realize something, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, no. Ning Shouyuan laughed coldly, you will only stay at home, belonging only to me forever. The sky outside darkened, and Sinli didn't know what time it was. He'd rather stay confused than become clear-headed. Ning Shouyuan got up to fetch his phone for him, then handed it over, saying, answer the phone when you wake up, so Professor Han won't worry about you. Sinli directly hung up the call. Why did you hang up? I kind of want him to know what we're up to. It's curious that someone like you even got picked up by someone. But shortly after hanging up, the phone rang again. Ning Shouyuan helped him swipe to answer and then put it to his ear. Han Chen's worried voice came through the phone. Why haven't you been answering your phone? Where are you? You're mine. Previously mentioned, Sinli answered the call from Han Chen, hearing the man's worried voice on the phone. Sinli didn't know how to respond for a moment. He had anticipated that Ning Shouyuan would take him back. It was ultimately impossible between him and Han Chen. He had endured too much and could no longer engage in an equal relationship like a normal person. As Ning Shouyuan said, he had been played out long ago. And Han Chen was still naive. He couldn't change the fact that he had once been lowly and would always worry that this shiny exterior would be exposed. Memories of those dirty pasts would always haunt him, a nightmare that would follow him for life. Han Chen's anxious voice came through the phone, what happened? Sinli tried to control his emotions and said softly, I remembered I have a relative. He said he arranged a job for me, suitable for my current state, and asked me to find him. You know I don't like being idle. Why didn't you tell me? I can go with you. Sinli chuckled lightly, his voice turning nasal, no need. You should focus on your work. I'll visit you when I have time in a few days. His words were not too decisive, nor easy to arouse suspicion. Han Shen was silent for a few seconds before saying, then take good care of yourself, and call me if you need anything. Because of what Xin Li said, Ning Xiuyuan's grip tightened. Xin Li took a breath and then said, I'll hang up now. As soon as Xin Li hung up the phone, the person behind him grabbed his jaw, forcing him to turn his face aside. He had never felt such intense jealousy. Why could Xin Li be so gentle with other men, but completely different with him? Do you still want to go back to him? Ning Xiuyuan coldly spoke. Xin Li didn't respond, just biting his lips tightly. He held Xin Li's cheek, saying in a tone he didn't realize himself, stop thinking about Han Chen. He's a college professor, how could he openly date a man? Then he pushed Xin Li down. If you don't want my engagement, I'll spend more time with you. If you don't likely, we won't live at the old place anymore. The study room is next door. I had your things moved out and added a lot of books you like. Xin Li, don't leave me. We've been together so long. You are mine, Ning Xiuyuan said, speaking a lot of words he usually wouldn't, while the person beneath him kept giving him responses. But the person beneath him didn't seem to be responding, which made him feel something was wrong. He looked up and saw the person in front of him frowning as if in great pain, and their face was extremely pale. Zi Chengyu's question, do you like him, left Ning Xiuyuan silent. In the previous episode, Ning Xiuyuan saw Xin Li's painful expression and, without a second thought, hurriedly took Xin Li to the hospital. Ning Xiuyuan anxiously waited in the hallway until he saw Zi Chengyu coming out and asked, how is he? Zi Chengyu paused and responded, not very optimistic. A man's body is different from a woman's, some things can't be overdone. Ning Xiuyuan looked angry, I didn't plan to do anything to him this time. I saved him, but he called out another man's name in front of me. Zi Chengyu questioned, is that why you treated him this way? Ning Xiuyuan uncharacteristically had no reply. Zi Chengyu sighed and asked again, do you like him? If it were before, Ning Xiuyuan would have immediately denied it. How could he possibly like someone he considered a plaything? Even saying it out loud felt ridiculous, especially since Xin Li always acted so aloof and boring. No matter what, you can't treat someone this badly. Think about it, how many times have you brought him to the hospital? Even the strongest body can't withstand such torment, unless you don't want him to live anymore. Ning Xiuyuan stood there, stunned and silent for a long time. Just then, someone approached Ning Xiuyuan and told him that someone from the Zheng family was here and he needed to go back. Back at the Ning family villa, the person sent by the Zheng family said, young Master Ning, aren't you going to be engaged to young Master Jiang? You shouldn't be protecting such a person. Besides, he has hurt the young master several times. Keeping such a malicious person around might harm you someday. Ning Xiuyuan thought for a moment, is Xin Li really that malicious? He remembers that Xin Li was a particularly frugal person. It's quite surprising that such a person would even feed a cat. But clearly, it's the same person. If someone can be so kind to a cat, why would they use a shard of porcelain to injure his neck? Seeing Ning Xiuyuan's increasingly displeased expression, Jiang Yan softly said, Yuan, my brother was indeed wrong, but he didn't want to see me suffer. After all, Xin Li wasn't finished talking earlier. Ning Xiuyuan glared at him. Seeing Ning Xiuyuan's cold demeanor, Jiang Yan quickly changed his tone, if you don't want to, then forget it. It's just that it's hard to explain to my dad. After all, our families are already connected by marriage. We are supposed to get engaged at the end of the year. After a long time, Ning Xiuyuan finally said in a low voice, then let's not get engaged. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect Ning Xiuyuan would abandon their relationship because of Xin Li. He walked over and grabbed Ning Xiuyuan's arm, Yuan, don't joke around. You can still keep Xin Li if you want. Anyway, he won't be living with us. I'm not joking. I really think this engagement was too hasty. Jiang Yan's voice had a hint of a nasal sound, but the news has already been announced. Both of our parents have agreed. Didn't you used to love me the most? Jiang Yan's voice sounded like he was about to cry. Let's leave it at that for now and see later. Ning Xiuyuan pushed Jiang Yan away. His mind was in turmoil. Ning Xiuyuan finally discovered the other side of Jiang Yan, who pretended to be innocent. Last episode, Ning Xiuyuan thought a lot, and some of his beliefs seemed to be gradually collapsing. He called Xia Chuan and arranged to meet at a tavern. There weren't many distinctive places near the hospital, and Ning Xiuyuan wasn't picky at this point. He just felt suffocated and wanted someone to talk to. Ning Xiuyuan saw the worn sleeves of Xia Chuan's sweater and frowned unconsciously. He doesn't treat you this poorly, does he? Xia Chuan sat on the other side of the table and said softly, he accompanied me to buy this. Xia Chuyan is busy with work and rarely has time to be with him. But there are servants at home, so there's no need for him to do any chores. He also gives him enough living expenses every month. He never treated Xia Chuyan as a parent. It was only later that he learned Xia Chuyan had taken him home and fed him. He regarded him as a substitute for his father. Xia Chuan raised a glass of wine and said lightly, "You called me here today because of Sin Li, didn't you?" Ning Xiuyuan frowned. He didn't really want to admit that he was doing something for Sin Li. "Can't I call you out if there's nothing wrong?" Xia Chuan avoided Ning Xiuyuan's question, saying that Xia Lu has been asking about Sin Li lately. He likes Sin Li quite a bit. Ning Xiuyuan's expression grew even darker. Holding the wine glass on the table, didn't he already see Sin Li and me kissing? Why is he still not giving up? What? Xia Chuan was somewhat surprised. Ning Xiuyuan picked up the wineglass and drank it in one gulp. "I took Sin Li to a hotel outside of school, and Xia Lu saw us." Xia Chuan's expression became subtle. Sin Li, being such a proud person, cares a lot about his reputation, yet Ning Xiuyuan has trampled on everything that mattered to him. I've warned him several times. If he doesn't cut ties with Xia Lu, then I'll have to help him. After a few seconds, Xia Chuan said, "Your past relationships weren't like this, were they?" Ning Xiuyuan thought about it carefully. "It seems not really." Xia Chuan sighed softly. "You've never rushed to claim your ownership because someone was half swayed by another." Suddenly, as if Xia Chuan had just remembered something, he loudly said, "Hey Yuan, there's something I should tell you. Jiang Yan is not what he appears to be on the surface. If you're determined to be with Jiang Yan, it's best to settle Sin Li's situation from the beginning." Hearing this, Ning Xiuyuan was startled. In his eyes, Jiang Yan had always been a gentle and understanding younger brother. He had never doubted Jiang Yan's words, but at this moment, he seemed to realize something. Eventually, the green tea was kicked out. In the last episode, Xia Chuan told Ning Xiuyuan that once in high school, he went to submit homework to the grade group and happened to hear Jiang Yan snitching to the director. That afternoon, it was discovered that the class beauty from the next class had dated someone. And that girl, who was getting along well with you at the time, was hot. In Ning Xiuyuan's heart, Jiang Yan had always been gentle and understanding. Even if he had dated others before, he had never made a fuss in front of him. On second thought, who could have told Jiang Bai about Sin Li's whereabouts? He had just mentioned it in front of Jiang Yan that day, saying he wanted to bring Sin Li back. Thinking of this, Ning Xiuyuan stood up, mentioning he still had things to do. He had installed surveillance in Sin Li's room and rarely checked it. But the surveillance was always there, so it should have recorded what happened during those incidents. He hadn't been home for several days. As soon as he arrived, Jiang Yan came over and asked with seemingly caring concern, "Hey Yuan, why didn't you say you were coming back? I could have asked Li to prepare dinner for you." "I've already eaten," Ning Xiuyuan replied indifferently. "Are you going to the hospital today?" Jiang Yan asked softly. Since Sin Li was hospitalized, Ning Xiuyuan rarely came home.
Ning Xiuyuan rarely came home. He glanced over at Jiang Yan and went into the room, opening the surveillance footage from Sin Li's room on the computer. Jiang Yan followed him over. "Hey Yuan, why are you checking the surveillance?" Ning Xiuyuan frowned and did not answer. Jiang Yan seemed to realize what he was doing and got a bit flustered, his voice starting to choke. He stood in front of Ning Xiuyuan. "We've known each other for so many years, do you still not trust me? There were several times I almost went to the hospital. I don't know why Sin Li dislikes me so much. Maybe it's because you usually care for me more." Ning Xiuyuan suddenly asked, "Did you know about Jiang Bai taking Sin Li away?" Jiang Yan hurriedly defended himself and then incredulously asked, "Hey Yuan, do you suspect me? How could I possibly know? Otherwise I would have stopped him in advance." Ning Xiuyuan saw that the camera was broken on the afternoon of the incident, leaving no useful footage. His expression became somewhat serious. "Xiao Yan, I want to ask you something. Sin Li was in such a state that day. Tell me, how did he have the strength to push you down the stairs?" The truth gradually became clear, but Ning Xiuyuan was unwilling to think about it further. He just spoke lightly, "Tomorrow, I'll have someone help you move your luggage back. As for the cancellation of the engagement, I'll explain it to Uncle John." Ning Xiuyuan broke off the engagement. He decided to be with Sin Li properly. Previously, Jiang Yan couldn't believe what Ning Xiuyuan had said. Ning Xiuyuan lightly stated, "We are not suitable for each other. I've only ever thought of you as a brother, never imagined having a deeper relationship with you." Jiang Yan lowered his head and said quietly, "How can you know we're not suitable without trying? After confirming the relationship, you spent all your time with Sin Li and hardly paid attention to me. We haven't even had any intimate contact. How can we be sure we're not suitable? I only know you've been good to me, and I've never taken you as a brother." Can't we just continue living like we used to? He said while slowly unbuttoning his shirt one by one. Zhang Yan leaned in for a kiss, but Ning Shuyuan turned his head away to avoid it. He frowned and pushed Zhang Yan away from him. It's so cold, don't catch a chill. Zhang Yan seemed not to hear him and continued, don't go to the hospital today. Just stay at home, you haven't been home for days. I'll explain the engagement matter to uncle clearly. Ning Shuyuan spoke again, and Zhang Yan completely panicked, becoming hysterical. Have the nearly 20 years we've known each other been less significant than someone you've known for just a few years? Besides, Sen Li's mother has already passed away. He won't follow you anymore. Let's give him some compensation and ask him to leave. As soon as the words fell, Ning Shuwan's face immediately darkened. I won't let him leave. Seeing Ning Shuyuan about to leave, Zhang Yan stepped forward and hugged Ning Shuwan's arm. Ayuan, you agreed to our engagement. Do you want to marry Sen Li instead? What right does he have to enter the Ning family? The tuition and medical fees before were also paid by the Ning family. Zhang Yan was shaken off by Ning Shuyuan and fell to the ground. The air suddenly became quiet. Ning Shuyuan himself had never imagined that one day, he would treat the person he had always been gentle with so impatiently. At this moment, Aunt Li happened to pass by and saw this scene. Zhang Yan fell to the ground, clothes disheveled, yet Ning Shuyuan remained indifferent. Young master, what are you doing? Aunt Li asked at the door. It was then Ning Shuyuan somewhat came back to his senses and told her. Please help Xiao Yan pack his things. I'll have someone send him back tomorrow. Zhang Yan got up from the ground, tears rolling down his face non-stop. I won't go back. I came back from abroad for you. We've finally confirmed our relationship, and then I hugged you from behind. Ning Shuyuan continued, what's so good about Sen Li? If it weren't for the Ning family, he might have gone to nightclubs long ago, not knowing how many people he has slept with. Aunt Li was also constantly trying to persuade him. Ning Shuyuan coldly glanced at Aunt Li, then removed Zhang Yan's fingers from around his waist. The Ning family is just paying you to work. If you can't figure out your place, you better leave early. Aunt Li was immediately speechless, her face turning from red to white, and she stopped talking. Afterward, he arranged for someone to watch over Zhang Yan. No matter what Zhang Yan said, he ignored it. Instead, he turned and walked towards the door. Ning Shuyuan finally realized Sen Li's worth. During this period, he became increasingly restless. Once again, he visited Sen Li in the hospital. Then, silently, he took out his wallet from the pocket over his chest. Upon opening it, what caught his eyes was an old photo of him and Sen Li together. It was then he realized that this was the only photo of him and Sen Li. Ning Shuyuan just kept looking at it. Hours passed by unwittingly. Zi Chengyu came over and said softly, Shuyuan, Sen Li's health isn't as good as before. You can't just send him to the hospital once a week. Even the strongest body can't withstand such torment. Ning Shuyuan responded faintly. On the other side, Sen Li had already woken up, staring blankly at the IV drip above, his body frail and pitiful, his cheeks even more gaunt. Noticing Sen Li's lips were a bit dry, Ning Shuyuan poured a cup of warm water and handed it over, but Sen Li didn't react at all. If you don't open your mouth, I have plenty of ways to make you drink, Ning Shuyuan said in a low voice, finally catching Sen Li's gaze. Ning Shuyuan, with a stern face, took a sip from the cup, then leaned down, pinched Sen Li's chin, and directly transferred the water with his lips, forcing the other to swallow it down his throat. Sen Li instinctively tried to dodge, then coughed a few times, and raised his arm to wipe the water that had spilled from the corner of his mouth. Ning Shuyuan reached out to help Sen Li catch his breath, then said, my engagement with Xiaoyan has been cancelled. Sen Li's breathing eased. What does that have to do with me? Ning Shuwan's expression turned a bit ugly. Don't you dislike me getting engaged to him? Always picking on him. Sen Li smiled. I wish you two got together sooner. You actually match well, one worse than the other. It's best if you never separate. Hearing this, Ning Shuwan's expression turned fierce, just about to retort. Ying just saw Sen Li raise his eyebrows, covered his abdomen with his hand. Ning Shuyuan had no time to dwell on what Sen Li said, and quickly asked what's wrong, where it was uncomfortable, but Sen Li pushed him away. Ning Shuyuan had no choice but to run out of the ward to call a doctor. At that moment, he realized he couldn't be without Sen Li. Let's be together, Ning Shuyuan confessed to Sen Li. In the previous episode, it was said that Zi Chengyu rushed over upon hearing the news, checked on him, and said that after being on a nutrient drip for the past few days, eating something at home would make it better. Just go back and eat something, and you'll be fine. Sen Li's appearance really doesn't look well. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Ning Shuyuan asked. Sen Li's face was covered with fine sweat, soaking the hair on his forehead. Anyway, I won't die. Ning Shuwan's expression gradually cooled. You must cause trouble to feel comfortable, right? Sen Li chuckled lightly and looked at him. Isn't this what you often say? I'm just repeating your words. Ning Shuyuan didn't respond, just tidied up Sen Li's quilt. Ning Shuyuan, stop pretending in front of me. It's disgusting to watch. Sen Li slowed down his speech and said word by word. Cheng Yu was still in the ward, afraid Ning Shuyuan might do something out of line. But Ning Shuyuan just said softly, since you're fine now, let's get discharged after the IV is finished. Then he turned to Bai Chengyu and asked, Dr. Bai, can Sen Li be discharged? Cheng Du, who was on the side, repeatedly agreed, saying, come with me to handle the procedures. Subsequently, Ning Shuyuan went to help Sen Li with the discharge procedures. At this time, Sen Li's phone rang, presumably because of the cancellation of his engagement with Zhang Yan. He also had someone take Zhang Yan back to the Zhang family today. He had just answered the call when he heard Ning Qi's unfriendly tone. What's going on between you and Xiao Yan? Ning Shuyuan calmly stated, it's just that I feel we're not suitable, so he won't feel wronged later. I've long told you, Sen Li, that some things need to be clear. If I knew you would get involved, I wouldn't have let it happen in the first place. At least back then, Sen Li wouldn't have done anything to harm the Ning family. Of course, I wouldn't get involved. Besides, talking about this now is too early. Let's discuss it in a few years. Ning Shuyuan was getting a bit impatient. I'll explain it clearly to the Zhang family. What they think is their business. Upon hearing this, Ning Qi's attitude softened. Handle the mess you made yourself. Although he didn't admit it verbally, he had already considered Sen Li as his future partner. Ning Shuyuan returned to the ward, gently helped Sen Li up from the bed, and then helped him change his clothes. Don't you want to have a complete family? Then he knelt on one knee. Let's be together, Sen Li said. Ning Shuyuan's face stiffened for a moment and pretended not to hear that comment. Stop being so petty. I know you don't have a good impression of the old house. I bought you a house in the suburbs. The environment is very nice and suitable for recuperation. Then, he embraced Sen Li. There's a sports event at school next week, do you want to go see it? Sen Li softly declined and then asked, is your engagement with Zhang Yan really cancelled? This episode is quite thrilling. Ning Shuyuan did that thing to Sen Li again. In the last episode, it was mentioned that Sen Li pursed his lips, looked up at Ning Shuyuan, and inquired, is your engagement with Zhang Yan really cancelled? Ning Shuyuan casually affirmed. Sen Li continued, he likes you quite a bit. And you? Ning Shuyuan asked. Ning Shuyuan has always been cold-hearted, having long forgotten any feelings Zhang Yan had for him. Sen Li avoided the topic, yet Ning Shuyuan pulled him into an embrace and said, Sen Li, let's live a good life together from now on. Sen Li, in his arms, felt it was laughable but thought something should be left behind to never let this person forget. Afterward, Ning Shuyuan took Sen Li to a villa in the suburbs. Upon reaching the room, Ning Shuyuan just set Sen Li down, and couldn't contain the burning passion inside, involuntarily placing his palm on the front of Sen Li's clothes. Ning Shuyuan whispered into his ear, don't be afraid. But Sen Li just looked at him with unfocused eyes, his face filled with a mixture of shame and rage, and placed his hand on Ning Shuyuan's shoulder. Tears kept falling from his eyes. Ning Shuyuan propped up his body with his elbows, his eyes softened. He was truly delighted. Let me clean you up before you sleep, it's not good for your health otherwise. Then, he bowed his head and kissed Sen Li gently, his voice hoarse, if only you had been this obedient before. Sen Li felt a chill in his heart, only clutching the pillow tighter. To him, Ning Shuyuan probably just wanted a more submissive pet, that was all. Early the next day, Ning Shuyuan returned to school and happened to meet Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan came up to him and whispered, do you have time later? I want to talk to you. Ning Shuyuan responded softly, and then suddenly remembered something. How's the wound on your arm? Has it gotten better? Hearing Ning Shuyuan's sudden concern, Zhang Yan looked down, his face flushed. It's much better, it wasn't a serious injury. Aunt Li treated it that day. Seeing the dishes Ning Shuyuan ordered on the dining table, Zhang Yan became even more convinced that Ning Shuyuan still cared about him. All these were his favorite dishes. Seeing that Zhang Yan was hesitant to start eating, Ning Shuyuan had to add some dishes to his bowl. Zhang Yan, with a serious face, spoke up, Yuan, is there really no chance for us? Hearing Ning Shuyuan's affirmation, Zhang Yan completely broke down, yelling loudly, is it really because of Sen Li? Zhang Yan kidnapped Sen Li, intending to eliminate him to win back Ning Shuyuan. As mentioned in the previous episode, Ning Shuyuan frowned at Zhang Yan's questioning, I've only ever treated you as a brother. Zhang Yan completely panicked, I thought a lot during this time. We were the closest, no one could compare, but now it has come to this. Is it because I did something wrong that displeased you? I can change. Seeing no reaction from Ning Shuyuan, Zhang Yan laughed and then went mad. You were always better to me than anyone else, always standing up for me against those who bullied me. How could there be no feelings? Then his face gradually strained. Yuan, is it that only by getting rid of the person who has made us distant, you can treat me like before? Since being gentle doesn't win Ning Shuwan's favor, then it's better to be direct and cut this tie. What did you say? Ning Shuyuan said loudly. Zhang Yan continued, without the Ning family, he was just someone who could be satisfied with just a grain of rice. Ning Shuyuan had a bad feeling. He called his home, but no servant answered. Zhang Yan, as if losing his reason, stood up to take Ning Shuwan's phone away. Forget about him. Although you always comfort me, I know your heart has leaned towards him. How is he better than me? Ning Shuyuan dodged, not minding the grease on Zhang Yan. He hurriedly left. At that moment, Ning Shuyuan realized how much he cared about Sen Li. Returning home, Ning Shuyuan saw the servants tied up with ropes in the living room, their mouths sealed with tape. He quickly went to the second floor and saw Sen Li's bedroom empty, the chains already unlocked. The chain has been unlocked by someone. His face turned pale as he immediately dialed Zhang Yan's number. As soon as Zhang Yan answered, Ning Shuyuan shouted angrily, "Where is Sen Li?" "Ah Yuan, I knew you would call me." Zhang Yan laughed, "But it's just to ask about him. It's just a dispensable bed partner, is it really worth all your effort for him?" Ning Shuyuan arrived just in time during the crisis. In the last episode, Ning Shuyuan said to Zhang Yan with his remaining patience, "Xiao Yan, stop the nonsense. Tell me where he is now." Zhang Yan, with a hint of crying in his voice, said, "We're about to get engaged, yet you're canceling the engagement because of him. I liked you from a long time ago, always hoping to be with you in the future. Do you remember? You used to never leave me alone, letting others laugh at me." The more Zhang Yan spoke, the more agitated he became, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Ning Shuyuan tried to calm his emotions and soothe him. "Xiao Yan, could I send him away in a few days? Is that okay? You're lying to me again." Then Zhang Yan turned on the speakerphone, and Ning Shuwan's every word echoed instantly in the empty house. "I'm keeping him just because I haven't played enough with him. If you don't like him, I can make him leave. Everything is negotiable." As soon as Ning Shuyuan finished speaking, Zhang Yan smugly said to Sen Li, "Did you hear that? You're nothing but a plaything." However, Sen Li's expression remained calm. Zhang Yan, seemingly not seeing the reaction he expected on Sen Li's face, slapped Sen Li hard. Hearing the slap through the phone, Ning Shuwan's face darkened. "Don't hurt him." Zhang Yan sneered, "Does your heart ache? It's really not worth it for such a lowly person. After all, you used to treat him like this often." Ning Shuyuan continued to soothe Xiaoyan. "You know you are the most important person to me. Don't let him ruin our harmony. Please listen, okay?" Then he whispered to the servant, "There's a GP in Sen Li's watch, go find it for me." He continued to soothe Zhang Yan, "I'll go to the restaurant now. How about I have dinner with you tonight?" After a while, Zhang Yan reluctantly agreed. Ning Shuyuan dared not delay any longer and hurriedly led several people to the location. As soon as he got out of the car, Ning Shuyuan, full of anger, grabbed the guards and then kicked open the door of the house. Seeing Sen Li's neat clothes covered in dirt and his left cheek slightly red, Ning Shuyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He quickly walked over to Sen Li, squatted down, and untied the ropes tied around his wrists and ankles. "I'm sorry I'm late. Ning Shuyuan has broken off his relationship with Zhang Yan. Let's pretend we never knew each other." As Ning Shuyuan helped Sen Li untie the ropes, he explained incoherently, "The way I spoke before was to calm his emotions." Seeing the marks on Sen Li's wrists left by the ropes, Ning Shuyuan asked, "Does it hurt?" Sen Li, as if merely an observer, said indifferently, "After being tied up so many times, it doesn't seem like a big deal anymore." Ning Shuyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed used the same method to keep Sen Li by his side before. Seeing Ning Shuwan's expression, Sen Li smiled slightly. "Weren't you often like this before? The taste of being unable to argue your case, Ning Shuyuan, is something you're experiencing for the first time." Although he used to think that way, his thoughts have changed over time. Before he could speak, he heard a voice at the door, "You're lying to me again." At that moment, Zhang Yan was holding a sharp knife, charging towards Sen Li, shouting, "People like him should die sooner. As long as he's dead, everything will be quiet." Ning Shuyuan quickly stepped in front of Sen Li, grabbing the knife Zhang Yan stabbed over. Bright red blood dripped continuously. Seeing Ning Shuwan's hand covered in blood, Zhang Yan, in panic, released the knife, subconsciously retreated a few steps out of fear. Yuan, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted us to be like before. Even if you had someone else by your side then, you wouldn't neglect me because of them. Yuan, don't bother with him. Let's be together properly. You promised me. Zhang Yan pleaded non-stop. Ning Shuwan's face turned pale, looking at Zhang Yan as if he were looking at a stranger. Don't cause the Zhang family to break their financial chain. You won't even be able to sustain your current lifestyle. A Yuan, Zhang Yan, with a face full of tears, went forward to hug Ning Shuwan's arm, but Ning Shuyuan flung him away, not sparing him an extra glance. From now on, let's pretend we never knew each other. If you cause any trouble again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then he walked over to Sen Li, whispering, I will contact Uncle Zhang to send him abroad. What's there to miss? If he hurts you, the entire Zhang family will suffer. Sen Li chuckled softly. Then, looking at Zhang Yan beside him, this time he could kidnap me. I'm just an ordinary person, no match for the powerful Zhang family. If they really want to do something, I can't stop it. Zhang Yan's face grew uglier. Sen Li, don't push your luck. Sen Li smiled slightly, it's just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Are you unhappy? Zhang Yan was stunned. He suddenly realized everything he did was within Sen Li's expectations. Sen Li began his revenge. Ning Shuyuan started to question himself. Previously mentioned, seeing Sen Li's face turning pale, Ning Shuyuan quickly went over to support him, anxiously asking, what's wrong? Sen Li looked extremely pained and his stomach hurt a lot. He had just been punched several times by him. Before Zhang Yan could say anything, he noticed Ning Shuwan's gaze was frighteningly cold. The man who had always trusted him and protected him picked Sen Li up from the ground and carefully asked, should we go to the hospital? Sen Li shook his head, curled up in his arms, and said that resting at home for a while should make him feel better. Hearing the words, go home, from Sen Li's mouth made Ning Shuwan's attitude much gentler. Alright, let's go home early. Watching Ning Shuwan's departing figure, Zhang Yan stood frozen in place, feeling an overwhelming coldness throughout his body. Clearly, it was Ning Shuyuan who first said to him that Sen Li was just a lowly, disgraceful person. How did things turn out like this? Ning Shuwan's subordinate noticed that Ning Shuwan's hand was injured and the bleeding hadn't stopped, and quickly asked, young Master Ning, should you bandage your wound first? Do you need to bandage the wound first? Just deal with it after we get back. Ning Shuyuan carefully helped Sen Li into the back seat of the car. Sen Li leaned against him, and then instructed someone else to drive. Sen Li obediently leaned against his chest, curling up his legs slightly as if he was in severe pain, and a fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ning Shuyuan knew that Sen Li disliked the smell of disinfectant in hospitals, so he yelled at the driver to speed up and asked Bai Chengyu to come over. When they got home, Bai Chengyu was already waiting at the door. Seeing the blood on Sen Li's clothes, Bai Chengyu's expression darkened. How did this happen? It's best to go to a hospital in this situation. Bai Chengyu saw the blood on Sen Li, it was his own. Bai Chengyu was a bit surprised, but seeing the cut on Ning Shuwan's palm made him feel relieved. Given how often Ning Shuyuan took people to the hospital, he was truly worried something might happen to Sen Li. Bai Chengyu then checked him over, and after finding nothing serious, he went to treat Ning Shuwan's wound. How did this happen? Just an accident, Ning Shuyuan briefly explained, not wanting to bring up Zhang Yan. Bai Chengyu whispered, relating it to Sen Li. It wasn't him. As long as he doesn't leave, I'll keep treating him well, Bai Chengyu said after treating his wound, hoping for the best. Bai Chengyu had heard Ning Shuyuan say such things many times, but the results were always the same. Suddenly, Ning Shuyuan asked, what do you think about how I treated her before? Bai Chengyu was taken aback. Do you want the truth? If it wasn't for you clipping his wings, he might not have had it too bad. Previously, Bai Chengyu saw how serious Ning Shuyuan was when he asked, and tentatively said, not very well. As expected, upon hearing this, Ning Shuwan's expression immediately darkened. Bai Chengyu didn't say more, just stood up to pack the medical kit. There's a lot going on at the hospital today, I need to go back, but Ning Shuyuan stopped him. Don't go yet. Ning Shuyuan said in a low voice, I won't do anything to you. I just want to know how others see me in his eyes. Cheng Yu had no choice but to sigh helplessly and said it all at once, you always force him to do what he doesn't want to do without considering his feelings. Sometimes I even feel you don't see him as a person at all. Ning Shuyuan quickly retorted, what other thoughts could he have? I can't just indulge his every whim. What if he turns to someone else? You haven't seen how well he treats others. Yet with me, he acts like a completely different person. Thinking over and over, Ning Shuyuan became more and more jittery. He didn't even know what he was upset about. Perhaps it was that what he considered good was turning into something bad in others' mouths. Besides, I haven't wronged him in life, Cheng Yu said softly. Shuyuan, living in this world is not just about that. There are many enjoyable things in life. If someone offered you a lot to give up Sen Li, would you be willing? Who dares? I'm just giving an example. The process is more important than the result, which makes it more meaningful. You should know Sen Li cares a lot about his reputation. What you did, and with Sen Li's talents, had you not clipped his wings, he might not have fared so badly in the future. Ning Shuwan's face grew darker and darker. Alright, don't you have things to do at the hospital? With Ning Shuwan's personality, if he really likes someone, that person is quite unlucky. After Bai Chengyu left, Ning Shuyuan sat on the sofa in a daze for a long time, but he still wasn't willing to give up, so he called over someone standing at the door. What do you think of how I treat Sen Li? The bodyguard seemed slightly nervous, thought for a few seconds, and said, Young master, haven't you always been good to people? Why ask this suddenly? Just asking. Ning Shuyuan felt much better. You are kind to people. We all like to follow you, the bodyguard added. Kindness is a word not even in his dictionary. Ning Shuwan's expression changed slightly. The bodyguard didn't know where he said something wrong and had to make up a few flattering words, but Ning Shuyuan suddenly noticed something familiar. It was like the watch Sen Li lost at the beginning of the year, and his face filled with gloom. How could this watch be with you? The bodyguard's face immediately turned pale. Mr. Sen Li gave it to me before. The last episode mentioned that Ning Shuyuan went upstairs with that watch. Hearing the door open, Sen Li woke up. Seeing Sen Li's appearance, Ning Shuyuan seemed to calm down a bit. He thought as long as Sen Li gave him a reasonable explanation, he could accept it. He brought the watch to Sen Li. Didn't you say it was lost? How come it's with Xiao Lu? Sen Li said softly, since you said I stole it, then there's no need for me to keep it with me all the time. A stolen item, yet still being insulted by others about it. Ning Shuwan's accusatory words reached his lips, but he held them back, realizing that indeed his actions were not honorable. No matter what, the watch was a gift he gave to Sen Li, and Sen Li had given it away to someone else shortly after. This left a bad taste in Ning Shuwan's heart. Feeling guilty, Ning Shuyuan frowned and said, It's been so long, why do you still remember these bad things? Sen Li did not speak. Ning Shuyuan walked over and placed the watch on the bedside table, continuing, Don't just give away things I gave you to someone else in the future. Sen Li still did not speak. Ning Shuyuan, who always lacked patience, said sternly, Can you say something? After speaking, he reached out his arm trying to touch Sen Li, but Sen Li directly brushed it off. Sen Li's tone was severe, his face showing undisguised annoyance. Don't touch me. Ning Shuyuan was stunned. Probably because they had been getting along too well recently, he had forgotten how Sen Li had just started living with him. Sen Li slightly parted his lips, gasping softly a few times. His emotions settled a bit. Do you have anything else? Ning Shuyuan smoothed Sen Li's back. The doctor said after experiencing a kidnapping, it is normal to be a bit emotionally unstable. If you're bored, you can also take a book to read. I bought them according to your old reading list. Before he could hand over the book, Sen Li said, I'm tired and want to rest for a while. This statement from Sen Li was nothing more than an excuse to send him away. By the way, you haven't taken the medicine prescribed by Dr. Cheng Yu yet. Finish the medicine before sleeping. It's a bit hot, let it cool down before drinking. Sen Li slightly closed his eyes, not wanting to see Ning Shuyuan. He gently kissed Sen Li's forehead, a kiss devoid of any desire. I'm going to the study to take care of some company matters. You rest first. No sooner had he left than Sen Li opened her eyes. Sen Li opened his eyes. He deeply despised Ning Shuyuan and began his revenge in his own way. In the previous episode, Ning Shuyuan was dealing with company affairs and didn't notice Sen Li had walked up behind him. Ning Shuyuan glanced at Sen Li in surprise and asked, Why did you come over? Sen Li's gaze was fixed on the data of the Zhang family on the computer screen, without answering. Ning Shuyuan seemed to notice Sen Li's expression and softly said, You don't have to worry. This is just normal business dealings with the Zhang family. Zhang Yan has already been sent abroad. Sen Li said softly, As long as the Zhang family exists, Zhang Yan has a backer. He has liked you for so long, he must be very unwilling. Sooner or later, he will do something to harm me again. Ning Shuyuan was stunned for a moment. After all, the Zhang and Ning families had been on good terms for a long time. Although there are only absolute interests in the business world, it seemed not quite right to strike rashly. Sen Li's eyes darkened a bit, as if he had lost all shame, and moved closer to Ning Shuyuan. Or is it that you don't consider my safety at all? Seeing Ning Shuyuan hesitate for a few seconds, Sen Li took the initiative to press his lips against his face. In an instant, it felt like electricity was coursing through his body. Ning Shuyuan could not care about anything else. How could I possibly not care about your safety? As for the Zhang family, Ning Shuyuan could no longer withstand the heat in his heart and directly carried Sen Li to the bedroom, pinning him down. He whispered, I'll do as you wish. Sen Li's unfocused gaze seemed to gain a bit of awareness. Such a state seemed too dirty. Noticing Sen Li's expression, Ning Shuyuan asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sensing the other's dissatisfaction, Sen Li just chuckled softly. Sen Li suddenly felt that he was no different from those who sell their bodies for money. The only difference is that others want something else. He has long hated this person and must destroy him at all costs, but such a time won't last much longer. Ning Shuyuan is actually marrying Sen Li. Previously mentioned, Ning Shuyuan took him to the bathroom to help Sen Li wash. Ning Shuyuan gently said, "I'm not going to do anything. Just helping you get clean." Such an action, Ning Shuyuan would never have done before. Every time, he would just discard him after use and call him only when he thought of him. Sen Li said nothing, he just thought this body was no longer his, so it didn't matter. After helping him wash, Ning Shuyuan took a dry towel to wipe the water off him and then carried him out, then clumsily dressed Sen Li. At this moment, a servant came in with the meal Ning Shuyuan had arranged earlier, then considerately picked up a bowl to feed him the specially made soup. Sen Li shook and suddenly asked, "Will you also find a house outside to keep me someday?" Ning Shuyuan paused noticeably while holding the bowl. With his eyelashes slightly lowered, Sen Li continued, "It's up to you. Just like Zhang Yan said, someone like me really can't be presentable. If one day you get tired of me, I'll have nothing left." "How could I possibly get tired of you?" Ning Shuyuan quickly responded. Sen Li just smiled faintly. No one can predict the future. Ning Shuyuan should really consider what's to come. Actually, Ning Shuyuan never thought about having outsiders around. He wanted to live with Sen Li forever, lying in the same bed at night, which made him feel like they were a loving couple. Just then, Ning Shuyuan's phone rang. Ning Shuyuan quickly got up and walked towards the door, turning back to instruct, "You eat first, I'll take a call." Ning Qi's tone was indiscernible. "Shuyuan, what you did to Xiao Yan was too harsh. Uncle Zhang has watched you grow up. It's better to leave some room in relationships." But Ning Shuyuan avoided the topic, saying, "After this collaboration project with the Zhang family is over, I want to marry Sen Li. Do you love me?" Previously mentioned, Ning Qi was startled when he heard Ning Shuyuan wanted to marry Sen Li, exclaiming, "What did you say?" But Ning Shuyuan just calmly stated, "I said once Sen Li's illness is better, I'll marry him. If you're concerned about the heir issue, I can find a woman to have children. Sen Li is quite obedient now and won't cause any trouble. By then, he can just stay at home and take care of the children." Relieved by this, Ning Qi somewhat relaxed. Marriage is no trivial matter. Let's talk about it later. As for the Zhang family, before Ning Qi could finish, Ning Shuyuan interrupted, "You don't need to worry about the Zhang family. I don't want Sen Li to be threatened anymore." Ning Shuyuan might not have realized it himself, but his thoughts had already been influenced by Sen Li. Behind the door, Sen Li heard Ning Shuyuan and Ning Qi's conversation and revealed a meaningful smile after hearing Ning Shuyuan hang up the phone. Sen Li walked over. Seeing Sen Li, Ning Shuyuan was stunned. "How did you come out?" Sen Li smiled faintly, "I wanted to have dinner with you, so I came out to check." Then, Ning Shuyuan extended his arms and embraced Sen Li. "I told my dad that once you're a bit healthier, we'll get married. You can choose any honeymoon destination you want, and I can give you anything you want." Suddenly, Sen Li asked, "Do you love me?" Ning Shuyuan paused for a moment. He didn't quite understand what liking someone felt like. To him, the term was almost derogatory. He only knew he wanted to be with Sen Li forever. "Like?" Sen Li repeated as Ning Shuyuan turned away. He wasn't one to talk about love openly. Frowning, he said, "Don't ask such pointless questions. It doesn't mean much. Come have dinner." Sen Li remained silent. Ning Shuyuan continued, "We're getting married. By then, the Ning family will only recognize you." This was probably his way of showing he cared about Sen Li. "But my dad also said it's not okay to not have an heir. I'll figure something out about the child. What do you think would be a good name for the child?" Sen Li responded faintly, "I don't know." The warmth faded considerably. "Think about it some more. After all these years of education, surely you can come up with a name." Sen Li's eyes darkened. "I said I don't know." Ning Shuyuan was a bit annoyed by Sen Li's attitude. "Can't even come up with a name?" Sen Li, with a gaze laden with special meaning, glanced at Ning Shuyuan. "The child isn't mine." Just when Ning Shuyuan was about to lose his temper, a servant pushed the door open and came in. "Young master, Dr. Bai is here." "Young master, Dr. Bai is here. He says he's here for Mr. Sen's follow-up." Only then did Ning Shuyuan restrain his emotions. After Ning Shuyuan left, Zi Chengyu came in. "Are you okay? I heard you're getting married to Shuyuan. Is it true?" Sen Li softly responded and then looked up at Zi Chengyu with a self-mocking smile. "Do you think I'm very? I've long since ceased to be a good person to agree to marry Ning Shuyuan." In the previous episode, Bai Chengyu heard Sen Li ask if he was very, and quickly said, of course not. I just feel like your marriage is quite sudden, but I have no other choice. Seeing Sen Li's appearance, Zi Chengyu felt a bit more heartache. Once your health improves, you can go somewhere else to relax. I've talked to Xu Yuan about it, and he agreed. Also, your stomach still needs a thorough examination at the hospital. I'll let Xu Yuan know to have you come over in the next few days. Most of Sen Li's topics were about the past, and nothing followed. He said, I haven't visited mother in a long time. And won't blame you. You can visit her once you recover, Bai Chengyu said to Sen Li. Sen Li tilted his head slightly to look at Dr. Bai Chengyu. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I've always believed that good people will be rewarded. You will surely help me fulfill my long-cherished wish. Sen Li's words sounded a bit strange to Zi Chengyu. Zi Chengyu said, Sen Li, you will also be rewarded. Sen Li shook his head and murmured, I haven't been one for a long time. Initially, he hoped that when Ning Shuyuan got tired of him, he could continue his life. Perhaps he wouldn't start dating a girlfriend too soon, but life's general direction would be like that. However, reality proved how foolish his previous thoughts were. At this moment, Ning Shuyuan walked in and questioned Zi Chengyu. Why did a routine check take so long? Zi Chengyu quickly explained, he needs a further detailed examination. Please have him come to the hospital when he's free in the next couple of days. I'll be going now. Ning Shuyuan glanced at Sen Li, who had his back to him, and softly replied, I know. Nowadays, Sen Li was like a walking corpse. In the last episode, the next day, Ning Shuyuan and Sen Li went to the hospital together. Sen Li was sitting with his eyes closed when suddenly someone called his name from behind. Sen Li turned towards the voice and saw a woman standing not far away, pushing an elderly man. The woman was Xiao Wei. After speaking a few words to the elderly man, Xiao Wei then walked towards him. I've finally met you. During this time, Teacher Han has been looking for you and has asked me several times. Did you change your phone number? That's why we couldn't contact you. Since the death of Sen Li's mother, Xiao Wei had not seen Sen Li. Sen Li didn't speak, but seeing the pallor on Sen Li's face and the medical report in his hand, Xiao Wei asked, Are you ill? Sen Li replied, Don't tell Han Chen that you saw me here. Why? Did you guys have a disagreement? He's really worried about you, Xiao Wei added. Don't ask, Sen Li replied coldly, a demeanor Xiao Wei had never seen in him before. Previously, in the hospital room, although Sen Li didn't speak much, he seemed amiable. But now, he seemed unreachable. Xiao Wei sighed quietly. At this moment, Ning Shuyuan came over. Why didn't you say anything when you came out? You didn't come over, replied Sen Li. I'll buy you a new phone in a few days. What kind do you like? Ning Shuyuan asked attentively. Anything that works is fine. Xiao Wei, standing aside, witnessed this scene and couldn't react for a while. This seemed overly intimate. Xiao Wei quickly turned and left, better not disturb them. Ning Shuyuan had little impression of Xiao Wei. Sen Li said calmly, don't know her, but after saying this, Sen Li's eyes became moist. Ning Shuyuan was not good at making conversation. He thought for a moment. Bai Chengyu said you're recovering well, but no matter what he said, Sen Li didn't respond, and Ning Shuyuan was getting impatient. Say something, are you mute now? Sen Li slowly said, I don't know what to say. Ning Shuyuan scratched his head and softened his tone, just say anything. But Sen Li was silent again. Ning Shuyuan had to keep the conversation going. Next week, I've arranged for a designer to take your measurements for clothes. Ning Shuyuan spoke a lot, but Sen Li was distracted. Lately, he had moments of being mentally absent. Not knowing how much time had passed, Ning Shuyuan touched him to inform him that there was work to be done at the company. Then he kissed Sen Li's forehead before leaving. After seeing the man beside Sen Li leave, Xiao Wei hesitantly approached. Are you and him what I think you are? Although she guessed the answer, hearing Sen Li say it so bluntly still surprised her. Last time I went to see Auntie, you were already with him. With a soft voice, Sen Li said, from now on, pretend you don't know me, to avoid dirtying your eyes. How could it be like this? Didn't you tell Auntie that you had a girlfriend? He doesn't look like a good person. Sen Li quietly said, go back, don't let grandma wait too long. Xiao Wei, catching the hint, reluctantly muttered, then I'll be going first. Take care of yourself. She had just walked a few steps when Sen Li called out to her. I remember you wanted to take the self-study exam. You can register in October. Looking forward to a better life, Ning Shuyuan prepared an engagement ring for Sen Li. Sitting at the dining table, Sen Li seemed a bit troubled. Noticing him distracted, Ning Shuyuan asked, what are you thinking about? I'm wondering who will come that day. Ning Shuyuan smiled and said, there will be many. The invitations will be sent out in a couple of days, don't worry. Sen Li glanced at him and said softly, tomorrow, I want to visit my mother. Is that okay? I'm about to get married and I want her to know. Then you can have them accompany me. Although Ning Shuyuan hesitated, he still agreed. Do you want me to accompany you? Sen Li shook his head. You should focus on the company's matters first. We can go together later. Ning Shuyuan felt relieved by this explanation. Then, he took out a delicate box from his pocket as if it were a treasure. Upon opening it, it seemed to shine with a brilliant light. It was a diamond-encrusted ring. This was specially made by a designer at Ning Shuwan's request, intending to surprise Sen Li. I made this for you. Do you like it? Sen Li paused for a moment. Do you like it? Sen Li paused for a moment, then turned his head and smiled lightly, saying he liked it. Seeing Sen Li respond like this, Ning Shuyuan quickly grasped his left hand. Let me put it on for you. But Sen Li withdrew his hand that Ning Shuyuan was holding. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to wear it on the wedding day? It's just a few days away. Then he took the ring. I'll keep it for now. Ning Shuyuan agreed. Then he hugged Sen Li from behind. When will you be back tomorrow? Before Sen Li could answer, Ning Shuyuan, unable to hold back any longer, pounced on him. He looked at him affectionately. Sen Li, I can give you anything you like. Then he leaned down and kissed him. As things got too intense, let's skip ahead. Sen Li became what Ning Shuyuan envisioned, but Ning Shuyuan no longer liked it. In the previous episode, after they finished, Ning Shuyuan hugged Sen Li and suddenly said, the past is over. As long as the present and the future are good, that's enough. After we get married, I'll arrange for you to work at the company. You can start at any position you like. Sen Li continued, actually, staying home every day waiting for you to come back is quite nice. Just tell me in advance what you want to eat. If there's work to handle at the company, you can prioritize that. When I'm idle at home, I'll just read in the study. In the past, this was indeed how he required Sen Li to be. Staying at home was enough. The salary he earned outside couldn't compare to the allowance Ning Shuyuan gave him. When Sen Li worked part-time, he often couldn't be found. It was better for him to stay home and learn how to take care of him. But now, Ning Shuyuan himself was silent. Sen Li had become what he wanted, but he wasn't completely satisfied. Now they didn't have to worry about food or clothing and didn't have to toil outside for a living. Those classmates who just started internships might envy him knowing their relationship. Seeing Ning Shuyuan silent, Sen Li smiled and asked what was wrong. Ning Shuyuan just felt a strange blockage in his heart. He had indeed done some bad things to Sen Li before, but overall, he treated Sen Li fairly well. He sighed softly and hugged the person in his arms tighter when Sen Li's name was mentioned. As Ning Shuyuan's face rested on Sen Li's neck and shoulder, the smile on Sen Li's face faded. I can just stay at home every day waiting for you to come back. After all, the house is so big. Whatever needs to be bought, just tell them, and they'll help me buy it from outside, Sen Li said softly. But Ning Shuyuan suddenly felt his eyes sting. That kind of tender warmth was gradually replaced by another emotion. It's late, let's sleep, he said. Not long after, Sen Li fell asleep in his arms, but Ning Shuyuan's mind was in turmoil. He opened his eyes and quietly watched the person under the dim light. He didn't know what Sen Li was dreaming about, but Sen Li's brows furrowed. Ning Shuyuan reached out his hand but hadn't yet touched Sen Li's cheek. When the other woke up, Sen Li's voice had a hint of nasal tone. Don't you have work tomorrow? Why aren't you sleeping? It's okay if it's a little late, Ning Shuyuan said. Sen Li closed his eyes again and murmured a response. He wanted to look at Sen Li a while longer, as if missing this chance would mean no more opportunities. Sen Li, I seem to be unable to leave you, Ning Shuyuan said. Sen Li heard Ning Shuyuan's words and pulled a faint smile. Really? Ning Shuyuan quickly affirmed to the person below him. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? If you don't like it in the future, I'll cut off ties with those people outside and only have you by my side. Sen Li responded calmly, even if I don't like it, you might not be able to do it. Ning Shuyuan, as if to show his determination, held Sen Li's hand and placed it on his chest. If you don't believe me, feel it for yourself. Sen Li gave a faint smile, and as Ning Shuyuan saw him, he became even more infatuated, impulsively pouncing on him. But Sen Li's body involuntarily shivered. Ning Shuyuan hoarsely said, We're about to get married, what are you still afraid of? There's much more we'll have to do in the future. If you don't want me to find someone else, then you should at least satisfy me. However, Sen Li showed a pained expression. He pushed Ning Shuyuan away and quickly got up to retch at the bedside. Ning Shuyuan's face darkened. What's this? If I didn't know better, I think you were pregnant. Realizing he might have said something wrong, he quickly covered his mouth. Sen Li remained silent. Seeing that Sen Li was indeed not feeling well, Ning Shuyuan softened his tone. What's wrong? He felt he hadn't done anything too excessive just now. He could only take a cup of water, seemingly concerned, and asked, "Do you want some water? You should feel better after resting a bit." Sen Li shook his head, then suddenly stood up, startling Ning Shuyuan. In a panic, he grabbed Sen Li. "Where are you going?" "To the bathroom," Sen Li replied indifferently. Ning Shuyuan then became considerate, placing a pair of slippers in front of Sen Li. "Not wearing shoes, aren't you worried about catching a cold?" Sen Li just stared blankly into the distance, paying no attention to the person squatting before him, then walked into the bathroom. He stared at the person in the huge mirror, who also stared back at him. The eyes lacked the spark of life, and his handsome face seemed like a thin shell carved out. Seeing that he hadn't come out for a long time, Ning Shuyuan knocked on the door several times. "Aren't you feeling better yet?" Then he suddenly remembered the last time, when Sen Li's bright red blood filled the bathroom, and Ning Shuyuan subconsciously tensed up. As he was about to push the door open, the person inside finally came out. Ning Shuyuan anxiously said, "I called you so many times, didn't you hear, or what? You stayed inside for so long without coming out." Sen Li lifted his gaze to look at him. "What do you think I would be doing?" However, Ning Shuyuan fell silent. Sen Li didn't pay him any more attention and simply walked past him, saying, "I'm tired. Go to bed early." Speculated by the outside world for his extraordinary cunning and skill, what will our Sen Li do? Last episode, when it was time to sleep at night, Ning Shuyuan stared at Sen Li, who was already fast asleep beside him. Then, he gently lay down and held him tight. It's unclear whose mind he was trying to influence as Ning Shuyuan muttered to himself, "Sen Li, you belong to me forever." As the morning sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, Ning Shuyuan struggled to open his eyes and saw Sen Li lying beside him. In this moment, he felt that perhaps this was the best life could be. It wasn't long before Sen Li woke up, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Ning Shuyuan said softly, "If you didn't sleep well, sleep a bit more. I'll call you for breakfast." Sen Li responded groggily, and then Ning Shuyuan quietly got out of bed. And after he left, Sen Li opened the constantly ringing phone. A push notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Marrying into the wealthy Ning family. What skills and schemes did it take? Sen Li looked distantly with a vacant gaze, a slight smile creeping on his lips. In some time, many people would know about his relationship with Ning Shuyuan, which he had once strived to conceal, but now it was going to become widely known. Soon, Ning Shuyuan pushed the door open, saw Sen Li sitting on the bed, then picked up the coat hanging by the bed and draped it over Sen Li's shoulders. "How long have you been sitting? Cheng Yu said your stomach can't take the cold, otherwise it will leave issues." Sen Li lifted his eyes, looking at the man who always spoke caring words yet trampled him into the mud time and again. Ning Shuyuan squatted down, held Sen Li's hands in his palms. "Your hands are so cold, come downstairs for some hot porridge, it might help." Sen Li gently responded, and then they both went downstairs. Just reaching the stairs, a servant addressed Ning Shuyuan, "Young master, this is the arrangement for the wedding day, please take a look." Ning Shuyuan simply said, "Handle the wedding as you see fit. No need to ask me everything." Meanwhile, Sen Li's gaze drifted to the poached eggs on the plate, suddenly feeling a bit dazed, as if he was still living at Han Chen's house, where Han Chen prepared 2 poached eggs for him every morning. He thought that over time, Han Chen would completely forget him. After all, being a promising university professor, there was nothing good in mingling with someone like him. Sen Li's repressed emotions finally erupted, as mentioned in the last episode, where Sen Li wore a suit he used to wear often, which looked quite cheap. Seeing this, Ning Shuyuan frowned deeply. "Didn't I buy you so many clothes? Why wear this one today?" Sen Li responded and said he would throw it away after a few days. This eased Ning Shuyuan's expression a bit. "Then throw away all the old clothes, they take up space anyway, even beggars wouldn't want them." Seeing Ning Shuyuan not leaving, Sen Li asked if there was anything else. "There's nothing else, you come back early. The weather is not good today." Then Ning Shuyuan, as usual, kissed Sen Li's forehead before leaving for work. After Sen Li left the house, the guards at the door were startled by his appearance, but they didn't say much. They told Sen Li that Mr. Ning had instructed them to protect his safety. Sen Li nodded slightly, whether it was to protect his safety or to guard him like a prisoner. Sen Li didn't want to delve into it anymore. Arriving beside his mother's grave, he said to the 2 people behind him, "Let me stay quietly with my mother for a while." The 2 looked at each other with difficult expressions. Sen Li had to continue, "I just want to talk some private matters with my mother." Seeing this, the 2 had to leave. Sen Li walked up to the grave and saw a fresh fruit plate on the ground. His eyes darkened, knowing without guessing who had come to visit his mother for him. The debt he owed to Han Chen was something he could never repay in this lifetime. Sen Li slowly squatted down, placed the bouquet of lilies in front of the grave, and whispered, "Mom, I've come to see you. If you could see me, you would probably be very disappointed. I've long ceased to be someone you can be proud of. Sometimes I hate myself for being too tender-hearted, but I can't find another way to let them try what it feels like to be manipulated. Why do such unfair things exist in this world, having done so many evil deeds, trampling others underfoot, yet still living so well? Why do I have to live as less than others? I want to be a complete person. I don't want to be controlled by others. I don't know if what I'm doing is right or wrong, but I don't want to continue anymore." Maybe it's because of the rainy weather, Sen Li couldn't bear it any longer after all these years. He has endured all the suffering alone, never complaining to outsiders. Leaning in front of his mother's tomb, he whispered softly, "Mom, I'm so tired." Sen Li and Han Chen meet again. "I don't want your money, just come with me." The rain keeps getting heavier, but Sen Li has no intention of getting up to leave. Soon, a black umbrella is held over his head. The newcomer says, "Sir, you should go home early now. The cold outside is too harsh. We can't afford the responsibility if you catch a cold." A few seconds later, Sen Li slowly gets up from in front of his mother's tombstone, then turns to look back and says, "Mom, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to visit you again." "Sir," someone from the side calls him, "let's go back." Sen Li then walks with a few people towards the cemetery gate. However, Sen Li suddenly stops in his tracks. The man standing not far from him is still handsome and composed, but his eyes reveal a hint of haggardness. Seeing Sen Li, Han Chen's face breaks into a smile, and he runs towards Sen Li. The composed expression on his face seems to disappear, and then he tightly embraces him. Recently, when he heard Sen Li mention that a relative was helping him look for a job, he vaguely sensed something was off after hanging up the phone. The next day, no one answered the phone when he called, and he realized that he had been deceived by Sen Li. Meanwhile, someone beside them was trying to pull Han Chen away. After all, Sen Li was about to marry Ning Shuyuan, yet she was still so close to another man. But Sen Li said it wouldn't take much time. The man next to her continued, "Mr. Ning will be home at 5 p.m., and now we only have half an hour left." Sen Li casually said it was fine, leaving them at a loss for words. Although Ning Shuyuan was not someone to offend, Sen Li was about to marry into the Ning family and still had some say. Sen Li added, "When I get home, I will explain everything to him." Upon hearing Sen Li's words, Han Chen's smile gradually faded. "I heard you are marrying Ning Shuyuan." Sen Li smiled slightly. "He treats me quite well now, even gave me a diamond ring. Actually, thinking about it, this life isn't so bad. He will provide me with enough living expenses, and I won't have to work as hard as those fresh graduates." "You are lying to me again," Han Chen said sternly. Sen Li chuckled, "I'm not lying this time. The reason I left without saying goodbye was because I didn't want to entangle with you anymore. I will return the money for the land to you. No need to worry." Han Chen firmly grasped Sen Li's hand. Then he said, "Come back with me." Sen Li didn't want to mislead Han Chen anymore. He had no future left. Previously mentioned, Han Chen firmly grasped Sen Li's hand. "Come back with me." Sen Li struggled but couldn't break free. "Professor Han, please don't do this." Then, the bodyguard nearby, seeing the situation, naturally prepared to step forward and pull Han Chen away. Meanwhile, Sen Li quickly turned his head to explain, "It's just a bit of personal grudge, it will be resolved soon." Han Chen knew that Sen Li didn't like to make a big fuss and let go, his voice deep as he said, "Sen Li, do you know what you're doing? If Ning Shuyuan and Sen Li get married, there will be a lot of media coverage. Everyone will know about their relationship, but this was something Sen Li always used to avoid at all costs. I'm well aware," he continued, then bowed deeply to Han Chen. "Thank you for taking care of me before. You really don't need to worry about someone like me anymore. Professor Han, you have a bright future ahead. There are plenty of people who admire and like you. I am just an insignificant existence. In a little while, everyone will have completely forgotten about me." Just as Han Chen was about to say something, Sen Li forcefully interrupted him. "Please stop making things difficult for me, I beg you." "I didn't intend to make things difficult for you." Sen Li glanced at him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, his voice very soft. Yet, every word he said was like a knife, piercing deep into the heart. "Isn't this making things difficult? I have already chosen my life ahead. Why do you still come to disturb me?" Han Chen was startled. Was his concern for Sen Li just a disturbance? Han Chen suddenly realized that he couldn't quite understand Sen Li anymore. Clearly, he could have gotten away from Ning Shuyuan, so why did he still choose to enter the cage? Then Sen Li left with those two people, and the drizzling rain fell upon him, the cold wind blowing across his cheeks. It was then that Han Chen's senses returned. He turned to chase after him, but Sen Li had already gotten into the car and left. He thought hard about every word Sen Li had just said, trying to figure out what was amiss. Han Chen's umbrella was left on the ground, his whole body soaked by the rain. He ran hurriedly towards where he had been, but how could the speed of a person compare to a car? Not long after, all that was left of Han Chen was a tiny figure in the distance. Sen Li sat in the car, not wanting to let Han Chen dwell on him any longer. The other person had such a clean background and was so outstanding. There was no need to focus on him, he no longer had a future. Ning Shuyuan seemed a little crazy. As mentioned in the last episode, as soon as Sen Li returned home, Ning Shuyuan frowned. Why are you coming back so late? After a while, upon hearing Sen Li's response, Ning Shuyuan was obviously unhappy. Your clothes are also wet. Then Ning Shuyuan looked at the two people behind Sen Li and asked, what are you doing? You were supposed to protect him, and now he's drenched. If you can't even do this right, we might as well find someone else. The two guards of Sen Li hesitated. With slightly pursed lips, Sen Li said, don't blame them. Ning Shuyuan's expression darkened. Go back to your room and change into dry clothes first. I refuse to believe I can't even control my subordinates. Then one of the men glanced at Sen Li, feeling a bit guilty. In the cemetery, Mr. Sen met an acquaintance. We don't know who it was. Perhaps because of the rain, Sen Li's face looked a bit pale. Actually, Ning Shuyuan had his suspicions, but Sen Li planned to keep him guessing, and this caused Ning Shuyuan's temper to flare. Then, he grabbed Sen Li's hand roughly. It was Han Chen, wasn't it? If I hadn't had someone watch you, would you have left with him? This question is pointless, Sen Li said. Ning Shuyuan sneered. How is it pointless? You came back so late because you were having a secret meeting with your old lover. No wonder you insisted on going to the cemetery yesterday and didn't want me to accompany you. Sen Li didn't want to argue with Ning Shuyuan anymore. Even if he said it wasn't true, the other party would only think he was making excuses. Whatever you say, Sen Li tried to break free. But Ning Shuyuan was pulled over to the sofa and directly pressed his body against him, followed by a kiss. The two people standing at the door, seeing this scene, also tactfully left. Ning Shuyuan could only whisper, let's go back to the room. It's been a while since Ning Shuyuan had touched Sen Li. It seems we haven't done this on the sofa yet. Since the following plot is too stimulating, we'll skip right over it. Not long after, Ning Shuyuan, holding Sen Li, said in a hoarse voice, you are my wife, you should only think of me. Sen Li did not speak. Ning Shuyuan continued, don't leave me. Sen Li could only softly respond with a At this moment, Ning Shuyuan also felt a surge of tenderness. He rested his head on Sen Li's shoulder and said, Sen Li, I think I'm starting to like you. Then, gently lifting Sen Li, he said, next time we go to the cemetery, we'll go together to avoid you meeting those unsavory characters. After putting Sen Li in the bedroom, Ning Shuyuan went to the kitchen to cook some porridge for Sen Li. He had never done such menial work before, but after only a short while, an unpleasant burnt smell filled the kitchen. Ning Shuyuan frowned as he opened the rice cooker, only to see the rice inside drier than when he put it in. What's going on here? Ning Shuyuan felt irritated. He couldn't possibly be unable to do even this simple task. Do you really like Sen Li? Facing Bai Chungyu's questioning, Ning Shuyuan found himself at a loss for words. Last episode, we mentioned Ning Shuyuan was cooking in the kitchen. The man who couldn't stand watching said, young Master Ning, let me do it. Ning Shuyuan looked at him and said coldly, what? You think I can't? Of course not. I'm just lending you a hand. You're the main cook. Hearing this, Ning Shuyuan's expression eased a bit. Then the man rinsed the rice twice, added twice as much water as rice, submerging the grains completely. Ning Shuyuan remarked immediately after looking, isn't there too much water? Then the person set the time for half an hour, young master, you go out first, I'll watch. Ning Shuyuan calmly said, no need, you go out. Half an hour later, the cooked porridge looked very thick and visually appealing. Then he scooped up a large bowl, preparing to bring it upstairs, thinking to himself that this was porridge he had personally simmered. Sen Li should be very pleased. Then he went to Sen Li's room. But when he opened the door, Sen Li was just lying quietly on the bed, seemingly with even his breathing faint. Ning Shuyuan placed the porridge aside and walked over to the bed, saying to Sen Li, eat something before you sleep. But still, no one responded to him. He had to lean in closer to Sen Li and then opened the quilt. At this moment, Sen Li was lying with his eyes closed, not moving at all. Ning Shuyuan reached out to touch Sen Li's forehead and found that his body was severely feverish. When he left, Sen Li was still all right. How could it have become like this in just a little while? He hurriedly picked up his phone to call Bai Chungyu. After Bai Chungyu arrived, Ning Shuyuan quickly said, go check on him. Hearing this, Bai Chungyu's brow furrowed slightly. Every time Ning Shuyuan called him, it was surely about Sen Li. Then, seeing the marks on Sen Li's skin, Bai Chungyu's expression grew even darker. Sen Li's burns were quite severe, and he treated them. Then he said to Ning Shuyuan, "Didn't you say you would treat him well? How did it end up like this?" Ning Shuyuan whispered, "I didn't do anything to him. I even specially made porridge for him. He was already like this when I came up. He wouldn't get sick without reason." Ning Shuyuan was momentarily speechless, as if being caught. Somewhat angrily, he said, "Just cure him, why so many questions?" Bai Chengyu didn't really want to talk to him anymore. Then, seeing Sen Li's pale face, he asked a bit guiltily, "When will he wake up?" "I don't know," Bai Chengyu directly said, "but he should be awake by tomorrow." "But, Shuyuan, do you really like him? Has Shuyuan really learned his lesson?" In the previous episode, facing Bai Chengyu's questioning, Ning Shuyuan paused for a moment. In the past, he would have denied it directly, but now his wedding with Sen Li was just 2 days away. "I suppose." Hearing Ning Shuyuan's answer, Bai Chengyu smiled. Ning Shuyuan has always been a selfish person. Bai Chengyu felt that such people are not suitable to love others. Ning Shuyuan said, "I often remember when we first met. Back then, he would treat me like he treated everyone else. He would smile at me, talk to me about classes we had today. Later, whenever he saw me, he would be afraid of me. Now, he depends on me for everything, yet I still feel that our closeness is not enough." Bai Chengyu didn't respond. Ning Shuyuan's expression showed a hint of loneliness. Clearly, he was in control of everything, yet he still felt unsatisfied. Every time he got close to someone else, I couldn't help myself. I was afraid he would be with someone else. He was mine for this lifetime. Ning Shuyuan seemed to be a bit obsessed. He looked at Bai Chengyu and asked, "Do you think he likes me?" "You can ask him," Bai Chengyu replied. But Ning Shuyuan didn't dare to ask Sen Li directly, afraid of hearing an answer he didn't want. Afterward, Bai Chengyu finished giving Sen Li the IV and then prescribed some oral medication before leaving. Then Ning Shuyuan dampened a towel with water and placed it on Sen Li's forehead. After a long time, Sen Li slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the person in front of him, Sen Li's voice was hoarse as he asked, "What's wrong?" "You're sick," Ning Shuyuan replied. "It's nothing, you'll get better in a few days." He heard these words. Ning Shuyuan felt a heavy heart. Sen Li gave a light laugh and said, "It's getting late, you should get some rest too. Are you hungry now? I can make some porridge for you." "No, I'm a bit sleepy," Sen Li replied, and then Ning Shuyuan got into bed. He carefully held Sen Li in his arms. Sen Li said, "Aren't you afraid of catching my illness? What's there to be afraid of?" Ning Shuyuan replied without hesitation, "I'd rather be sick instead of you." Ning Shuyuan now understood tenderness. Every time Sen Li got sick, he would start to reflect, but after a while, he would forget completely, creating a vicious cycle. He never truly learned his lesson. Ning Shuyuan continued, "You should have told me directly about the people you met, otherwise I wouldn't have been upset. Even if you had told Ning Shuyuan, it wouldn't have been much better." Ning Shuyuan is used to making excuses to not seem so detestable. Seeing that Sen Li did not respond, he added, "Sen Li, we will spend our lives together." Sen Li's gaze was fixed on the only lamp that was on in front of the bed. He whispered, "Maybe." Receiving a positive response, Ning Shuyuan hugged the person in his arms even tighter. His feelings for Sen Li might have transcended mere liking. As mentioned in the previous episode, Ning Shuyuan saw that Sen Li looked unwell, so he helped Sen Li sit up in bed. "I'll take you to the hospital." Sen Li shook his head, "Medication will be fine." Then, both of them got out of bed. Sen Li walked up to Ning Shuyuan and asked him as usual, "What would you like to eat tonight?" "Anything you make is fine, I'll never get tired of it." "How could I possibly get tired? I will never tire of it for a lifetime." Then, Ning Shuyuan kissed Sen Li's cheek, "If you're not feeling well, just rest well. Wait for me to come home." "Okay." Sen Li smiled briefly, unexpectedly charmed by Sen Li's sudden smile. Ning Shuyuan was a bit stunned. Sen Li seemed different. His eyes no longer looked lifeless, they had something they usually didn't, resembling the stunning way he looked when he first saw the other person coming from the light. Ning Shuyuan came back to his senses. He didn't really feel like going to the office today. Sen Li reminded him, "Don't delay your work." Ning Shuyuan responded and then left through the door. Before leaving, he heard Sen Li say behind him, "I'll wait for you to come home." Back at the office, Ning Shuyuan straightened his tie. "Today is really unlucky, got stuck in a car accident jam for so long." The assistant also messed up the client's information. During the meeting, he accidentally spilled coffee made by the assistant all over himself. His face darkened. Maybe because he is about to get married, he didn't want to jinx it. Ning Shuyuan didn't make it difficult for the person, but today nothing went well, and he didn't know why. Then, Ning Shuyuan returned to his office. Lying on the sofa and closing his eyes for a nap, in the classroom, Ning Shuyuan was tearing a book. He kicked the desk of the person next to him. They agreed to skip classes together and not study, but this person still took studying seriously. The person said in a panic, "I failed the Chinese test last time. He will definitely pick on me this time." Ning Shuyuan sneered, "Stop pretending to be a good student." At that moment, Sen Li put down his book and walked to Ning Shuyuan's desk. "Please do not break the rules during class," Sen Li said. Back then, he simply replied, "Mind your own business," but now, he grabbed Sen Li's arm. Sen Li turned his head back, looking puzzled. "Do you have time after school?" Ning Shuyuan asked. "I'd like to treat you to a meal. Last time, you held an umbrella for me." "I don't like owing favors," Ning Shuyuan said. "People like you should go to hell." Previously mentioned, in a dream, Ning Shuyuan blocked Sen Li's way. "Do you look down on me?" Sen Li replied, "It was just a helping hand, no need for a meal." After saying that, Sen Li tried to pull away Ning Shuyuan's hand, but Ning Shuyuan frowned and said, "Do you look down on me? I said I don't like owing favors. You really want me to remain in your debt? It's like you look down on me." With that said, Sen Li had no choice but to agree. "All right then, it's settled. After class in the afternoon, I'll wait for you. Don't expect to delay it." "Don't expect to delay the inevitable," Ning Shuyuan grumbled. He just wanted more interaction with Sen Li, to change their relationship from the beginning into something different from what it is now. After class, Ning Shuyuan found Sen Li. "I've already made a reservation at the restaurant. If you don't come, the deposit won't be refunded." In his mind, Sen Li was a frugal person. How could he remain indifferent to this? Sen Li hesitated for a while before whispering, "I don't think I've ever provoked you before. I just want to invite you for a meal," Ning Shuyuan insisted. Eventually, Ning Shuyuan still led Sen Li to the restaurant, where within the city, it was hard to distinguish reality from illusion for a moment. Ning Shuyuan felt as if he had returned to the past. He picked up the menu, intending to hand it to Sen Li, but the scenery around him suddenly changed. It seemed he couldn't move. Watching Sen Li stand before him, Sen Li said, "Ning Shuyuan, do you think that by doing these things now, you can cover up the evil you've done?" A slight smile played on Sen Li's lips. "How could I possibly dine with someone like you? It would just make me feel sick. People like you should go to hell." Ning Shuyuan wanted to respond to Sen Li, but no matter how agitated he was, he couldn't make a sound. The smile faded from Sen Li's face, his dark pupils lost their luster, and his expression became somewhat sorrowful. He quietly looked at the table, which was already set with cutlery. Sen Li held the small knife in his hand. It wasn't very sharp, but it could easily pierce the skin. The knife was pointed at him. Ning Shuyuan thought Sen Li would stab him, but Sen Li only said, "You destroyed what I cared about. Now I'm returning the favor. From now on, there's no possibility of us meeting again." Ning Shuyuan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He could only watch helplessly as everything in front of him was shrouded in red. The blood gradually seeped onto the tablecloth, dyeing everything in front of him a vivid red. This color was just like the red he associated with his affection for Sen Li, like the bright red bedsheet he saw lying down, like the happiness character pasted on both sides of the room door. The invitations he sent to others were also of this red. At this moment, Ning Shuyuan woke up from his shock, his whole body covered in a cold sweat. "Ning Shuyuan, I can finally leave you forever." Last episode ended with Ning Shuyuan waking up from his shock. In a rush, he fumbled his phone out of his pocket, found the pinned number, and dialed it. Soon, the call was answered. Ning Shuyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sen Li, I wanted to hear your voice," he said. Faintly, Ning Shuyuan heard some rustling sounds near his ear. "Sen Li, what are you doing?" Sen Li's voice was soft, carrying a sickly frailty. "Ning Shuyuan, I can finally leave you." "What do you mean?" Ning Shuyuan's tone was not good. "What are you saying?" His words oddly overlapped with scenes from a dream. Ning Shuyuan was about to ask something else when Sen Li abruptly ended the call. Redialing, all he got was a busy tone. Ning Shuyuan's expression grew impatient, a bad premonition spreading within him. He quickly grabbed the coat hanging by the bed. Then he pushed open the door of the office. The assistant saw him coming out and asked, "Mr. Ning, here are the documents for this afternoon's meeting." Ning Shuyuan waved his hand. "Cancel it for now." On the road, Ning Shuyuan still thought he was probably overthinking it. Everything had been normal recently, how could anything go wrong? But the ominous premonition was like a knife scraping his heart. It seemed as if something important was slipping away from his life. Not far ahead, he could already see black smoke and flames. Before him was a massive fire, completely engulfing every place they had cherished. He saw two people coughing as they ran out of the yard. Ning Shuyuan asked, "Where is Sen Li?" Didn't those two see how his face turned pale with fright? Can't they hear? Two tall and sturdy men are now trembling. "I'm asking you, where is he? When I woke up, I found the house on fire. I came out and saw you. Ning Shuyuan let go of that person and was about to walk into the house, but someone grabbed him from behind with all their might. The person said anxiously, "Young Master Ning, the fire is out of control. If something happens to you, how can we explain to the Ning family?" Ning Shuyuan was a bit dazed. He heard the sound of beams falling inside the house. Then, a burst of flames emerged from under the door. The person behind him said, "With such a big fire, even if there were people inside, they couldn't get out." Ning Shuyuan clenched his fists tightly. He broke free from the person behind him. At this moment, he had lost all reason. He thought of the smile that Sen Li gave him when he left. This was their home. They were about to get married. How could they have no home? Ning Shuyuan had been domineering for so many years. When Sen Li was out of his control, he panicked completely. He rushed into the fiery house, but before he could search for long, he was overcome by the smoke and fainted. When he woke up again, he was lying on a hospital bed. The smell of disinfectant and the white walls made him think of Sen Li. It must have been a nightmare. Ning Shuyuan immediately pulled out the IV, not caring that blood was spilling from the needle site, and got off the bed. Right then, Bai Chengyu entered through the door. Ning Shuyuan quickly asked in which room Sen Li was. Bai Chengyu did not respond. Ning Shuyuan's body was trembling slightly. He spoke woodenly, "Tell me which room he's in. I want to see him." Bai Chengyu spoke softly, "Please restrain your grief." "Impossible. Bai Chengyu must be deceiving me." Then Ning Shuyuan pushed Bai Chengyu away, as if talking to himself. "This morning when I left, he said he would wait for me to come home. We're going to get married in 2 days." Ning Shuyuan's voice was trembling. The wedding invitations had been sent out, and the wedding venue had begun to be arranged. Sen Li had even met his parents. Everything was proceeding naturally. However, during the time he was passed out, the wedding had been cancelled. The news reported by the media was suppressed by the Ning family, but no matter how much they tried, the news still got out. 2 days before the wedding, the bride set fire to the house, burning it down completely. The more he thought about it, the less he could believe it. Then he pushed Bai Chengyu away, continuing to talk to himself. "Now that he's discharged from the hospital, he can go wherever he wants. I won't lock him up at home anymore. I also won't force him to do anything he doesn't want to do anymore. Take me back, I don't want him to wait for me too long." Seeing Ning Shuyuan like this, the two men didn't dare to refuse and could only call Ning Shuyuan's father to report. As the car arrived outside the house, which used to be warm, the once warm home has become a ruin of broken walls. The furniture and decorations inside were all turned to ash by the fierce fire. It's hard to tell what was where. Everything about him and Sen Li was in this house. It was at this moment that Ning Shuyuan realized just how ruthless Sen Li was, not leaving him even a single thing to remember. In the last episode, Ning Shuyuan stood amidst the ruins, momentarily dazed. He was thinking about what had happened that morning. Perhaps he had a premonition then. Why didn't he stay? The meeting at the company could have been cancelled. If only he had listened more to what Sen Li had said, without resorting to forceful methods. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Seeing that Ning Shuyuan wasn't quite himself, the person behind him called out, "Master Ning." Ning Shuyuan hesitated to utter those 2 words and asked where he was now. The person behind him hesitated and said, "The master said this person was too proud. We should never have agreed to your relationship. Anyway, he's gone now. There's not much point in staying. Just let someone else take him away." As soon as these words fell, Ning Shuyuan's body visibly staggered. The person behind him quickly steadied him. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. 2 days? Ning Shuyuan thought for a moment. Today was the day he and Sen Li were to be married. On such a good day, where had the other person gone? "Master, there isn't anyone you can't find." "Don't be too sad," said the person behind him again. What kind of person couldn't he find? But his chest felt unbearably tight. Sen Li's heart was too cruel. Then let's find a new one, he thought, and then he headed to Yi's party. As he entered, quite a few people approached him, and the private room heated up. More people arrived, all congratulating him on his birthday. No one mentioned Sen Li, as if Sen Li had never appeared in his life. "Master Ning, it's been a long time since we've seen you." A young man approached him, offering him a smooth grape. Ning Shuyuan simply drank sullenly, while someone else in the crowd egged on. They said that the birthday boy should sing a song, otherwise it wouldn't be festive at all. But Ning Shuyuan ignored them, just stepping out to smoke a cigarette. While he was smoking, he overheard people conversing not far away. "I think that guy is doomed," thinking he could have a good life by clinging to Ning. "It's good that he's gone. He used to act all high and mighty in front of me. He really was short-lived. Of course, I could tell he was not going to have a good fate." "You think Ning likes him?" "Ning just used him as a tool to vent. We're even better than him. That time I spilled wine on myself and blamed it on him. Ning immediately kicked him out, made him drink in front of everyone. Speaking of which, that guy seemed quite proud. After all, winning favor in front of a patron is a victory worth bragging about. Then the two of them laughed. At that moment, Ning Shuyuan came over with a dark face and grabbed that man's neck tightly, causing the fruit plate to fall everywhere. People nearby shouted for help, saying there was a murder, and he actually said the scumbag wasn't that bad. Ning Shuyuan thought that Sen Li was dispensable to him, but later he realized no one could replace Sen Li's position. Ning Shuyuan's grip was very strong. By the time security pulled him away, that man was barely breathing. The manager hurried over, smiling and trying to please Ning. "Mr. Liu, if there's anything unsatisfactory, you can tell me directly. I'll teach him a lesson for you. No need to dirty your hands." But at that moment, Ning Shuyuan's mind was filled with memories of Sen Li at the nightclub. Sen Li said he couldn't drink because he had an exam the next day, yet he forced Sen Li to drink. Broken glass cut his hand, leaving several blood marks. Sen Li said he wasn't wrong, but Ning didn't listen to him. At this point, Ning Shuyuan had no mood to deal with anyone else and just turned around and left. He thought of another place where he could find things related to Sen Li. He realized that on this earth, it seemed no one could replace Sen Li. Then, following his memories, he arrived at Sen Li's house. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated, but he didn't answer and turned it off. He wasn't in the mood to hear others speak ill of Luo Li. The door creaked slightly as it opened, releasing a musty smell. No one had returned for a long time, and all the furniture was covered in a layer of dust. Ning Shuyuan pressed the switch on the wall. Everywhere in the house showed signs that it had been uninhabited for a long time. Although the house was old, if Sen Li were here, she would definitely have kept it neat and tidy. He remembered that every time he came home, it was always clean and orderly. Ning Shuyuan felt a bit emotional as he found Sen Li's room. There were quite a few textbooks from high school on the desk, and then he noticed the diary. Ning Shuyuan opened the pages. Most of the contents were trivial matters, but in one entry, he unexpectedly saw his name mentioned. In their first year of high school, Sen Li handed a list of students who hadn't submitted their homework to the teacher, offending a rather arrogant delinquent in the class. That delinquent later gathered some people outside to block Sen Li's way home after school. Coincidentally, Ning Shuyuan saw this scene. He wasn't someone who meddled in others' affairs, he just couldn't stand the arrogant look on that guy's face. He walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" That guy didn't even turn his head, muttering a few curses, and said to him, "None of your business." His temper flared up immediately, and just as things were about to get heated, someone who recognized him from school came over quickly, saying, "Brother Ning, what are you doing here?" "What's going on?" "Nothing, just teaching this ungrateful person a lesson. If it weren't for him tattling to the teacher, my dad wouldn't have punished me yesterday." The person inside just pursed their lips, saying nothing. If it had been someone else, seeing someone come over, they would have definitely sought help. Sen Li's school uniform was stained, which annoyed Ning Shuyuan. He casually said, "He's under my protection. How dare you bully him?" Ning Shuyuan looked at the description in the diary, his eyes turning red. It turned out that he wasn't a bad person in Sen Li's heart back then, he just wasn't good at expressing himself, which led to misunderstandings. Ning Shuyuan finally understood that his feelings for Sen Li were not just mere liking. He regretted it. He had never felt such intense self-loathing. If things had continued to develop at that time, perhaps he and Sen Li would have become completely different. Sen Li never saw him as a villain, so later on, Sen Li would talk to him as he would with an ordinary person, not avoiding him like others did. Ning Shuyuan thought about many things, recalling one time. Later on, there was a study support group organized in class, and his name was on the list. He found it pretty boring at the time, often not participating. Most people turned a blind eye to him, except for Sen Li, who would come to him and say, "You failed 5 subjects in last week's exam. Students are supposed to come to school to study." He retorted, "What's it to you?" Sen Li's lips tightened slightly, and after 2 seconds, he said, "I just wish you could do better. It's already the 3rd year of high school, and there are exams next week. If you get good grades this time, Uncle Ning will be happy too." Hearing this, Ning Shuyuan just felt this person was overstepping. He sneered, "What do I care whether he's happy or not?" Sen Li remained silent. Although many people advised Sen Li to keep his distance from Ning Shuyuan, he always believed that Ning Shuyuan was just frivolous on the surface but good at heart. At this time, Ning Shuyuan started to feel a bit of a dirty desire towards Sen Li, but he never showed it to others. At first, he didn't really care about Sen Li, but as time passed, Sen Li was like a diamond among the sand, hard to ignore. Seeing that Sen Li was not leaving, Ning Shuyuan got a wicked idea. "How about this, we have a holiday tomorrow. Since you care so much about my exam results, come to my place." Sen Li didn't reply, now unwilling. I see you're just putting on an act, Ning Shuyuan said. Before this, Sen Li treated him no differently from anyone else. Afterward, Sen Li would subconsciously want to avoid him. At that moment, Sen Li curled up on the bed, and it took a while before he slowly got down and picked up the school uniform scattered on the floor, his fingers trembling, trying to cover himself up. His own clothes were still properly on him, not even a slight wrinkle left. But Sen Li was a mess, and Ning Shuyuan didn't care at all about how the other felt, saying directly, "Since you owe me, this is what you should do." Not satisfied? Sen Li seemed not to have snapped out of the nightmare yet. Ning Shuyuan walked over and pinched Sen Li's chin. "From now on, when I call you, you'd better come out. Stop acting all high and mighty in front of me." It was from that moment on, Sen Li's eyes looked at him with nothing but dead water. Memories like trapped beasts, people living in the past are really pathetic. Last episode, I mentioned Ning Shuyuan now regrets everything deeply. He's kind of stuck and can't move on himself. He stays in the room where Sen Li used to live. The desk is now covered with a layer of dust. When he opens the drawer, there's a tin box with some miscellaneous items at the bottom, and underneath it all, there's an old photo of Sen Li. In the photo, Sen Li looks young and naive, his gaze at the camera as if he's looking right at Ning Shuyuan. Ning's fingers gently touch the photo as if through it he could caress Sen's cheek. Ning Shuyuan's consciousness blurs. He hears someone calling him, "Classmate," by his ear. "You're the only one who hasn't handed in your paper." He slowly opens his eyes. Sunlight streams through the door, and in front are many high school students in their uniforms, engaged in lively conversations. The chalkboard is still filled with writings from the previous class. Ning Shuyuan glances outside the window at the familiar campus, as if everything that happened was just a dream. He had only dozed off for a few minutes during the break, and upon waking, he was still in high school. Ning Shuyuan searches through his desk for a while, but can't find the test paper Sen Li asked for. He's starting to get anxious. Sen Li sees a test paper on the desk. "Isn't it right here?" Ning Shuyuan feels like he's become dull. Seeing Sen Li pack up the test paper, about to take it to the teacher's office, Ning Shuyuan quickly stands up. "Let me go with you." Sen Li looks at him with suspicion. Ning Shuyuan walks over. "The weather forecast said it would get colder today. If we walk together, I can block the wind for you." Even he doesn't find this excuse very convincing. He looks over and sees a smile on Sen Li's face. At the office door, Ning Shuyuan asks Sen Li, "What do you like? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Didn't you tell me to study hard? Then teach me more in the future. Don't worry, I'll pay you like a tutor, and it'll be good for your living expenses, too." "Do you really want to study?" Sen Li incredulously asked. Ning Shuyuan nodded, then suddenly noticed a classmate at the edge eating ice cream. Immediately, Ning Shuyuan said, "Wait for me a moment." Without waiting for Sen Li to reply, he ran to the nearby kiosk. When he came out, he had 2 cream-flavored ice pops in his hands. He handed one to Sen Li and said, "Eat it before it melts." Such sweet and greasy things were rarely eaten in the village. He always felt that buying these nutrition-less items was a waste of money. The ice coating was already melting. Sen Li tasted a bit and found it quite sweet. A bit of white clung to his pale lips. Before Sen Li could react, Ning Shuyuan leaned down and their lips met. Sen Li's face instantly turned crimson. Sen Li became the thorn in Ning Shuyuan's heart. As mentioned in the last episode, when Ning Shuyuan opened his eyes, his cheeks were already soaked. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Ning Shuyuan glanced at the caller ID. It was Ning Qi. He answered the phone, and Ning Qi sternly asked, "Where were you last night?" Even though he had slept, he felt more tired. He didn't make a sound. Ning Qi then said, "You didn't go to the company today either. Are you still thinking about Sen Li? If it weren't for him, the Ning family wouldn't have suffered this setback." Ning Shuyuan coldly interrupted him, who took him away. "It's good that she left." Ning Qi seemed a bit annoyed. "I've told you before, let go when you can't control it. You wouldn't listen." Although the media didn't report it widely, this has become a scandal in the Ning family. Ning Shuyuan tiredly hung up the phone. He used to be the one who belittled Sen Li the most. But now, he doesn't want to hear from others that Sen Li is bad. He stood up, looking more dispirited. He wanted to see Sen Li, even though Sen Li might not want to see him. But who would take Sen Li away? He thought for a moment, then drove to the school. Sen Li had no close relatives and very few friends, with Han Chen being the one he had contacted the most. Han Chen was quite famous at the school. He grabbed a student passing by. "Do you know where Professor Han is?" The student turned around, saw Ning Shuyuan, and his legs trembled with fear. My legs were trembling with fear. Ning Shuyuan already had a bad reputation at school, not to mention he looked so fierce. It was truly rare. He swallowed hard. "Professor Han resigned yesterday. Ning Shuyuan grabbed the other person's clothes tighter. The person shivered. Now, the campus forum is all discussing this. If you don't believe me, take a look. Ning Shuyuan glanced at the post, his face darkening. Afterward, Ning Shuyuan found out where Han Chen lived, hurriedly drove over, and arrived at Han Chen's place. Ning Shuyuan spoke hastily, "Give Sen Li back to me." Seeing Ning Shuyuan, Han Chen's face also turned cold. Ning Shuyuan, what right do you have to take Sen Li away? Have you ever treated him well or not threatened him? He's already gone. What must a living person go through to end up taking their own life? Ning Shuyuan took a step back in disbelief. He said he would wait for me to come home. If it wasn't for you, he would be living so well now. He was better than anyone else, but you ruined his future and made him bear infamy. I watched him go into the furnace and turn into a handful of ashes. Ning Shuyuan, you killed him. Leave, and don't let me see you again. Is he really gone? In the previous episode, Ning Shuyuan looked up. Ever since that overcast day, the weather had become clear. Ning Shuyuan was still unsure if Sen Li had indeed left him forever. A burst of laughter came from not far away. Ning Shuyuan followed the sound and saw a couple. The girl laughed and leaned on the boy's back. Are you even capable? If you don't have the stamina, my dad will never agree to you marrying me. Although the girl was complaining, it was clear she liked the boy. Of course, I am. I'll carry you on my back for a lifetime. In the vast campus, oblivious to the gazes of others, it was as if only the two of them existed in the world. To really fall in love is to be overjoyed at the sight of each other, with a sparkle in the eyes that others don't have. And between the two, there is only each other. The silhouettes of the couple gradually moved away, but Ning Shuyuan stood motionless for a long time. He remembered what he often said to Sen Li, "I'll find a place outside for you to stay in secret, as your status isn't presentable." He silently lit a cigarette. It was already getting dark. He thought of the morning he left. No one will ever tell him, "You're back again." Ning Shuyuan's fingers trembled slightly. He stood silently, feeling the coolness of the night. He thought that Sen Li must have hidden himself because he didn't want to see him. It must be because he hadn't treated Sen Li well enough, and Sen Li had achieved his goal. It made him restless in the days that followed. Every small detail reminded him of a person who had once been in his life. It was he who had personally severed the warmth between them. These days, Ning Shuyuan always made some puzzling actions. Ning Shuyuan went to the hospital and found Bai Chengyu. Bai Chengyu looked different when he saw him, saying, "Why are you here?" But Ning Shuyuan said, "Sen Li has been feeling unwell these days. He has taken the medicine you prescribed, but it hasn't worked. Come over tonight if you have time." Bai Chengyu did not answer, and Ning Shuyuan added, "I told you I would treat him well, and I definitely won't go back on my word." Shuyuan, with a heavy tone from Chengyu, said, "Sen Li is no longer here." Ning Shuyuan's face gradually filled with panic. If I had known this, why did I ever start this? Previously, Chengyu comforted him. No one wanted things to develop to this point today. I've advised you many times, but it never helped much. Maybe this is also a release for Sen Li. If it had been before, he would have argued back upon hearing Chengyu say such things, but now he only felt a severe suffocation in his chest. Ning Shuyuan stayed in the room for a long time, wanting to know what Sen Li's feelings were back then. At that moment, there was a knock at the door and Li Chan spoke, "Young master, are you in there? Ruining your body for such a person isn't worth it. I've said before, he doesn't look like a simple person. Now look, it has caused such a scandal for the Ning family. He just can't stand to see the Ning family do well." Living in a closed environment, surrounded by various malicious people, Ning Shuyuan opened the door and Aunt Li, seeing him come out, again said, "Young master, please don't continue like this. With your conditions, you could find anyone you want." Aunt Li, did you see Sen Li push Zhang Yan down the stairs back then? I don't know why Zi Shuyuan brought up this issue. He did have a good impression of Zhang Yan, but now that the Zhang family has fallen, he always felt that this is somehow related to Sen Li. When I walked over, I saw young Master Zhang fall, but Sen Li was still standing in the hallway. Li Chan said, "So you didn't see Sen Li personally push him, but one look could tell that it was Sen Li who pushed young Master Zhang down." Li Chan continued to argue. Ning Shuyuan checked the footage once. When Sen Li walked into the bathroom that day, he seemed unsteady. How could he have pushed Zhang Yan down the stairs in such a short time? And back in the private room, Sen Li didn't pour wine on anyone. With Sen Li's nature, he would at most ignore it. So how could he provoke trouble for no reason? Ning Shuyuan smiled, but his expression didn't look like he was smiling. "Aunt Li, you're getting on in years, so you should retire and go home to rest." "Young master, the Ning family is my home." Aunt Li looked flustered. "I've been with the Ning family for over 20 years. You know how I treat you." Ning Shuyuan didn't reply, only instructed the driver outside to take Aunt Li away later. Aunt Li had long considered the Ning family her home, as if she had become one of them, feeling superior to ordinary people. She said, "Young master, you can't drive me away. The master and madam haven't said anything yet." Ning Shuyuan said coldly, "What? I don't even have the authority to dismiss a servant. Just for a dead person. I've told you, you've been bewitched by him." She almost considered Ning Shuyuan as half her own son. Everything she did was for Ning Shuwan's consideration. But now, Zi Shuyuan said he considered her just a servant and wanted to dismiss her. As soon as Li Chan finished speaking, there was the sharp sound of porcelain shattering on the floor. "Get out!" Ning Shuwan's gaze was particularly terrifying. Aunt Li involuntarily shrank back, looking at the abandoned infant in front of him. Ning Shuyuan felt a bit worried. "Is it you who have returned to me?" Previously, we mentioned that Ning Shuwan's current state is worrying. Ning Qi walked over with a dark face, looked at the unconscious Ning Shuyuan, and said coldly, "Go look at yourself in the mirror and see what you've become. Start going to the office from tomorrow, otherwise go see a doctor." "I'm not sick," I retorted. "You're the one who's seriously ill, almost forgetting your own surname, not knowing where you were all day, not going to the company. If you keep this up, just get lost and become a vagrant." Ning Shuyuan managed a faint smile, acknowledging that he would go to the office tomorrow. Then, he lifted the bottle of alcohol and drained it. Ning Qi, seeing his behavior, was so angry she couldn't utter a word, calling him a rebellious son, and could only leave helplessly. Ning Shuyuan was drunk, and during this time, he would often suddenly wake up in the middle of the night. He frequently dreamt of things from the past, and sometimes he couldn't even distinguish which was a dream and which was reality. Tossing and turning, he couldn't fall asleep. As long as he closed his eyes, it was as if he could hear Sen Li speaking to him in his ear. He really missed Sen Li. That day, as usual, he woke up from a dream and suddenly heard the cry of a baby. He hurriedly asked the security guard beside him to check who was crying. Not long after, the security guard came in with a baby in his arms. "Young master, I don't know who abandoned the baby at the doorstep. Maybe they saw the luxurious villa and left it at the door." Hearing the baby's cry, Ning Shuyuan felt irritated and waved his hand. "Who told you to bring it in? Throw it out." The security guard continued, but the child's mother left a letter, saying she was terminally ill and couldn't raise the child, so she abandoned the baby, hoping a kind-hearted person would take care of it. Hearing about the mother's terminal illness, Ning Shuyuan immediately thought of Sen Li. He quickly stepped forward and took the crying baby from the security guard's hands in less than a second. I felt that the baby's eyes looked so much like Sen Li's. Should the young master contact the police and welfare agencies? A nearby security guard said, but Ning Shuyuan just made an unbelievable statement. Find a nanny who can take care of the child, hand the baby to the security, and also inquire about the procedures for adopting abandoned babies to expedite the process. The security guard did not know what to do at first. "From today onwards, he is my son. None of you should neglect him." Ning Shuyuan continued to the garage. "I need to go to the company to notify all departments to have a meeting at 1 p.m. Also, if my father asks, tell him this child is my own flesh and blood that I had someone bear for me." Sen Li became a thorn in Ning Shuwan's heart. As mentioned in the previous episode, 2 years later, Ning Shuyuan was riding to the company as usual and passed a crossroad. He saw a familiar face at the pedestrian crossing. Feeling a surge of emotion in his chest, he quickly asked the driver to stop the car and then got out to chase after the figure. He grabbed the person's arm, his forehead sweating with tension. He should have known Sen Li was a rational person who wouldn't make such a drastic decision. The person turned around, his expression changing from surprise to joy. "Mr. Ning, what can I do for you?" After recognizing the person, Ning Shuwan's body stiffened. "Thanks to your financial support last time, my brother's thalassemia could wait for the right bone marrow. Mr. Ning, you truly are a great benefactor to our family." The young man was Chen Yu, whom he had seen in his private box before, initially planning to sell himself for money. Ning Shuyuan gave him a card and asked him never to come again. Ning Shuyuan awkwardly let go of his hand. Chen Yu was accompanied by a young girl. An experienced Chen Yu naturally did not tell the girl. He said, "If it weren't for Mr. Ning's help, I might never have met you." "Thank you." The girl smiled gently at Ning Shuyuan. Only then did Ning Shuyuan notice the girl beside Chen Yu. The two were holding hands, likely a couple. They looked well matched. Chen Yu somewhat shyly introduced, "This is an N, from the same school as me. Treat her well," Ning Shuyuan said softly. Similar situations, different outcomes. If he hadn't pushed Sen Li to the brink, would Sen Li also look at him with such joy? "Ning Xiao, I heard." Chen Yu felt a bit at a loss. "It's nothing, just some sand in my eyes. You go ahead, I have to get back to the company." Chen Yu had heard some things about Ning Shuyuan. He let go of the girl's hand, wanting to comfort him, but Ning Shuyuan left directly. The girl said, "Why do I feel he's a bit scary?" Chen Yu sighed. He must have encountered something, not in a good mood. Actually, he's a good person. At this moment, Ning Shuyuan looked at the distant blue sky, his eyes filled with desolation, as if he could no longer feel the instant heart-throbbing sensation from before. If he hadn't pushed Sen Li to the brink, would Sen Li also look at him with such joy? It's been 2 years, the name Sen Li has become the deepest thorn in his heart. Every time he touches his chest, it feels like being pierced by a sharp blade. Sen Li has been gone for over 2 years, yet Ning Shuyuan cannot forget Sen Li no matter what. Ning Qi couldn't stand it and tried to set him up with someone, but Ning Shuyuan refused them all. His temperament has never been very good, and he doesn't have many truly close friends. He often talks to Sha Chuan, and sometimes, halfway through, his voice chokes. Did I push him too hard, even humiliating him in front of so many people? He actually had a good impression of me at first, Sha Chuan responded. Shuyuan knows he shouldn't but can't let go. We are the same kind of people. Ning Shuyuan felt a tightness in his chest when suddenly the phone rang. Ning Mo had caused trouble again. After 2 years, Ning Mo had learned to walk. Whenever he returned to the mansion, he would toddle over and call him, "Daddy," in a babyish voice. It touched his heart's softest spot. He picked up Ning Mo, who hummed and called out, "Daddy," twice. "Why are you so well behaved today?" Ning Shuyuan asked with a smile. At that moment, a servant hurried over with a troubled expression, holding a photo torn in half, and shakily handed it to Ning Shuyuan. "I just stepped out to take a call, and the young master ran into the room. He took this photo from Qin Li, and now it's torn in two, separating him from Qin Li in the picture." Ning Shuwan's face darkened instantly. Ning Shuwan's face immediately darkened as he placed Ning Mo on the ground. Ning Mo lifted his head, looking pitiful with chubby cheeks. Ning Shuyuan picked up a feather duster, but before he could strike, a loud wail echoed from the house. Ning Mo opened his mouth wide, his little chubby face wrinkling together. Ning Mo was extremely upset. Was it just because he tore up a piece of paper that the adults liked to bully him so much? The young master is also ignorant. "Don't stoop to his level," the servant said, moving to the side and murmuring, "Bad daddy." Ning Mo mumbled softly with a cry that never stopped. Ning Shuyuan, made dizzy by the noise, put the feather duster back in its place and sat on the sofa massaging his temples. The servant held Ning Mo in their arms and cooed for a long time until Ning Mo gradually quieted down, probably exhausted from crying, and fell asleep in the servant's arms. Ning Shuyuan silently looked at the torn photo. Eventually, with a heavy heart, he carefully taped the pieces back together, but there was a crack down the middle that couldn't be fixed. Ning Shuyuan spoke to the photo. "I can't forget you now. I often see you in my dreams, and when I wake up, I realize it was just a dream." He paused, then added, "Sometimes I'd rather live in that dream forever." Ning Shuyuan picked up the photo from the coffee table, looked at the person on it for a long time, and said, "Sen Li, you've won." His eyes reddened a bit. The servant came out of the room, unsure whether to disturb him, and whispered, "The young master has fallen asleep." Ning Shuyuan then went to the bedroom, and looking at Ning Mo sleeping soundly, his worry returned. If only this were the child of him and Sen Li. Everyone seems like Jun Yang, Ning Shuyuan, cleverly meeting Sen Li. In the last episode, Ning Mo was 1.5 years old and couldn't always stay at home. So Ning Shuyuan and the servant took Ning Mo to a high-end playground. At this time, Ning Shuyuan was playing with Ning Mo. Suddenly the phone rang. Ning Shuyuan asked the servant to watch Ning Mo, then pressed the answer button. There was no news about Sen Li on the phone. Ning Shuyuan had no choice but to order the search range to be extended overseas. Meanwhile, the sudden sound of Ning Mo crying loudly was heard. He looked quite pitiful, surrounded by servants and several parents with children nearby. Although the servant tried hard to soothe him, Ning Mo kept crying incessantly. "What's going on?" Ning Shuyuan hurried over and asked. "I don't know either. The young master was playing fine and suddenly started crying, and nothing works to calm him," the servant said. When Ning Mo saw Ning Shuyuan coming, his crying became even louder, drawing the attention of almost all the parents outside the playground. Ning Shuyuan sternly said to Ning Mo, but Ning Mo cried even louder. Ning Shuyuan had no choice but to take Ning Mo from the servant's arms. "Be good, don't cry, tell daddy what's wrong." Ning Mo cried hard, mumbling indistinctly, "No Ming Ming, no mommy." In Ning Mo's memory, there was never such a word. He only knew he had a stern father who always liked to spank him and would use a feather duster for discipline without a second thought. His heart felt unbalanced, and Ning Mo cried until his voice was hoarse, finally clinging to Ning Shuwan's pant leg, sobbing, "I want a mommy too." Ning Shuwan's anger subsided immediately. He knelt down and wiped Ning Mo's tear-stained little face with a tissue, staying silent the whole time. Because Ning Mo's crying was so loud, a crowd had already gathered. Nearby, people were heard discussing, "It's not easy for a big man to bring up a child alone. Isn't it true? He seems like a good father. I wonder what happened to his wife." All these words were heard by Ning Shuyuan, who could only remain silent. At this moment, a delicate-looking little boy walked over from the side. He handed his lollipop to Ning Mo, whispering, "Don't cry." The man behind the boy gently said, "Little brother is too young to eat a lollipop." Hearing the voice, Ning Shuyuan looked up and it seemed as if the air around him froze for a moment. "Xiao Wen, it's time to go home," said the man. Ning Mo's crying gradually stopped. Instead of taking the lollipop, he stared blankly at the attractive man in front of him, speaking in a soft voice. His eyes and brows filled with gentleness, until the man's figure almost disappeared from his sight. Only then did Ning Shuyuan belatedly react. He quickly walked over and stood in front of the man. "Can we be friends? You look a lot like someone I knew." Seeing someone who resembled Sen Li once again, Ning Shuyuan was momentarily disoriented. As mentioned in the previous episode, faced with Ning Shuwan's approach, the man lightly smiled and rejected him. This way of making friends might be better suited for others. Ning Shuyuan was about to say something when the other person's phone rang. After answering the call, he bypassed him and left, treating him as a mere stranger he happened to meet. Ning Shuyuan called out, "Sen Li," from behind, but there was no reaction from the person. If it was really Sen Li who saw him, he shouldn't have acted so indifferently. However, he had never encountered someone so similar to Sen Li, as if they were the same person. Ning Shuyuan stared at the man's back as he disappeared from his sight, stunned for a moment. Then, Ning Shuyuan found the amusement park staff and said, "Get your manager here." It wasn't long before the amusement park manager respectfully approached Ning Shuyuan. "Mr. Ning, I didn't know you brought the young master here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." But Ning Shuyuan didn't waste words with him and directly pulled out a check. "Take this money, I want the surveillance footage from this afternoon." Seeing the manager's troubled expression, Ning Shuyuan became impatient and grabbed the manager by the collar, shouting, "Is the money not enough? I'll give you more, just give me the surveillance footage." He then arranged for someone to investigate the man's details from that afternoon. It wasn't long before the driver found Ning Shuyuan with a stack of documents. "Young master, we found information on the man you encountered at the amusement park." He then respectfully placed it on the table in front of Ning Shuyuan. "His name is Chao Yuan. He is the second son of the Chao family. He had been studying abroad until recently when the Chao family brought him back." Ning Shuyuan looked at the information in his hand, puzzled, and said, "Chao Yuan." Ning Shuyuan looked at the documents in his hands, puzzled, and said, "Chao Yuan, isn't Chao Yuan the only child of the Chao family?" The person continued, "Previously, it wasn't known that the Chao family had another son, but this second young master has a flawless background. It's said that the Chao family brought him back to the country to expand the family business. Besides, he also mentioned." At this point, the driver became hesitant. Ning Shuyuan immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly asked, "What else is there?" "He also has a young and beautiful fiancée." Hearing this, Ning Shuyuan was stunned. It was probably because he was lovesick that he always mistook strangers for Sen Li. Ning Shuyuan lives in the past and cannot move on. As mentioned in the previous episode, Ning Shuyuan looked at a photo for a long time. He rarely saw such a vibrant side of Sen Li. The person in the photo had a smile on their face, naturally young and promising, with a whole new future ahead. Ning Shuyuan thought that if he had treated Sen Li better back then, maybe Sen Li would be like the person in the photo, instead of often looking sickly. Then Ning Shuyuan put his phone on the desk, and suddenly a headache struck, as if the pain he had once inflicted on Sen Li was now being returned to him. There were many medicines prescribed by doctors in the drawer. After taking the medicine, his headache eased slightly. The assistant knocked on the door from outside and then entered with the contract. "This is the new project plan for the cooperation between our group and the Chao Corporation." Ning Shuyuan looked at the signature on the contract. It was probably because he was lovesick that he always mistook strangers for Sen Li. At that moment, Ning Mo opened the door and ran in. The servant chased after young Master Ning, saying not to disturb the master. Ning Shuyuan really didn't want to deal with Ning Mo anymore. He always asked questions that were particularly heart-wrenching. Then Ning Shuyuan picked up Ning Mo and instructed the servant, "You may leave now." Next, Ning Mo looked up with his big, watery eyes and asked, "Daddy, where is little Mo's mommy?" Ning Shuwan's mood had been relatively stable that day, but Ning Mo's fuss made him even more troubled. Eventually, Ning Shuyuan got a bit annoyed and impatiently replied, "You were picked up from beside a rock. Don't ask anymore." Ning Mo was stunned for a second. Then he burst into tears, gasping for air. It turned out he not only didn't have a mother, but he was also picked up from outside. This made Ning Shuwan's heart soften again. He took a tissue to wipe away Ning Mo's tears, sighing softly as he looked at Ning Mo's utterly heartbroken expression. Little Mo, you don't have a mother. He's also a very good and outstanding person, but Daddy did something wrong. Then Ning Mo gradually stopped crying. Who is Dadwo? Ning Shuyuan picked up a photo frame from his desk and pointed it out to Ning Mo. Remember the photo you tore up last time? This is Dadwo. Ning Mo stared with his big round eyes, his voice soft and milky. Is he the uncle we met last time? Then he looked up at Ning Shuyuan. Is uncle the same as Dadwo? Ning Shuyuan was at a loss for words for a moment, and even he himself wasn't quite sure now if the person was indeed Sen Li. Ning Shuwan's current predicament should be the punishment given to him by the heavens. In the last episode, Ning Shuyuan didn't know how to explain things to Ning Mo. Just then, a servant knocked on the door and softly said, "Young master, it's time for your bath." Ning Shuyuan put Ning Mo down and gently said, "Go take a bath." Ning Mo pouted and refused. A man shouldn't cry all the time, you hear? Ning Shuyuan frowned and said, "Is there ever a day when Ning Mo doesn't cry?" Then the servant took Ning Mo away. Finally, Ning Shuyuan had some peace. He looked at Sen Li's photo and compared it with Chao Yuan's information. At first glance, they indeed looked like the same person, but he could tell the difference in their expressions. Sen Li's eyes were lifeless, his face pale, lips slightly pursed, and silent. In contrast, Chao Yuan looked spirited, with a smile on his lips. Can there be two people in this world who look exactly alike? Ning Shuyuan laid on the bed and gradually fell asleep. He dreamed of Sen Li again. Sen Li asked, "When you get married, will you find a place outside and keep me there?" He couldn't speak, but internally he was shouting, "No, I won't marry anyone else." Sen Li covered his face and cried, his thin lips trembling slightly. "I am a person with my own thoughts and consciousness. I want to study, but you always call me over. At school, I don't dare interact with others. I'm even afraid to stand in the sunlight, fearing that others will see how filthy and despicable I am. Ning Shuyuan, what do you take me for?" Sen Li had asked him this question several times before, but he always avoided it. Now he wanted to answer, but it was too late. When Ning Shuyuan woke up, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he was surrounded by the silence of the dark night. Ning Shuyuan staggered out of bed, took 2 pills for his severe headache, and drank a cup of cold water, swallowing it all down, but the heaviness in his chest remained. He sat on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath, thinking to himself, Sen Li, look at me. Forever living in the past, unable to move on. In the last episode, it was mentioned that Ning Shuyuan recently really lacked the energy to work. He took some time to go to the hospital to find Bai Chengyu. Chengyu, holding the medical records, asked, "How many hours did you sleep yesterday?" Ning Shuyuan, with drooping eyes, casually replied, "Less than 4 hours, I guess." Chengyu could only prescribe him a bottle of sleeping pills, saying, "If you continue like this, your body won't be able to handle it. I'll also prescribe you some vitamin B to help relax your mind." Ning Shuyuan took the medicine and said to Chengyu, "Chao in his back." Hearing this name, Chengyu instinctively froze for a moment, then said after a few seconds, "He is him, I am me, we have no connection." Nevertheless, Bai Chengyu said he couldn't meet Chao in. No one can predict what a madman might do. Let's hope so. Chengyu frowned, "Shuyuan, it's been so long, you should move on." Ning Shuyuan, in a low voice, said, "I know what I'm doing." Then he turned and left, while Bai Chengyu behind him could only continue to advise, "Come to the hospital again tomorrow. Come back to the hospital tomorrow for a neurological examination." After Ning Shu left, Zi Chengyu's expression turned troubled. He had been in the hospital for quite a few years now, and life had finally settled down. There were nurses who showed interest in him, but he couldn't get over the emotional hurdle. After all these years, Chao En should have almost forgotten about him. He was Chao En's senior. Back then, although Chao En was clingy, he never thought much of it, thinking it was normal for boys to be close. Both Chao En and he were boarders. He grew up in an orphanage and was somewhat withdrawn, with few close people around him. But Chao En was different. He was always popular in school, with a never-ending string of admirers. No one knew what kind of nature was hidden behind the seemingly sunny big boy. Later, Bai Chengyu got together with a girl and naturally drifted apart from Chao En. He was about to graduate when Chao En came to find him. He told Chao En that Xiao Wen was a nice girl, and by the end of the year, she would take him to meet her parents. "I also like her a lot," he said, having no friends, and used to sharing everything with Chao En. He longed for a family. "Then congratulations, senior," Chao En said in a deep voice. He didn't notice the other person's expression, too busy sharing his joy with Chowan. He was smiling. If all goes well, we might get married at the beginning of next year. If you have time, you can come and have a drink at the wedding. Don't worry, I will definitely come. He regarded Chowan as a very good friend. Before he graduated, Chowan invited him to dinner, and he didn't refuse. And what happened after that became the pain of his life. A nightmare re-emerged, and Bai Chungyu's dream demons returned. As mentioned in the previous episode, after the two had dinner, Zi Chunyu drank too much. When he woke up, he was only covered with a thin blanket that barely covered him. He turned his head and saw the crumpled bedsheet, clothes thrown in disarray on the ground. It took him a while before he went to the bathroom. There was a mirror in front of the washstand. The man in the mirror had almost no intact skin on his entire body. He couldn't bring himself to believe that he had been violated by another man. He endured the discomfort and cleaned himself up before walking out of the bathroom. There was an additional person in the room. He didn't understand the situation. Why was Chowan here? He was only wearing a thin bathrobe, thinking of retreating back into the bathroom when he heard Chowan say, "I saw everything last night. What's there to hide now?" Hearing this, Zi Chunyu's body stiffened as if he didn't understand, and asked dully, "What are you talking about?" Chowan gently touched his cheek with a finger, his voice tender, "Senior, I've been so good to you. Why did you go looking for someone else?" Chowan grabbed his crotch with one hand. Bai Chunyu tried to remove his hand. "Are you misunderstanding something?" At this point, he still tried to let the other person step down. Chowan let go and asked him back, "What misunderstanding? We are both men, and I have always treated you as a younger brother. You also know about my relationship with Xiao Wen. Maybe I drank too much last night and caused a misunderstanding." Despite being at a disadvantage, Bai Chunyu still swallowed the grievance. He pursed his lips. "Let's pretend this never happened." His gaze dared not rest on the bed. His eyelashes drooped as he picked up the clothes scattered on the floor. Before he could put on his clothes, he heard Chowan's voice breaking up with her. At that moment, Chowan was holding his mobile phone, unknowingly dialed Xiao Wen's number and turned on the speakerphone. A gentle female voice came from the phone. "Chunyu, where were you last night? Why didn't you answer your phone?" Chowan handed the phone over, his eyes threatening without saying a word. Bai Chunyu suddenly realized he had never truly known Chowan. The girl on the phone continued, "Xiao Wen, I drank a bit too much at a friend's gathering last night." "Don't worry." Relieved, the girl asked, "Do you need me to buy you some hangover medicine? Drink less in the future, it's not good for your health." "I'll be careful," said Bai Chunyu with a light chuckle. But Chowan didn't call the girl to listen to their affectionate conversation, which made Bai Chunyu inevitably utter a sound. The girl asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" "I accidentally bumped into the door just now," he replied, the words barely leaving his lips before Bai Chunyu pursed them tightly. At that moment, Chowan leaned close to Bai Chunyu's ear and whispered, "She should know what her boyfriend did last night." Bai Chunyu seemed unable to open up. Before, when the young man smiled in front of him, he found his personality very amiable. Now, his spine felt a chill. "Chowan, she is the first girlfriend I've dated, and I also." Chowan interrupted him. Bai Chunyu didn't speak again about breaking up. Chowan said solemnly, his tone leaving no room for refusal, "Don't be like this." Bai Chunyu's voice trembled. Chowan's voice softened a bit. "Senior, please don't make me angry, okay? If it weren't for today's incident, I might really think Chowan is a good person. How am I not as good as him?" Chowan asked, "Aren't we both men?" Chowan said somewhat innocently, "But you were the one clinging to me all of last night, unwilling to let go. I've been so good to you, why do you want to anger me? Isn't it nice that it's just the two of us? You're crazy." Yu Cheng Jade pushed Chowan away. Then he picked up the clothes on the ground, didn't even have time to put them on, and ran towards the door. He touched the doorknob. The door was already slightly open, but immediately after, the person behind him caught up. Chowan's strength was surprisingly great, he couldn't move an inch. "From today on, you're not going anywhere." Ever since Yu Cheng Yu learned that Chowan had returned, he always felt uneasy. As mentioned in the previous episode, the past events were like a sword hanging over his head. He didn't even want to recall them. He could only constantly reassure himself that in such a big place, Chowan might not know where he is. Holding onto a sliver of hope, Yu Cheng Yu's emotions finally eased a bit. He sat silently at his desk for a long time, until a nurse pushed open the door and said, "Dr. Bai, isn't it already time to get off work?" Bai Chunyu looked up, glanced at the wall clock. Indeed, it was time for him to finish work. The female nurse tentatively asked,